Chapter 1 For Babies in One Birth. 3 years ago, Sumu graduated from university. The curse of breaking up after graduation came true. That day, Sumu saw with his own eyes his ex-girlfriend get into his godfather's BMW and gave him a middle finger. The words of my ex-girlfriend still ring in my ears, "Sumu, you are a loser. If I didn't think you were good looking, I wouldn't have bothered to talk to you in college. Now that you've graduated and I've found you as my godfather, you should just go back to delivering food. Maybe one day when I become a rich woman, I can support you." Sumu sneered, "Get lost." In the evening, Sumu went to the bar and drank a lot of alcohol. It has been 4 years. Even if you raise a dog, you will have feelings for it, let alone a person. It's just that Sumu was a free and easy person. After drinking some wine, he thought it through and let it go. Very drunk. The next day, in a hotel, in the presidential suite. Under the early morning sunlight, Sumu slowly woke up with a splitting headache. Looking at the bruises on the white body next to him and the pool of bright red on the bedsheet, he was stunned. All he remembered last night was that he got drunk and fell on the side of the road after coming out of the bar. Wait, is this the legendary corpse picker? But looking at the side, Sumu shook his head. It was because he could not refuse such a woman even when he was awake. Even if she was still asleep, her long eyelashes, delicate facial features, slightly frowned nose, and proud curves were like a top-notch work of art or a living fairy descending to earth. Sumu unconsciously compared the woman in front of him with his ex-girlfriend. Well, this was simply an insult to the woman in front of him. She is so beautiful that it makes people feel ashamed of themselves. Soon, the woman woke up. Facing her elf-like eyes and the cold pressure she unconsciously brought, Sumu gritted his teeth and said, "I will be responsible for you." Xiao Jun looked at the man in front of him, slightly dazed, but despite his embarrassment, his eyes were extremely determined. "But, she doesn't need it. Here's a tip for you." Xiao Jun took off the bracelet on his hand and threw it directly to Sumu. Then he ignored Sumu and left without looking back. Afterwards, Sumu took the bracelet online and found that it was worth 30,000 yuan. Sure enough, we don't understand the world of rich women. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Sumu never mentioned this matter to anyone and kept it deep in his heart. Sumu knew that he would never have any contact with a rich woman like that again in his life, but even though Sumu had a hard time delivering food over the years, he never thought of exchanging the bracelet for money, and always kept the small sachet hanging around his neck. Ding! You have a new order. Under the scorching sun, Sumu, sweating profusely, muttered something as he looked at the orders on his mobile phone. This is a supermarket order, with a few simple items, 4 milk bottles and a can of milk powder. Rich people usually buy 1 baby bottle, do they have 3? Sumu was joking, but it was just a joke and there was no malice in it. After getting the items, Sumi arrived at his destination. A dilapidated residential area, room 202. "Hello, your takeaway has arrived." When the door opened, Sumu was stunned. A familiar face instantly brought his memory back to 3 years ago. The familiar beauty, the familiar aura, but the usual noble and coldness now has a lot more worldly air, more like a fairy descending to the earth. However, the fairy looks a little haggard, and long-term poor sleep quality has left her with obvious dark circles under her eyes. Behind her, there were 4 little babies, staring at the stranger who came to their home. "Is it you?" Xiao Jun was unexpectedly shocked, but after seeing Sumu's outfit clearly, he hid it well. Sumu didn't seem to notice this, he just smiled awkwardly, looking at the woman in front of him. He didn't think of what to say for a moment. "Are you okay?" "I am fine, thank you." Xiao Jun responded politely, but his words did not conceal his reluctance to be withheld. "I didn't expect to meet you again, but I have many children at home, so it's a bit messy, so I won't greet you. Give me the takeaway, and you can go." Sumu didn't leave directly. He just looked at the babies, feeling inexplicably close to them. He asked, "Are these children yours?" After asking Sumu, he regretted it. How could this be possible? These children all looked the same age, unless they were quadruplets. "Yes, they are all my children." Sumu could sense that Xiao Jun was not joking when she said this. On the contrary, she was even a little proud. Which child is not the pride of the mother? I. Sumu looked a little lonely, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. "So are you married?" Xiao Jun nodded without hesitation. Sumu felt as if all his strength had been drained away. His goddess was already married? And she had given birth to quadruplets? "I wish you happiness." Sumu could only use this sentence to hide the unbearable feeling in his heart. When Sumu turned around to leave, only then could one see a flash of grievance on Xiao Jun's face. "Daddy, don't go." Before Sumu could react, a little cutie behind him hugged him coquettishly, and a scent of milk filled his nose. Turning around, there was a little girl, soft and cute, with big eyes as lively as Xiao Jun's, as if they could speak, and prettier than the stars in the sky. Yuan, stop messing around." Unexpectedly, Xiao Jun's face changed and he quickly put on a stern face. "He is not your father." Sumu was a little embarrassed. Looking at the cute and friendly little girl in front of him, he could only wave his hands, not knowing what to say. "Little friend." Yuan, who was always well behaved, now had red eyes. Her big eyes showed a grieved and tearful expression, which was unbearable. "Daddy, the baby wants a hug." Yuan. Behind him, Xiao Jun became more and more stern, and his attitude towards the babies was completely different from usual. This made the babies behind him not know what to do for a moment, and they could only cry first to show their respect. Soon, the room became a mess, and the crying became more and more frequent and louder. The atmosphere also affected the little one under Sumu, who pursed his lips and looked at Sumu with a grieved look. "Hug. Sumu sighed and had no choice but to pick up the little girl from the ground. However, the moment he picked her up, Sumu was stunned, and a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Successfully contacted the baby, detected the nanny material, 1 of blood relationship identification result, 99.999999%, activated the super nanny system. A series of sounds left Sumu still confused. At the same time, the children behind Xiao Jun saw Sumu holding Yuan and they couldn't stand anymore. They ran over crying and tried to climb up on Sumu with their little hands. Newly detected nanny material, 3, blood relationship identification result, 99.999999%. Sumu was completely stunned. "Wait, these are all my children?" Chapter 2, A Man's Responsibility. "You'd better leave quickly." Xiao Jun's eyes were red. He felt inexplicably wronged and ordered them to leave in a cold voice, but his voice was slightly trembling. This time, Sumu didn't listen. He moved carefully and then hugged the child and the child's mother in his arms. "Asshole! What are you doing?" Xiao Jun struggled in Sumu's arms, but didn't dare to make too much noise for fear of hurting the child. Sumu didn't say anything, but just hugged Xiao Jun tightly. "Although I don't know what happened. Why did the rich woman live here with 4 children? Why did she lie to me that she was married and these were not his children? Why? There are so many whys, but now is not the time to talk about them." Sumu could clearly feel the haggardness of the woman in his arms. Gradually, Xiao Jun seemed to accept her fate, her eyes turned red, and she let Sumu hold her in his arms. Sumu then slowly lowered his head. He had a lot to say, but when he came to his lips, the only thing left was, "Thank you for your hard work. I said I would be responsible for you." Sumu's words made Xiao Jun's body tremble, and there was some evasive panic in his eyes. "What are you talking about?" Sumu looked at her, his eyes as firm as they were 3 years ago. "These children are all mine." Xiao Jun seemed to have lost his energy and spirit in an instant, and his mind was a little dazed. "So what? For children, you can afford to give birth to them, but can you afford to raise them?" Before Sumu could say anything, there was a hurried knock on the door. Bang bang bang. "Xiao Jun, open the door." It was a man's voice, filled with evil and desire, which made Sumu frown. Xiao Jun saw Sumu's worry, and for some reason, this iceberg-like queen explained to Sumu for the first time, "He is the landlord." Sumu seemed to be relieved, but his face was not looking good. He could clearly feel that the children beside him were shrinking their bodies, as if they were afraid of the man outside the door. "Don't be afraid." Sumu stopped the children and was determined in his heart that he would protect them in the future. Sumu slowly opened the door. Outside the door, a middle-aged man in a suit and wearing flip-flops and with a bald head was looking inside in a decent manner, looking around with lustful eyes. However, when he saw that it was Sumu who opened the door, he paused obviously. "Xiao Jun, who is he?" The middle-aged man jumped over Sumu, but Xiao Jun didn't look happy with him. "Who he is none of your business, Xiang Daxiang. I told you before that we are just the landlord and tenant. If you come over here and show your kindness again, I will call the police." "Xiao Jun, don't go too far." Xiang Daxiang was a little annoyed. As a businesswoman, Xiao Jun was always very tough in her attitude, but relatively gentle in her approach to things. Something as straightforward as what she did today, in front of a delivery man, really made him feel a little embarrassed. Xiao Jun ignored Xiang Daxiang's threats and maintained a tough attitude. Xiang Daxiang turned his spearhead towards Sumu and said, "You delivery man. Although I've rented out my house, I absolutely won't allow poor bastards like you to come in. Get out of here right now, or I'll call the property security." Sumu said calmly, "Your origin is unknown? I am Xiao Jun's husband. You are an outsider here. Although you are the landlord, you broke in for no reason. If you don't leave, I will call the police." Xiang Daxiang was a little flustered. Seeing that Xiao Jun behind him had no intention of refutation, and the group of burdensome people behind him looked at Sumu with admiring eyes, his face instantly became gloomy. He wanted to make things difficult for Sumu and the others, so he deliberately said, "I saw that it was not easy for Xiao Jun to take care of the child alone, so I specially took care of her, but now it seems that it is not necessary. My rent is paid annually, and Xiao Jun paid quarterly before. I still need 2 quarters, a total of 10,000. Sumu didn't say anything, he just took out his phone and transferred the money. "You can go now." "Boy, you have guts." Xiang Daxiang left angrily. Xiao Jun sighed, "You don't have to give him money. It's written in the contract that it's paid quarterly. But never mind, it's better to pay it in advance so that you don't have to deal with him again. I will pay you back as soon as possible." Sumu shook his head. "I said, I will be responsible, I will work hard to make money to support the family. Xiao Jun, please believe me." Xiao Jun met Sumu's gaze. For no reason, this strong woman who was young but had seen many changes in the business world showed a rare little woman's attitude. She was about to nod, but was overcome by reason. "What are you responsible for? You just paid the 10,000 yuan, and you don't have much balance now, right?" Sumu looked as if he was hit, with a look of embarrassment on his face. Xiao Jun's guess was absolutely correct. In recent years, after graduating, Sumu started his own business with the skills he learned in college, believing that the way to be young is to make trouble. There was some improvement in the first 2 years and he achieved some success, but later he was betrayed by his classmates and was thrown into the abyss, or he lost everything. Sumu had worked hard to save up this 10,000 yuan by working as a delivery boy for several months. Now he has only a little over 100 yuan left, which is not even enough to buy milk powder. But Sumu will not give up. 2 people can always make money faster than 1 person. Although I am not able to shoulder the entire burden right now, I can always share some of it. I will keep working hard, even if I have to move bricks or be a sandbag for others, I will still support you." When Sumu said this, his voice was sonorous and powerful, full of conviction. "Dad is so handsome. Daddy is the best. Daddy, please take good care of mommy. The babies can take care of themselves. Dad is a good dad." The children were whispering in baby voices nearby. Ding! It is detected that the host has established the correct guidance concept for the children, and a reward of 40,000 yuan is obtained. Sumu felt his phone vibrate, and with a glance, he saw the balance was 40132. Without any hesitation, Sumu took Xiao Jun's phone, added her as a friend, entered the note wife, and directly transferred the 40,000 yuan he had just received to her. "Wife, use this to supplement the household expenses first." Xiao Jun's eyes were a little surprised. She had asked about Sumu's news before. After all, although it was an accident, she acted very free and easy. However, Sumu's specialness would never change. He was the father of 4 children and the only man she, Xiao Jun, had close contact with. Because of this, she knew that Sumu had not had an easy time in recent years. But that's how it was, he managed to save 50,000 in just a few months? Xiao Jun asked seriously, "Sumu, is delivering takeout so profitable? Do you still hire people?" Sumu smiled. He originally thought it was a joke, but when he looked at Xiao Jun, he realized that this woman was strong. She could go to high-end places and was willing to lower herself for the children. So Sumu once again directly hugged Xiao Jun in his arms. Xiao Jun struggled violently, but saw Sumu took out a bracelet from his arms, which made Xiao Jun dazed. "Don't worry about the money, we will take care of the child together in the future." Chapter 3, Health and Reunion. The soft spot in Xiao Jun's heart was finally touched. "I didn't expect you still kept it." Sumu was very frank. "I just want to meet you again one day and return it to you. I am not that kind of worldly man." Hearing that Sumu was actually joking, Xiao Jun smiled for the first time, which made Sumu dazed. He felt that his wife was prettier than a celebrity. Maybe this was what it meant to be able to conquer a city with just one smile. "That's great, and it has a daddy now. Kong Kong has a dad too. My brothers have one, and Tuanchuan also has a dad. Poop is round." A bunch of little kids were chattering nearby, making Sumu laugh so hard that she couldn't stop. Xiao Jun was also somewhat relieved beside her. She had raised 4 children since they were young, and she had never seen these children so close to each other. It was true that the feeling of being connected by blood was different. All of you come and introduce yourselves to Su, Dad. Although Xiao Jun had accepted the fact that Su Mu was the father of the children and acknowledged his identity, she blushed when she thought of her relationship with Su Mu. She whispered to Su Mu, "I warn you, although you are the father of the children, it does not mean that we are husband and wife. Be honest." "Yes, my dear wife." Well, Su Mu happily ran to the children, but didn't he listen at all. Xiao Jun was helpless, but he couldn't hide the smile in his eyes. "Dad, I'm the eldest brother, my name is Su Ainen." The eldest one was like a little adult, with his hands on his chubby little waist and a serious look on his face. "Mom has worked very hard, you must treat her well in the future." "Dad, I'm the second oldest brother, my name is Su Kankan." The second child stuck out his tongue and winked at Su Mu. He was a little kid with a mischievous look and was very naughty. His big eyes seemed to have inherited Xiao Jun's agility and were very lively. "Dad, I'm the third child, my name is Su Tuanchuan, they all call me Little Tuanchuan." The third sister has a soft voice and wears a pink dress, like a little princess. She seems much more introverted than the fourth sister. "Daddy, I'm your Yuan Yuan, I'm the fourth child." Yuan Yuan is much more lively and likes to act coquettishly. She was the first one to come and hug Sumu. When her brothers and sisters were not paying attention, she ran over and hugged Sumu's calves, looking very childish. This made the child explode again. The second oldest, Su Kankong, followed the fastest. Almost the moment Yuan Yuan hugged Sumu, he hugged his other leg. The eldest, Suainen, held Xiao Tuanchuan's hand and was unwilling to be left behind, so they also rushed over. The situation was out of control for a while. Xiao Jun was so moved by the warm atmosphere that she almost cried. This is the taste of family. Holding the bracelet, she was a little dazed. Compared with the open and secret struggles in the big family before, which only cared about reputation and interests, even now she could be exhausted for just tens of thousands of dollars, and had to work day and night for a few $1,000s of salary. But Xiao Jun felt that now was 1,000,000 times better than before. Sumu was keenly aware of Xiao Jun's mood, and quickly whispered to the 4 little ones, "Go over and hug mommy, or she will be jealous." The 4 little ones ran over immediately. A burst of frolicking. When night fell, Xiao Jun cooked a few dishes with some awkwardness, and the children drank milk powder and some nutritious porridge. Sumu didn't move his chopsticks much, but just kept looking at Xiao Jun with a silly smile, which made Xiao Jun feel a little embarrassed and annoyed. "Hurry up and eat more. I have no cooking skills. I have never cooked before. I learned from the confinement nanny, but I haven't mastered it yet. I quit when my child was 1 year old. The taste is definitely not good, but it's still edible. Let's make do with it." Sumu shook his head. "No, it's delicious. My wife's cooking is even better than that of a 5-star chef." Xiao Jun couldn't help thinking about the taste of the 5-star chef's food, and recalled the unhappy days in the past. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sumu felt a little anxious, fearing that Xiao Jun would think that he had sweet-talked and angered his wife. "I'm serious, I'm not lying to you." Xiao Jun was amused by Sumu's reaction, and they had a happy dinner. After the children fell asleep sweetly, still calling Daddy Daddy in their dreams, Xiao Jun felt relieved. He greeted Sumu and his expression gradually became serious. "Sumu, since you have made up your mind, I have to plan it carefully." Xiao Jun was used to being a manager in the family, so her tone was a bit tough, but then she thought that things were different now. For a moment, this woman who was used to being a strong woman was actually a little worried that this would cause Sumu's disgust. Obviously, not. Sumu also cooperated by holding back his laughter and said seriously, "Yes, everything will be arranged by Mr. Xiao." Xiao Jun felt inexplicably proud when he heard Sumu calling him Mr. Xiao. He had never felt that such compliments were so nice before, and he also began to talk about his own ideas. "Considering our current economic situation, the balance is still quite good. We still have a balance of around 40,000. As if afraid that Sumu would misunderstand, Xiao Jun explained bitterly, "Before, my family spent a lot of money, and basically our salary was not enough to cover our expenses. I mortgaged a lot of things to just balance it out. This month's salary will not come in a few days. I originally thought that after changing the children's bottles, I would let them drink milk powder these days, and I would eat some leftover dishes." Sumu quickly waved his hand and said comfortingly, "Thank you for your hard work. There is no need to explain this. Xiao Jun's pretty face turned red, and she continued, although this money seems to be a lot, it is actually not enough to spend. The children's milk powder is calculated based on 1 can every 3 days. Based on medium quality milk powder, 1 can costs 300 yuan, which means 3,000 yuan a month. The rent, utilities, and water were paid, but Xiao Tuanchuan's health had not been good since birth. He had to go for a checkup every month and take medicine on time. This kind of heart medicine is expensive. On average, 1 course of treatment costs 8,000 yuan, plus the food expenses for the 2 of us. Therefore, I suggest you save money on a daily basis, and plan to spend around 20 yuan per meal, so that in a month, at most you will spend 2,000 yuan. If we're lucky, this money should be enough to keep us going for about 3 months. I'm working in a small company now, and my basic salary is about 6,000 yuan. If I work harder, I can earn about 8,000 yuan. Sumu looked at Xiao Jun, who was more frugal than himself, and found it hard to compare the woman in front of him with the wealthy woman who used to book a presidential suite in a hotel and wear bracelets worth tens of thousands. This showed what she had been through over the years. In another year, the children will have to go to school, and the expenses will be even greater. If all else fails, I can just pawn this bracelet. It should still be worth tens of thousands. Sumu hugged Xiao Jun and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here." At the same time, in Sumu's mind, the system prompt sound kept ringing. Chapter 4 System Reward Mechanism. Surprisingly, Xiao Jun did not resist this time and just let Sumu hold him. As time passed, Sumu could clearly feel the warmth coming from his chest. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jun fell asleep directly. There was a smile on her exquisite and beautiful face. The fatigue finally swept over her at this moment, and she fell into a deep sleep with tears hanging from the corners of her mouth. It turns out that the goddess also drools when she sleeps. Sumu waited for another 10 minutes, and after making sure that Xiao Jun was fast asleep, he carried her to the bed in the bedroom, covered her with a quilt, and listened to her soft snoring before he felt at ease to check the system beside her. As soon as he clicked in, Sumu saw a high-tech virtual screen with various messages and task boxes flashing in front of him, just like the game panel he played in daily life. But from the outside world, not a single trace of it can be seen. Is it so smart? Sumu sighed in his heart. At the same time, a familiar mechanical sound rang in Sumu's ears, as if responding to Sumu's words. The Super Daddy system relieves the host's worries. The host can communicate with the system through language, thoughts, consciousness, soul, etc. The host can use the child as a template to obtain various skills and rewards through various methods, such as daily nanny tasks, special nanny triggers, and all-round nanny training. Note, the child must be of the host's bloodline. Listening to the system's explanation, Sumu understood. In simple terms, he was now a stay-at-home dad, but he could get various rewards by taking care of his children. The 40,000 yuan he got before was one of them. As for skills, Sumu was somewhat looking forward to it. As someone who had only graduated from university 3 years ago, he was able to accept such things very quickly. Superpowers? Sumu was a little fanciful. The system replied, the superpowers that the host believes in can be fully realized under certain special mission triggers. Sumu never got tired of this and kept asking questions about the system. In the darkness, Sumu grinned foolishly. Although the road ahead was difficult, the future was promising. The next day, Monday. Early in the morning, Xiao Jun went out to work. On weekdays, he would leave the child at the neighbor's grandmother's house. Today, Sumu volunteered to accompany the child, so he didn't have to trouble others. Considering that this was just the reunion between father and son and there needed to be an emotional exchange process, Xiao Jun readily agreed and was very satisfied. Although money is important, family affection is more important. Early in the morning, Sumu took a bunch of kids out for a stroll in the community, attracting a lot of people's attention. Xiao Chang, this is my dad. Ame, come here quickly, I told you my dad is very handsome, even more handsome than your dad, now you believe it, right? We are not illegitimate children, we are daddy's little babies. The 4 little kids were talking to each other, walking around Sumu and introducing him to their friends. It was obvious that they were very happy. When they arrived at the community playground, Sumu finished playing games with the children. The second oldest, Kong Kong, and Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan, were playing on the seesaw, while the oldest, Anan, was standing by and watching his younger brothers and sisters play patiently, acting like a little adult. Looking at little Anan, Sumu was very pleased. He went over to rub his head and asked softly, what does our little Anan want to do in the future? Suanan is different from other children. He has a very calm personality, so he should be able to be a scientist and do scientific research. The child thought for a moment and said, I want to be a security guard. Sumu. Suanan said in a babyish voice and in a serious tone, after becoming a security guard, I want to practice martial arts, so that I can protect my brothers and sisters, and mom. Dad, you don't know, many people bullied mom back then. Sumu rubbed the little guy's head and said, and then, just grow up happily. It is your father's responsibility to protect you. You don't want to learn martial arts, so dad will teach you Tai Chi. Sumu was afraid that Anan would think too much. For a child, it is not a good sign to have too advanced thoughts and too many things in his heart. It's okay to be a calm elder brother, but there has to be a limit. Okay, daddy is great. The little guy was very supportive. As for martial arts, Sumu didn't know how to do it, but he had practiced Tai Chi for a period of time in college. It was a compulsory physical education course before. He usually did some exercise and put on a show. He was good at coaxing children. Now, in order to make little Anan happy, Sumu, who lacked the skills to coax children, was forced to perform. If my physical education teacher knew about this, he would probably eat me alive. Of course, the world is big, but the baby is the biggest. Sumu raised his hands, and although he was a little unfamiliar with the moves as he hadn't practiced for a long time, he performed them quite well, which drew crazy applause from Xiaonan. The three little guys nearby also came over after hearing the noise, and they kept clapping their hands at Sumu. Daddy is so great. Sumu posed towards the little guys. Soon, several little guys also started boxing with Sumu. Each one of them looks very cute, waving their chubby little hands, and occasionally tripping themselves because of their stiff movements, but they are all enjoying it. Even if they fall, they will quickly brush off the dust, get up, and stand up again, showing great spirit. Soon, the other three little guys lost their enthusiasm after a few minutes and went back to playing on the seesaw. Only the eldest brother, Anan, persisted and finally threw a decent punch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully teaching the child to practice Tai Chi and successfully obtaining the reward of Tai Chi Grandmaster. A mechanical sound rang out. At the same time, in Sumu's mind, the Tai Chi that he had practiced before was frantically reorganized, improved, and evolved, and eventually turned into a martial arts-like existence. Sumu practiced boxing again. This time, it was as smooth as flowing water, and each move was as natural as an antelope hanging on a horn, wonderful beyond words, with a special charm in it. The understanding and proficiency of this kind of Tai Chi is by no means comparable to the thunderous thunder and 5-section whip that Sumu had seen on the internet before. Although his strength did not increase, Sumu could feel that every time he practiced Tai Chi, his physical condition seemed to get better. Moreover, his control over the techniques was very exquisite, so his actual combat skills would not be too bad either. Before Sumu could think too much, he heard Xiao Yuan crying, which made his whole body tense up. Without time to think too much, he turned around and rushed over. I saw a middle-aged man with a few punks behind him, surrounding the little guys. Next to them, Anan was pretending to be in a boxing stance, trying to protect his younger brothers and sisters, but his little eyes were full of fear. Behind him, the other three little ones were so scared that their faces turned red. Xiang da Qiang. Sumu gritted his teeth and looked at the four crying little ones, feeling distressed. This is intolerable. They are really courting death. You little brat. Xiang Daqian was about to say something when he was punched on the head. He was stunned, his eyes turned black, and he flew backwards to the ground. Chapter 5 Tai Chi Martial Arts School. What is that? Xiang Daqian could only see a slit when he opened his eyes. He couldn't help but let his tears flow out. Looking at Sumu, who was so close to him, and looking at him coldly, he was stunned. What are you still standing there for? Come on. Xiang Daqian called to the younger brother behind him. Then, a group of people with sloppy looks, exaggerated hairstyles, leather jackets and leather pants, who looked as social as they could, came closer aggressively. Don't bully my daddy. Little Anan stood up almost with tears in his eyes. He was as cute as he could be. He posed adorably, swaying from side to side. I know Tai Chi. Ha ha ha. Xiang Daqian grinned grimly, looking at the child without any pity or feeling that the child was cute. He just felt that the word dad was irritating to him. Last night he gathered a few brothers to stop Sumu and teach the kid a lesson, but the kid didn't come out of the room all night. It is very likely that Sumu and Xiao Jun slept together last night. And these little bastards. It's really an eyesore. Tai Chi, you want to cheat people with your weak arms and legs? Didn't anyone tell you that Tai Chi is just a fancy trick, good-looking but useless? Do you want to learn to cheat people like an old man? I am a loser, and I am not much better. Xiang Dashan was not polite at all and directly made Xiao Anan cry. Children are simple-minded by nature and they believe whatever people say. But soon, little Anan stopped crying. He felt a gentle big hand stroking his head, and a steady and practical voice sounded in his ears. Anan, you must remember to distinguish true from false in the future. Don't believe what a bald head says. Tai Chi is an ancient martial art that has been passed down from generation to generation. It is an orthodox martial art. Countless versions have been derived from it, but it has never been a fancy thing. Sumu had a cool temperament and explained softly to Xiao Anan and the others. Dad knows so much. Daddy is awesome. Children are always the most enthusiastic. Ah, you speak better than you sing. No wonder you could deceive that temptress Xiao Jun. Xiang Dashan waved behind him and started to move away. It was obvious that he was ready to take action, fearing that he would be injured by mistake. Kid! Get down here. A bunch of hooligans didn't say much and just started fighting. The leading hooligans punched Sumu directly, making the little kids extremely nervous, their hearts jumping out of their throats. Daddy, be careful. Sumu didn't even turn his head, and gently educated the children. Fighting is wrong, we can't fight, but if we encounter this situation, you can let him fight himself. At the same time, the fist was close to him, and Sumu moved very slowly. He dodged slightly, and his shoulder showed a tendency to slide. The fist landed on it, as if it had landed on a piece of smooth glass, and was directly pulled away. Its momentum remained undiminished, and it was even given an additional force by Sumu, flying straight towards Xiang Dashan, who had not walked far away. Boom! Xiang Dashan had no way to avoid it, and his other eye was also hit into a panda eye. Before he could be surprised, another gangster came over and kicked him out. Sumu's body was like flowing water, his punches were natural, he blocked and pushed, and Dachian was kicked in the body again. Ah! 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 Xiang Dachian's screams continued to ring out. Finally, 3 minutes later, the gang was exhausted. Xiang Dachian lay on the ground like a dead dog, staring at the sky with dull eyes, tears of regret flowing. What did he just go through? He originally asked someone to come and teach Sumu a lesson, but he ended up being beaten up by the people he brought with him. What are you still doing here? Sumu glanced coldly at the little hooligans. They were all frightened. In these few minutes, they knew very well that they had hit a wall of iron. Although Sumu did not hurt them, they all knew that this was the most terrifying existence. Facing the siege, Sumu was not panicked at all. He acted smoothly and let them beat Xiang Dashan directly. They can't afford to offend such people. Brother! I'm sorry. The little gangsters are very sensible. Sumu waved his hand. Take this thing away quickly. After the gangsters left, an old man came over and looked at Sumu in amazement. Young people are formidable. Young people are formidable. Sumu was a little surprised. The old man was dressed very simply, in a tang suit, with a head of neat and tidy silver hair tied up with a wooden hairpin. Although he looked old, his movements were extremely natural and smooth. At first glance, it was obvious that he was a master. The little kids saw that the old man was obviously recognized, and they all called out in a chirping voice, "Grandpa Dong." The old man responded kindly to each one, obviously fond of the little ones. I just heard the crying of these little cuties, so I thought of coming over to take a look, but I didn't expect to see this. Young man, you are really good at Tai Chi. You are much better than the guys in my martial arts gym. Grandpa Dong said with emotion. When Sumu heard this, he quickly waved his hand and said modestly, I just play randomly at ordinary times. After a few more pleasantries, the old man finally stated his intentions. Xiao Su, I think you have a good talent for martial arts. Your Tai Chi skills are comparable to those of a master. Since you have such skills, why don't you come to work in my martial arts school? I guarantee you will be satisfied with the salary. Mr. Dong made a promise to Sumu, and Sumu also learned about the old man's amazing background from the conversation. He was the founder of a famous Tai Chi martial arts school in the entire South. Compared with those so-called fake masters, this man is a true hidden master. With his guarantee and recommendation, I don't have to worry about the future at all. But Sumu shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, old man. My current job is more important than all other jobs. Old Master Dong looked at Sumu, then at the little kids around him. He seemed to understand and looked at Sumu with more appreciation. There is no job that can compare to the responsibilities of being a father. The preciousness of family affection will be cherished more at his age. The fact that someone like Sumu can understand this at his age is really more admirable than his fists. Mr. Dong chatted for a few more sentences, then forced a card on Sumu and made Sumu a consultant. He had no basic salary but received year-end bonuses. Since there was nothing to do for Sumu, he just put his name on the list. Sumu had no choice but to agree. When Xiaojun returned home at night, Sumu expressed his idea to be a full-time dad. On the one hand, Sumu took into consideration that due to the system, he was not short of money. Looking at the series of reward money on the system panel and then at the 4 babies behind him, Sumu had already planned everything. On the other hand, Sumu also wanted to spend more time with the 4 little kids and fulfill his responsibilities as a father. Of course, Sumu kept the information about the system secret from Xiaojun for the time being. He just said that he could work part-time at home and that the previous savings of 40,000 came from it. Xiaojun naturally agreed happily. The family was having a great time, but in the evening, Sumu noticed that Xiaojun was obviously in a low mood. From a few words, he learned that she had encountered some difficulties at work. After repeated questioning, Sumu roughly understood that this matter was actually related to the Tai Chi martial arts school. Chapter 6, Best Friend Lin Lei. Xiaojun currently works in a planning company. His main job is to help local companies plan various activities and find relevant teams to contact. With her abilities, it would have been a piece of cake for her to condescend to do this job, but recently she encountered a big trouble. A scenic spot on the outskirts of the city has decided to launch a project called Martial Arts for Health Preservation in order to expand its fame and create more sources of profit through the curiosity and learning of traditional martial arts by domestic and foreign tourists. It is currently in urgent need of a professional martial arts team. Xiaojun was lucky enough to get the project and had already negotiated with a Tai Chi martial arts school. He had planned to go over to the scenic spot to sign a contract in a few days, but he didn't expect to be intercepted by another martial arts master halfway. If the project fails, not only will she not get the bonus, but she will also have to pay a penalty to the Tai Chi martial arts school. After all, she had already taken some money in advance from them in order to take care of her 4 babies. Yes, this person stole my project. Xiaojun took out his cell phone and pulled out a photo. Sumu took a quick look and saw a photo of a man in a white training suit with a huge banner with the words Nanshan Invincible Guest written on it hanging behind him. The man looked to be in his 60s or 70s. He stood straight, but had very few hairs on his forehead. His pair of dead fish eyes gave him a vulgar temperament no matter how you looked at him. Just him? Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. He is so skinny and yet he dares to claim to be the best in Nanshan. I think he is just a liar. How can the scenic spot cooperate with such a person? Aren't they afraid of ruining their reputation? I asked the scenic spot, but unfortunately they refused to explain. Xiaojun curled his lips and said a little aggrievedly, the scenic spot will sign a contract with him in 3 days. By then. Looking at Xiaojun with slightly red eyes, Sumu felt very uncomfortable. He was a member of this family now and he had to do something. He's just an old liar, just expose him. Oh, right. Sumu thought of something and immediately asked, is the Tai Chi martial arts school you are working with owned by Mr. Dong from our community? Xiaojun nodded gently and sighed. Mr. Dong is a good man. He knows my situation, so he agreed to cooperate so readily. Well, it seems that as the honorary consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school, I should also go and take a look. Sumu's heart moved, and he had a plan in mind. Wife, don't worry, I'll take care of this matter. The next day, Sumo asked his neighbor, an elderly lady, to take care of the 4 little ones. He asked for directions along the way and arrived at the headquarters of the Tai Chi martial arts school near the city center. There is a constant stream of people coming and going, and it seems that this place is doing very well. Welcome, are you here to register? Not long after, a man in work clothes came up and asked enthusiastically. Sumu shook his head. No, I want to, huh? The next moment, both of them were stunned. Are you Sumu? Soon, the man in charge of reception opened his eyes wide in great surprise. Sumu also recognized the other person and couldn't help laughing. Ha, who else could it be but me? By the way, why did you come to work in the martial arts gym? This man is called Lin Lei, and he was Sumu's best friend in college. After graduation, everyone went their separate ways and they had no contact anymore. Hey, it's a long story, but I still like this job. Lin Lei looked Sumu up and down, then sighed, old classmate, you look worse off than I am. How could that be? He did not go on, but his meaning was self-evident. Those who could come here to sign up to study were all from the wealthy class who had money and time, or the children of some parents who wanted their children to succeed. Although Sumu was handsome and had a good figure, his cheap clothes made him look out of place here. He. Sumu smiled, took out the ID card given by Mr. Dong, and shook it arrogantly, acting like a martial arts master. I'll go. Lin Lei's eyes widened immediately, and he snatched the ID card and looked at it carefully. It's the instructor card of the Tai Chi martial arts school. No, the instructor card is silver, but yours is gold. Only the founder of a Tai Chi martial arts school is eligible to issue the golden instructor card, and the recipients are. Shaking his head vigorously, Lin Lei said very seriously, Sumu, where did you pick up this card? What? Sumu was stunned, as if Lin Lei didn't notice his performance just now. Ahem, are you so unconfident about your old classmates? I also got a good score of 80 in physical education class back then. TSK, how can that be the same? Lin Lei shook his head and smiled bitterly, still insisting, this kind of gold card is only eligible for the lifetime consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school, and there are only 3 lifetime consultants in the entire Tai Chi martial arts school. He added with envy, I heard that the 3 lifelong consultants have reached the level of Tai Chi masters. With just a few gestures, they can easily beat a dozen burly men. Ahem, I've strayed off topic. Anyway, follow me first and find the owner of this gold card and return it to him. Maybe I can take this opportunity to learn a few tricks from him, hee. Lin Lei grabbed Sumu's arm and walked back without saying anything. I said, this card is really mine. Sumu hurriedly explained, but unfortunately Lin Lei didn't seem to listen at all. He shook his head secretly, it seemed that he had to show off some of his skills. Taking a deep breath, he straightened his legs, and exerted all the muscles in his body, and his whole body was nailed firmly to the spot like a wooden stake. Lin Lei, who was walking back, was suddenly stopped. He looked back in shock and pulled Sumu's arm hard again, but the other party still did not move. He didn't think much about it and subconsciously increased the strength of his hands. He had spent the past few years in the Tai Chi martial arts school for a long time. Although he couldn't say that he had mastered the moves, his strength had increased a lot. Sumu smiled, and gently swung and retracted his left arm. With the skillful use of force, Lin Lei's clenched left hand involuntarily loosened, and even bounced back slightly like a spring, hitting Lin Lei's own chest. After a moment of shock, Lin Lei's expression completely changed. He stared at his hands blankly, then turned his gaze to Sumu, using the opponent's force to counterattack. This is something only a Tai Chi master can do, and it's so exquisite, could it be you? He scratched his head, puzzled. When did his best friend, who used to be as good as him, become a martial arts master? Ahem. The goal was achieved. Sumu coughed twice, stepped forward, and pressed Lin Lei's shoulders. It seems that you have mastered some basics in the past few years, but you are still a little behind in the use of strength. I will give you some pointers when I have time. This time, Sumu used the master-level strength management technique again. It looked like he was only using one hand to exert force, but he actually mobilized the strength of his entire body. Lin Lei struggled several times but couldn't move his shoulders at all. Instead, his face turned red and his neck became thick. He finally faced the reality and gave up resisting. I practiced hard for 3 years, but was easily crushed by my best friend in the professional field. The gap was so great that it was simply despairing. As soon as his eyes were fixed, Lin Lei couldn't wait to ask, Master Su, Boss Su, tell me how you did it. Chapter 7 Horse Tiger. Faced with Lin Lei, who seemed to have become his iron fan, Sumu was in a good mood and decided to make some jokes. So he deliberately avoided the subject and did not mention the matter of martial arts. Lin Lei was very persistent. No matter what strange direction Sumu led the topic to, he would always pull it back and insist on getting to the bottom of it. Faced with the aggressive questioning of his best friend, Sumu certainly couldn't tell him about the system, so he could only clear his throat and act mysterious. Ahem, of course I am gifted and self-taught. That's it? Lin Lei was stunned, and then he seemed to understand, oh my god, how can the gap between people be so big? Did I really make a mistake in my 4 years of college? Are you a 1 in a million martial arts genius? I'm sorry, I got exposed. Sumu smiled, looking like he deserved a beating. All right. Lin Lei felt mixed emotions, envy, jealousy and hatred, but he quickly made up his mind. Lao Su, I decided. I want to take you as my master. Let's talk about this later. Sumu did not agree immediately. Although he was indeed qualified to be Lin Lei's teacher based on his level, this change in identity would destroy the tacit understanding between the best friends. Facing the somewhat disappointed Lin Lei, Sumu laughed again, but it's okay to give you some pointers from time to time. Really? That's great. Lin Lei's sadness turned into joy quickly, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. As long as he could learn 30% to 40% of Sumu's knowledge, he could become the master he once admired. After a few casual words, Sumu explained his purpose. He originally thought he had to inquire carefully, but Lin Lei responded immediately, "I know the project you mentioned. It is really exciting that the Wulong Scenic Area can think of combining traditional martial arts to attract tourists. The Martial Arts Hall is also interested in expanding its external business. This is beneficial to both parties." Wulong Scenic Area is the organizer of the project that Xiao Jun is in charge of. Sumo nodded, "Yeah, it's a pity that someone intercepted it." Lin Lei was very disdainful, "TSK, I know that Nanshan Woody Ku, he is a complete charlatan who can only talk and show off tricks. This time he even offended the Tai Chi martial arts school, he is quite courageous. The person in charge of the martial arts gym has a bad temper. If he knew about this, that old liar would be in big trouble. Come on, I'll take you there." Soon, the two men came to a room on the third floor of the martial arts hall. In the spacious practice room, dozens of students are training under the guidance of a tall, dark-skinned middle-aged man. "Stretch your legs straight and pull your stomach in. What's wrong with you trembling like that? You over there, stop looking around. Come on, everyone, cheer up. If you can't even bear this little hardship, how can you practice martial arts?" The middle-aged man's voice was extremely loud, and coupled with the pointer in his hand, it gave people a very intimidating feeling. If he were somewhere else, he would definitely not be able to find a job with his style, but for the martial arts school, he is an extremely qualified instructor. After Lin Lei's introduction, Sumu learned that the man's name was Ma Shan. Because of his bad temper, the students privately called him Ma Lao Hu. Seeing that the other party quickly noticed him, Sumu immediately waved his hand and greeted with a smile. Ma Shan seemed to have discovered something, frowned slightly, and signaled the students to continue training, while he walked straight towards the two of them. Lin Lei immediately introduced the two to each other, but just as he mentioned Sumu's identity as a consultant, he was interrupted by Ma Shan. "Are you the genius that Mr. Dong was talking about?" Staring straight at Sumu, Ma Shan asked meaningfully, his tone revealing a bit of dissatisfaction. "I just practiced blindly. I haven't learned anything formally. I'll need your guidance in the future." Sumu bowed politely. "I think the traditional martial arts coach will appreciate this." "That's very polite." Ma Shan's tone softened a little, but since it's in the martial arts school, there's no point in saying anything else. "I want to see why you can become a lifelong consultant of the Tai Chi martial arts school at such a young age. Please." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step back and assumed a standard attacking stance. The other students were attracted and stopped training to gather around. Sumu was stunned. This guy really had a bad temper. Lin Lei was very excited and whispered, "Old Su, Tai Chi martial arts school is different from other places. Strength is always respected. If you show your strength, everything else will be easy." Sumu understood and smiled, "In that case, I will practice with Teacher Ma." He didn't say anything more, and the next second he flew out like a cannonball, with a pair of iron fists making a loud sound as they went straight to Ma Shan's vital points. "Now that we have to take action, let's do it quickly." Sumu could see that Ma Shan was definitely a Tai Chi master. Even if he was not a master, he was almost there, and his practical experience was far superior to his, so he could not delay. Moreover, he has just reached the Grandmaster level, and his physical fitness has not been further improved. If they really fight, he may not be able to win. In that case, we have no choice but to use some strategy. So strong. This move was so powerful that Lin Lei and the others took a deep breath and their hearts rose to their throats. Ma Shan's eyes narrowed. Sumu's move seemed reckless, but it contained countless changes. Even with his experience and eyesight, he couldn't see through it completely. "Are we going to compete in our understanding of the moves? Interesting." He was secretly delighted as he saw this, as he hadn't encountered an opponent of this level for a long time. Seeing that Sumu was approaching, Ma Shan immediately pushed his arms horizontally, drawing two exquisite arcs, intending to try to resolve this move first. Fell into a trap. Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The violent moves were just an illusion, and he would not really compete with the opponent in strength. Sumu passed through the defensive circle formed by Ma Shan's arms at a strange angle and thrust his fists forward again. Looking at the fist that was about to hit his chest, Ma Shan was shocked. Although he was famous for Rayleigh's offense, he also had some experience in defense. But in front of the young man opposite, his moves were completely ineffective, like a sieve full of holes. It was too late to change his tactics. Ma Shan didn't want to embarrass himself in front of the students, so he crossed his arms and pressed down hard. As soon as Su Mu's fist touched the opponent's chest, it was suppressed by a huge force. In severe pain, he tried to retract his attack, but found that due to the huge difference in strength, his arm could not move, as if it was clamped by an iron clamp. Careless. In a flash, Su Mu mobilized all the muscles in his body with his waist, his joints made a strange sound, and the force quickly spread to his arms. He interrupted and shouted, "Open!" A terrifying force exploded, and Ma Shan's muscle-bound arms suddenly loosened. His famous Tai Chi strangulation technique failed again. While Ma Shan was stunned, Su Mu quickly pulled back his arms. Although he avoided the risk of being strangled, his muscles were still injured. Ma Shan did not continue to attack, but just kept looking at Su Mu with an extremely passionate gaze. Chapter 8, Evil Elimination Plan. Good. The two sides withdrew immediately without any further entanglement. Others did not really understand the danger involved and just thought the fight was extremely exciting. It's a pity that I only fought for a few moves and it wasn't satisfying enough. Lao Su, you are amazing. Lin Lei, a die-hard fan, didn't care about that. His face flushed with excitement. You can actually break through Ma Lao Hu's defense. You are indeed a top master. He puffed out his chest with pride. His best friend had become a top master, and he also got some credit for it. The other students didn't dare to express it clearly, but they were all secretly happy, and some were even overjoyed. Finally, someone can make Ma Lao Hu, who usually bullies them, suffer a loss. Although the loss is not big, it is very satisfying. As expected of you as a teacher of Tai Chi martial arts school. I admire you. Su Mu pinched his aching arm and bowed in praise. He was not being polite. This opponent was no simple matter and he almost suffered a great loss. Ma Shan's face turned slightly red. It was just a simple test, but he subconsciously used more force. This also shows how much pressure Su Mu put on him. No, I just have a bad temper, don't take it as an offense, little brother. Ma Shan was straightforward, so he didn't say much, but just laughed a few times. It seems that Mr. Dong's vision is still very sharp. He actually discovered such a treasure like you. How about we discuss it in detail another day? Can. Su Mu readily agreed. He was naturally more than happy to have such a master willing to fight with him. At this time, a group of people walked in. The leader was none other than Mr. Dong, and he was accompanied by several middle-aged men in teacher uniforms, all of whom were tall and impressive. Didn't they say someone was challenging me? One of them stepped forward and looked at Ma Shan. Old Ma, where is the person? Did you chase him away? Ma Shan laughed and pointed at Su Mu. Look, right here, this little brother is one of us. One of our own? The man was curious and was about to continue asking questions when Mr. Dong spoke up. He is indeed one of us. Let me introduce him to you. When everyone learned that Su Mu was actually the lifelong instructor of the Tai Chi martial arts school appointed by Master Dong himself, they looked at each other in surprise, and some of them seemed a little unconvinced. Ma Shan knew what they were thinking and immediately explained, Old Liang, don't think too much. This brother Su's kung fu was genuine. I have tried it just now. After hearing this, the expressions of those people immediately became extremely interesting. The other teachers also looked incredulous and couldn't help but look at Su Mu with even more curiosity. Mr. Dong was very proud and said mysteriously, although I am old, I still have good eyesight. As for Su Mu's strength, you will understand it later. After saying that, he looked at Su Mu again. By the way, Xiao Su, you were such a busy man, but you came to the martial arts hall in person. You didn't just want to see everyone, did you? Su Mu was a little embarrassed. If it weren't for Xiao Jun's matter, he really wouldn't have thought of coming to the martial arts gym to take a look. It was indeed a bit unkind to take other people's dividends for free. Are you in any trouble? Mr. Dong noticed something and asked patiently. I know. Without waiting for Su Mu to speak, Lin Lei spoke first and told him in detail the difficulties Su Mu encountered. What? This is outrageous. When Ma Shan learned that someone had stolen his business and was a big liar, he immediately became furious. He was furious. What's the name of that charlatan? I'm going to beat him up. When his emotions got out of control, Ma Shan's voice was like a muffled thunder. The students around him were already used to it, but now they were also scared and retreated one after another. Lin Lei shrank his neck. It seems his name is Ma Lei. Is it Lao Su? After saying that, he looked at Sumu again. Sumu nodded. Yes, his name is Ma Lei, known as the invincible guest of Nanshan, and he seems to be very popular on the internet. Everyone was wondering. People in the traditional martial arts community generally don't join in the excitement on the internet, so how did that person become so popular? Lin Lei's eyes turned and he immediately took out his mobile phone and quickly searched for a video. Now, let me show you my self-created Ma's Thunderhand. In the video, a bald old man was extremely confident in front of the camera. After a brief speech, he began to make all kinds of weird and funny movements. As he moved, a group of strong men on the opposite side fell to the ground and twitched as if they had been electrocuted. His acting skills were first-rate. Everyone looked at him with strange expressions, and soon burst into laughter. What the hell? Ma Shan roared, this old guy is really embarrassing for traditional martial arts. Are the people in charge of the Wulong scenic area blind? They would rather choose a clown than cooperate with an authentic Tai Chi martial arts school? Well, you can't blame the scenic spot entirely. They are here to attract tourists, so of course they invite the most popular ones. Besides, these days everyone likes to join in the fun, who really cares whether it's authentic martial arts? Someone explained in a low voice. That won't work either. Ma Shan waved his hand and said resolutely, if we let this kind of person continue to run rampant, Xuanwu will lose face. What do you think, Mr. Dong? Mr. Dong thought for a moment and nodded, well, it's time to correct the atmosphere. Let's discuss what to do. That's easy. Just give him a beating and he'll behave himself. Hey, the old liar is already in his 60s or 70s. If you hit him lightly, he won't feel any pain and can continue to jump around. If you hit him too hard, he might try to extort money. I think we should use some tricks so as not to end up in trouble when we can't catch the fox. With Mr. Dong's nod, everyone immediately started talking. Seeing that everyone was very angry, Sumu also offered some suggestions. Soon, a plan to crack down on charlatans was put forward. Feeling that there was no problem, everyone went their separate ways. Sumu was not responsible for the specific operations and was about to go home to take care of the 4 little ones, but was stopped by Elder Dong. Xiao Su, the instructor Ma Shan and his team left temporarily, and there are so many students without anyone to guide them. You are the consultant of the martial arts school. He blinked his eyes, his face full of anticipation. Forehead. Sumu was speechless. He felt as if he was on a pirate ship and it seemed difficult to get off. Touching the gold card in his pocket, he sighed secretly. This money was not earned for free, and he had to repay the favor. So, Sumu was kept in the martial arts hall for the whole day, responsible for teaching the students, along with Lin Lei who was shamelessly auditing. At noon, he made a special call to his neighbor's grandmother, and was relieved to learn that the 4 little ones had fallen asleep after lunch. Lao Su, will you come tomorrow? After finally getting off work, Sumu took a hot shower and prepared to go home to take care of the children. Lin Lei rushed over again, looking expectant. Sumu was speechless. Throughout the whole day, Lin Lei had been asking him questions like a curious baby. Although this kind of passion for others was worthy of encouragement, his energy was limited. Seeing Sumu's perfunctory attitude, Lin Lei felt a little disappointed, but thinking that he still had 4 babies to take care of, he didn't say much. Don't worry, I'll make time every 2 weeks. It's hard to be a stay-at-home dad. Patting Lin Lei on the shoulder, Sumu made a promise. TSK, baby guarding slave. Lin Lei raised his middle finger and showed contempt. You can't have it all. Since I've decided to be a full-time dad, I can only let down my best friends. Chapter 9, Teaching the Evildoers a Lesson. After making an appointment to meet again in half a month, Sumu hurried home. There is no other way, because there are 4 lovely babies waiting for me at home. It would have been fine if I didn't know about it before, but now Sumu just wants to use all his energy and time to accompany them and take care of them. I don't know what happened ahead, but the bus was stuck in traffic. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, it still didn't move. Sumu became a little anxious. Passengers in a hurry can get off first. The kind bus driver opened the door and signaled everyone to get off at any time. Sumu thought about it, got off the bus with the crowd, walked to the opposite side of the street, and quickly hailed a taxi. Where are you going? Sumu was about to give the address of the residential complex, but when he calculated the time, he suddenly realized that Xiao Jun should be getting off work soon, so he changed his mind. Linhai Building. Linhai Building is where Xiao Jun works. Their company's scale and business conditions are pretty good, so they can rent an office floor near the city center. The taxi started quickly. Looking at the bustling scenery outside through the window, Sumu felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Xiao Jun is a strong woman after all. Even if she is down and out, she can quickly find a job in a top company. Looking at myself, after the failure of my business, I could only make a living by doing odd jobs and delivering food. If it weren't for the accident 3 years ago, the two people's life trajectories would probably never have overlapped. As they were about to reach their destination, Sumu noticed something and his expression suddenly changed. A beautiful figure was standing in an alley not far away, negotiating something with a group of strong men. As the taxi moved, Sumu quickly confirmed that the beautiful figure was Xiao Jun. She was wearing a light blue uniform and holding a handbag in her hand, and seemed to have just got off work. It was obvious that the group of burly men were not customers, as could be seen from the nervous and helpless expression on Xiao Jun's face. Parking. Sumu immediately asked the driver to stop the car, took out 100 yuan from his pocket and threw it to the other party, then rushed out amid the driver's shouting. At the same time, in the alley. Miss Xiao, don't hesitate, my master is very famous. That's right, why are you so stubborn? It's normal to be with a rich man these days, not to mention a top-notch beauty like you. My master will definitely not let you suffer any loss if you follow him. Think about it. As long as you agree to my master's request, you can buy whatever you want in the future. On the contrary, if you don't know how to appreciate it, hee. Several sturdy men were dressed like human beings, but their expressions were extremely obscene. They looked at Xiao Jun wantonly and uttered unbearable threats. Xiao Jun looked at the performance of this group of people with a grim expression. While they were not paying attention, she suddenly took out a bottle of anti-wolf spray from her bag. Please move aside, or I will be rude. The strong men looked at each other and immediately burst into laughter. One of them said viciously, "You bitch, I am the direct disciple of Nanshan Wudi Ku. Let alone a woman like you, even if there is any blind man here, he will not last a few moves under my hands." As he spoke, he deliberately took a step forward, his greedy eyes full of threats. Several other people also pressed forward. Xiao Jun's body began to tremble. She regretted why she had to cross this almost deserted road just to save on fare. Anti-wolf spray can deal with perverts, but it can't deal with vicious wolves, let alone a group of them. Feelings of sadness and despair began to spread. Was he really going to? Is it possible that the disciple of Nanshan Wudiku only knows how to bully weak women? At the critical moment, a gentle voice sounded. Xiao Jun, who was almost in despair, suddenly looked up, his eyes full of surprise. The appearance of that man made her feel a deep warmth in her heart, and the haze of sadness and despair was swept away. Who? Several strong men turned around at the same time and found that the person coming was just a passerby without any help behind him. They immediately showed ferocious looks on their faces. Get out of here, you little brat, or you'll have something to worry about. Yeah? Sumu sneered and stepped forward. 10 seconds, I'll give you 10 seconds to disappear from my wife's sight. Forehead. The strong men looked at each other, and after a moment's silence, they burst into laughter. Ha, I think you are possessed by a ghost. Call me wife, do I know you? Stop talking so much, let's do it together. Several people rushed up immediately without saying anything. Sumu was too lazy to waste any more words. Since this group of people were seeking death, he couldn't be blamed. He dodged sideways the burly man who rushed towards him first, and threw a punch, hitting the opponent's face hard without even changing his moves. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard. Woo! The other man fell to the ground, holding his nose with blood gushing out, and several other ignorant guys followed him. Sumu responded calmly without even blinking. The attack of this group of people was completely disorganized. Not to mention a top master like Ma Shan, they were even inferior to some of the more outstanding martial arts apprentices. But after a few seconds, this group of trash who looked strong but were actually weak had all been dealt with. Sumu punched each of them in the face without any hesitation. Woo woo! 5 or 6 people squatted on the ground with blood all over their faces, making painful noises. It didn't scare you, did it? Sumu walked confidently to Xiao Jun and gently embraced his still trembling body. It all happened so fast that Xiao Jun didn't come back to her senses until she felt Sumu's heart-pounding body temperature. Hubby, it's so good to have you around, woo woo. She could no longer control herself and began to cry loudly, with hot tears flowing freely across her delicate face. At this moment, the former strong woman completely let down all her defenses and exposed the softest side of her heart to Sumu without reservation. Okay, baby, don't cry, let's go home. Sumu gently patted Xiao Jun's shoulders like he was comforting a baby, and then, amid his lover's screams, he hugged her in his arms and walked straight out of the alley. On the way home in a taxi, Xiao Jun gradually calmed down and told the origins of that group of people. It seems that Ma Lei is not only a liar, but also a hypocrite. He actually dared to set his sights on my wife. He is really close to death. Sumu comforted Xiao Jun, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. All of the disciples looked strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and it seemed that the so-called master was not that strong either. He began to consider whether he should notify the Tai Chi martial arts school to send more people over. Don't mess around. Xiao Jun immediately reminded him in a low voice, let the project fail. It's not worth it to go to jail for a liar. She obviously misunderstood and thought that Sumu was going to use force to solve the big trouble of Mare. Feeling Xiao Jun's deep concern, Sumu felt very comfortable. He smiled and explained, don't worry, evildoers need evildoers to deal with them. Someone will help us vent our anger. Seeing that Xiao Jun was still in doubt, Sumu had no choice but to put his mouth close to her ear and whispered the Tai Chi martial arts school's eradication of evil plan. After hearing the plan, Xiao Jun's eyes widened and she nodded continuously. I can already imagine the miserable look on Master Ma's face after his disgrace. Chapter 10, Winning Lottery. After a hard day's work and excessive shock, Xiao Jun was already very exhausted. Her eyelids kept fighting while she was talking to Sumu, and the drowsiness that swept over her soon brought her to sleep. Looking at the sleeping beauty in his arms, Sumu didn't dare to move, for fear of disturbing her rest. Ding! It was detected that the host punished the villain, protected the children's mother, and assumed the responsibility of the head of the family, and received a reward of 1 million yuan. Sumu was just about to take a nap when the system voice rang out. 1 million? He shuddered and immediately became alert. This amount of money is a huge sum of money for him at the moment. I transferred 40,000 to Xiao Jun before, and I was worried that it would not be enough. If I add this 1 million, it should take a long time. He checked quickly, and the next moment 3 black lines appeared on his face. On the system panel, the interface that should have displayed the balance was still a string of zeros. System, where's my money? Sumu immediately asked with his consciousness, with a bit of dissatisfaction in his tone, when did the great system start to lie? Is there something wrong with the system? Soon, a familiar mechanical voice sounded and gave him a detailed answer. Since the host is currently just a fishing line, it would cause unnecessary trouble if Pingduan innocently obtained a large amount of money. This system has specially formulated a more reasonable reward method. Please understand it yourself. Sumu was stunned and soon noticed something. The string of zeros on the money panel disappeared and turned into a line of text reminder. Lottery, half an hour. Okay. Sumu curled his lips. Judging from what the system meant, it should allow him to win the 1 million prize through lottery within half an hour. But can lottery prizes be redeemed so quickly? He had never bought a lottery ticket before, so he immediately asked the driver, Master, do you know which lottery ticket can be redeemed immediately? The driver was concentrating on driving. Hearing this, he immediately replied, of course there are. For example, scratch-off lottery tickets cost only a few dollars. You can win a prize just by scratching it. I seem to have heard of it. Sumu thought about it and couldn't help but slap his thigh, so the 1 million is there. The driver looked strange, and then he advised with the tone of an experienced person, young man, I am also an old lottery player. I have to remind you that lottery is not trustworthy at all. The winning rate is pitifully low. Don't let greed cloud your mind, hey. Uncle, don't worry, I'm sure. Sumu smiled, looked up and saw that there seemed to be a lottery shop in front of him, so he immediately asked the driver to stop. The driver tried to persuade Sumu earnestly for a long time, but Sumu didn't listen at all. Parking the car in front of the lottery shop, the driver decided to make a final effort to save this young man who might follow in his footsteps. Just buy a few tickets for fun, but don't get addicted. Thanks for the reminder, uncle. Sumu's smile remained unchanged as he woke Xiao Jun up. Wife, come on, I'll take you to get rich. Xiao Jun was half asleep. She looked in the direction of Sumu's finger and frowned slightly. Can you trust that kind of thing? The driver smiled knowingly. This little girl is the one who understands. It's just for fun. I feel like I'm particularly lucky today. Sumu was a little anxious. There were still more than 20 minutes left before the time given by the system, and he didn't dare to delay any longer. After saying this, regardless of the driver's dissuasion and Xiao Jun's displeasure, he forcibly pulled Xiao Jun out of the car. The two walked into the lottery shop. A breeze blew by. Xiao Jun was completely awake. He glanced at Sumu dimly and said, "I understand your desire to improve our family's life, but isn't it a bit hasty to rely on buying lottery tickets? Who still believes in lottery these days? Don't you see that this lottery shop doesn't have a single customer?" Seeing Sumu's great interest, Xiao Jun shook his head helplessly and thought of just treating it as a pastime. Sumu smiled and called out to the boss who was sleeping on the counter, "Please give me a lottery ticket." The boss yawned and asked impatiently, "Just one?" The profit from selling lottery tickets is not high to begin with, and what's more, the other party only buys one, so he really can't muster the energy. Sumu was very confident. "Just one? How much is the most expensive one?" 20. This is really cheap. Sumu immediately took out his mobile phone and scanned 20 yuan. Bang! The boss took out a stack of lottery tickets with a face value of 20 yuan and muttered listlessly, "Here, pick one at random. This is all I have in stock. I don't plan to buy more after I sell them all. The lottery business is not good these days. There are too few fools, Forehead. Sumu was stunned. He thought the boss was being too blunt. Xiao Jun on the side covered his mouth and laughed secretly, looking at Sumu mischievously. "Hurry up and choose, you big fool." It's okay, I feel like I could win the jackpot." Sumu smiled mysteriously, blew into his palm, then closed his eyes and seriously picked out a lottery ticket from a pile of lottery tickets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for choosing the winning lottery ticket. After scratching it, you will win a grand prize of 1 million yuan. The system prompt sounded, and Sumu felt relieved. This plug-in was simply too powerful. He suppressed his trembling heart and handed the lottery ticket to Xiao Jun solemnly. "Wife, you scratch it." "Whatever." Xiao Jun had no choice but to pick up a ballpoint pen, put the lottery ticket on the counter, and gently scraped it off. Soon, a capital letter was revealed, and Xiao Jun's eyes immediately widened. "No way?" The sleepy boss immediately perked up. "Oh my god, this is the rhythm of winning the jackpot." The two people immediately held their breath. Sumu was calm now, and said calmly, "Wife, continue." Xiao Jun pursed his lips and continued to shave backwards with a serious expression. As her fingers moved, a series of zeros appeared one after another. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sumu and the boss were counting together. When they counted to 6, the boss's face turned red because he was too excited. 1 million, oh my god, I actually scratched out 1 million. Xiao Jun covered her mouth tightly, her delicate face full of disbelief. I said I was lucky today. Sumu showed an expression that he had known this would happen. He picked up the lottery ticket and shook it in front of the boss who had fallen into a state of dementia. "Can I redeem the lottery code now?" After a moment of shock, the boss almost burst into laughter. "Sure, I'll contact the center right away and transfer the bonus to you. The store has won $1 million lottery ticket, and the headquarters will definitely give him a large bonus, not to mention the priceless fame." He is so happy that he almost faints. 800,000 yuan has been received via WeChat. Half an hour later, with a pleasant reminder sound, Sumu's WeChat balance increased by 800,000 yuan, and 200,000 yuan was deducted as personal income tax. Yeah. Sumu and Xiao Jun looked at each other for a moment, then cheered and celebrated this historic moment. Chapter 11: Buying Gifts for Your Baby. Snap. The boss excitedly took out his phone and took a photo of the two of them. Congratulations, congratulations. This is the largest prize our store has ever won. Are you willing to stay and be interviewed by the media? He was ready to contact the media to report the incident extensively. Sumu did not comment, but wanted to seek Xiao Jun's opinion. Xiao Jun was once very wealthy, so she would not be dazzled by this little bonus. She quickly calmed down and said seriously, "No need. Please delete the photo just now. If the photo and related videos are circulated, I will consider taking legal action." The boss was stunned, but soon reacted and said with a wry smile, I understand. Money should not be exposed." Having said that, he deleted the photos in front of the two of them. As for the surveillance video in the store, he didn't dare to send it out casually. After all, Xiao Jun's aura as a strong woman was too much pressure on people. It's not worth getting yourself into any trouble just to attract a little more popularity. Coming out of the lottery shop, Sumu and Xiaojun were in a good mood. The babies haven't eaten yet, do you want to have a big meal to celebrate? Sumu suggested. Xiaojun tilted his head and thought for a while. Forget it, the babies are still young and can't eat all kinds of delicacies, but I can buy them some toys. Good. Sumu readily agreed. So, they went hand in hand to a nearby shopping mall and bought a lot of toys and snacks suitable for 3-year-old children. When they got home, the 4 little ones who came out from the old lady's house next door looked a little unhappy. Dad, why don't you accompany us today? Xiao Yuan hugged Sumu's legs and refused to let go, pouting pitifully. Yeah, Grandma Li's house is so boring, I want to go out and play. Xiao Kangkong also looked like a little adult with his arms folded, and his face showed that he was unhappy today. Dad doesn't want us anymore? Anan and Tuan blinked their eyes in grievance, waiting for explanation from Sumu, the bad dad. Hey, the babies are so cute, how can Daddy bear to leave? I'm going to prepare gifts for you today. Sumu had no choice but to tell a white lie, then showed the gift behind him. Dang dang dang, look what this is? Wow, my favorite doll. And a water gun. I'm going to build a big castle with these blocks. These jellies look delicious. The 4 little ones were immediately attracted by the mountains of gifts and ran over one by one to choose their favorite toys and snacks. The corridor was suddenly in chaos. Looking at the innocent and bright smiles on the babies' faces, Sumu's heart melted. Don't worry, we have them all. Well, thank you, Daddy. Daddy is the best, I love you. Go back to your room and don't disturb others. Sumu wanted to be a good guy, so Xiaojun had to put on a stern face and temporarily play the role of tiger mother. Soon, the whole family said goodbye to Grandma Li and returned home happily. After dinner and coaxing the babies to sleep, Sumu and Xiaojun went to their own room. Wife, are you crying? Noticing that Xiaojun's eyes were red, Sumu became worried. No, I'm happy. Xiaojun looked at Sumu's serious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. It feels so good to have a home. Sumu was moved, and the two of them gradually hugged each other. After a long kiss, Xiaojun's pretty face flushed. Hubby, I'm not ready yet. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then smiled with understanding. Xiaojun, you have suffered a lot in these years raising the babies alone. I will try my best to make up for it. Why don't we buy a car first? Xiaojun raised his eyes and frowned. Not good. 800,000 is just a windfall. It seems like a lot, but it is far from enough to raise 4 babies until they reach adulthood. The 4 little ones are her treasures, so they must be raised in a well-kept environment and cannot be left to roam free, which requires a lot of money. Sumu smiled. So that's what you're worried about. Don't worry, your husband doesn't have any other abilities, but his luck is pretty good. At most, I can win the lottery a few more times. 4 head. Xiaojun did not comment. Seeing that she was still insisting, Sumu had to make a breakthrough by ensuring the safety of commuting. Being blocked on the road by bad guys must never happen again. After some earnest persuasion, Xiaojun finally agreed to buy a car, but the price had to be below 200,000. The two people immediately searched the internet and unexpectedly found a piece of news. The famous martial arts master Ma Lei accepted the challenge from the unknown warrior. The two sides agreed to have a competition at the Guanwutai in the Wulong Scenic Area in a certain city tomorrow. The comments below are also very lively. What kind of martial arts master is this? He's obviously a charlatan. Finally someone dares to expose him. Hey, don't say that. Master Ma's acupuncture skills have been posted online, with millions of views. Many idiots have come to him to become his disciples. TSK, forget about acupuncture from a distance. Even if he can tickle me from a distance, I will recognize him as my father right now. Naturally, most of the comments are mocking. Those who could really be fooled by the so-called Master Ma probably don't have the conditions to join in the fun. Hee, Mr. Dong and his men are really quick. The Tai Chi martial arts school's plan is to persuade the scenic spot to let the two sides compete in public and expose Ma Lei's clumsy tricks. Xiaojun exclaimed, and continued to look through the comments of netizens with a smile, and suddenly asked, by the way, do you want to go over and take a look? Sumu shook his head. Forget it. I know Ma Shan's strength. Not to mention an old liar in his 60s or 70s, even if there were 100 of them, they wouldn't be enough for him to beat. Besides, there are 4 hungry kids at home. He was about to continue speaking when the system's voice suddenly rang in his mind. Ding! Super Daddy mission activated. Expose the conspiracy of the charlatan mayor in public, find the mastermind behind it, save your wife's business crisis, and you will receive a generous reward if you succeed. For a moment, Sumu was stunned. Honey, what's wrong with you? Xiao Jun was very worried. I've changed my mind. That charlatan is so bold to destroy my wife's money-making plan. As your dearest husband, I must expose him myself. Sumu clenched his fists and placed them on his chest, looking righteous and awe-inspiring. Xiao Jun asked hesitantly, what about the babies? It doesn't matter. I'll take the 4 little ones with me and let them see what my daddy looks like. Sumu answered decisively and confidently. Okay, this matter also concerns me, I'll go with you. Xiao Jun's eyes lit up and he made the decision happily. The two smiled at each other, feeling the tacit understanding and warmth between each other. After some sweet words, Sumu was driven to the living room again. He touched the extra lip marks on his face and smiled foolishly. Wife, I will conquer you soon. With full fighting spirit, Sumu soon fell into a sweet dream. Chapter 12: Buying a car. In order to attract maximum attention, Wulong's scenic area scheduled the challenge at around 6 or 7 p.m., which is exactly the time when people get off work and surf the internet. With plenty of time, the family can go out for some fun. There is one more problem to be solved before playing, and that is transportation. After some preparation, Sumu and Xiao Jun, each holding 2 babies, set off towards a nearby 4S store. With a budget of around 200,000 yuan, and the need to meet Xiao Jun's commuting needs and the travel needs of his family of 6, there are not many car models to choose from. Sumu had never engaged in such high consumption before, so he had no idea what to do. Xiao Jun's former status as a rich girl was of no use at all. After all, her previous cars all started at $1 million. The salesperson saw their embarrassment and enthusiastically recommended several car models that were good-looking and practical. After some selection, they finally chose the Mazda RAV4 family model, which is dignified and has ample interior space, and its power and fuel consumption just meet their needs. I'll pay. After carrying the 4 little ones into the car and letting Xiao Jun take a test drive, Sumu followed the salesperson to handle the formalities. Soon, all the formalities were completed, and Sumu felt emotional, as he finally had his own car. Suddenly, he frowned. The test drive over there seemed to be going a little bit unsuccessful. A woman dressed in fancy clothes stopped outside the car and pointed at the driver's seat. It was obvious that she was looking for trouble. I thought you were some chaste heroine. So many people in the company pursued you, but you were rejected. And now, you are secretly being kept by someone. Walking closer and hearing what the woman said, Sumu's face darkened. He asked Xiao Jun, who is she? Xiao Jun shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, our colleague Li Shui has outstanding performance and outstanding ability. As for her character, you have also seen it. Xiao Jun. Upon hearing this, Li Shui immediately started to scream like an old hen with its feathers standing on end. What do you mean? What's wrong with my character? Even if it's bad, it's still 100 times better than you being kept by someone else. After that, she glanced at Sumu again and said with even more disdain, Humph, this guy doesn't look that good. He wears cheap clothes and can only buy a 200,000 yuan car. I think he is a big liar. A liar and a White Lotus are a perfect match. You. No matter how well-mannered Xiao Jun was, he couldn't help but get angry at this moment. Stop spitting blood. Bad guy. Auntie is so shameless. The babies didn't know what was going on, and they instinctively stood on Xiao Jun's side, sticking their little heads out to help. For little brats. Li Shui stamped her feet in anger and pointed the finger at Sumu. Why would you support someone else, but a yellow-faced woman with 4 burdens? What's so deceptive about her? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble instead of having sex? That's enough. Sumu's patience reached its limit, and he gritted his teeth and said, I am the father of the babies, Xiao Jun's husband. If you don't leave, I don't mind letting you know why the flowers are so red. He raised his fist, and as his muscles moved, his entire arm made a creaking sound. Even people who knew nothing about martial arts could feel the powerful explosive force. You? Li Shui was stunned for a few seconds, and soon she was frightened and turned pale. She stepped back repeatedly. Don't mess around, hitting people is illegal. He. Sumu sneered. I know that this punch will only result in a dozen days in jail at most. Compared to a broken nose or even disfigurement, it is still acceptable. Ah! A scream came out of Li Shui's mouth. Seeing that Sumu didn't seem to be joking, she no longer had any mood to mock him and immediately turned around and walked away. What bad luck! After Li Shui walked away, Sumu retracted his fist, calmed the baby down, and looked at Xiao Jun again. All the formalities are done, let's go to the amusement park to relax. Well, there are too many people like that, I don't bother to pay attention to her. Xiao Jun smiled, and waited for Sumu to come up before immediately driving away to the parent-child playground they had chosen last night. Fortunately, it was not the weekend, so there were not many tourists in the amusement park. The whole family bought passes and had fun happily. It was the first time for the four little ones to come to such an occasion. They were curious about everything they saw and surrounded Sumu and Xiao Jun, asking questions all over the place, full of childishness. The young couple was also infected and quickly got into the mood, taking their babies to experience those projects one by one. The whole family had a lot of fun. It's time to go. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the babies were tired from playing and returned to the car drowsy. Sumu was responsible for taking care of them, and Xiao Jun drove straight to the Wulong scenic area. We were silent all the way. We saw several news interview vehicles near the scenic area. It seems that this matter is quite popular. The competition took place on a small hill in the center of the scenic area. The family followed the crowd and finally climbed to the top of the hill. Amidst the sea of people was a makeshift arena with some antique-style chairs placed on both sides. Strangely, the team of National Martial Arts Master Ma Lei did not show up, and the people from the Tai Chi martial arts school opposite all looked impatient. Lin Lei spotted a few people and jumped down directly. What's going on? Sumu held one in each hand and looked across the arena. Lin Lei frowned. I asked, and the other party said he would show up on time. Sumu looked at the time. There were still a few minutes left. He couldn't help but worry, are they going to stand us up? It shouldn't happen. The incident has become so serious. If he escapes at the last minute, the netizens' saliva alone will be enough to drown the so-called master. Lin Lei had a good grasp of Ma Lei's psychology. After saying this, he patted An and Tuan Tuan's heads and said, these kids are so cute. Whose kids are they? Ahem. Sumu was speechless and explained, mine, there are two more over there. Lin Lei was stunned. He looked at Xiao Jun, who was holding a baby in each hand, and immediately shouted excitedly, oh my god, my sister-in-law is not only beautiful, but also superhuman. She gave birth to 4 babies in one go, and they are 2 pairs of twins. Xiao Jun came over with the baby and said with a smile, what do you mean 2 pairs of twins? I have quadruplets, but there are 2 boys and 2 girls. Oh, that's right. Lin Lei laughed, scratched his head embarrassedly, and then gave Sumu a thumbs up, old Su, I admire you. When can you teach me this skill? Roll. Sumu cursed with a smile, and suddenly a flash of light appeared around him. He looked around and found that his family was surrounded, and many tourists were holding up their mobile phones to take pictures. Look! Quadruplets! Yes, the baby is adorable, and the mom and dad are both handsome and beautiful. I'm so envious. Post it online quickly, it will definitely make the headlines. Suddenly, Sumu's family became the focus. Sumu and Lin Lei looked at each other, both a little confused. Xiao Jun's expression became a little serious. He lowered his head and pulled Kong Kong and Yuan Yuan out. Sumu immediately followed with an in his arms, glaring at Lin Lei beside him. Why are you shouting so loudly? My wife doesn't like exposure. Find a way quickly, or don't even think about learning a single trick from me. Lin Lei looked aggrieved. What can I do? Should I fight him? Chapter 13, Mare's Appearance. Lin Lei clenched his fists and was hesitating whether to use force or not, when the group of tourists who were watching the fun suddenly turned around and pointed their cameras in another direction. At the same time, the host on the stage also shouted excitedly, here they come, the martial arts master team is here, everyone applaud and welcome them. Crash! Amidst the sparse applause, Ma Lei, who has a high exposure rate on the internet, made a stunning appearance wearing a silk training suit and surrounded by a dozen strong men. What was strange was that behind this group of people, there were actually a few medical staff in white coats following them, and there was even a stretcher. Ha, this Master Ma is really considerate of himself and is well prepared. Don't blame him. He's in his 70s or 80s. Even though he looks a little stronger than his peers, he can't help but get beaten. Look at the posture of the Tai Chi martial arts school. I'm afraid they don't have enough stretchers. People were whispering and joking under their breath. The public has a sharp eye, and no one was optimistic about Mare from the beginning to the end. A group of people jumped onto the stage. Mare was very arrogant and signaled with his eyes for one of his apprentices to come out. Everyone, be quiet. Recently, someone has been slandering my master's reputation. In order to demonstrate his strength and protect the dignity of our sect, my master had to personally step out and deal with the villain. Shoo! A round of boos silenced the sturdy man's speech, and Mare had no choice but to appear in person. He started by showing off a few classic moves of Ma's Tai Chi before he spoke seriously. Everyone, this time we are meeting friends through martial arts. I am grateful to the Tai Chi Martial Arts School for considering me and inviting me to compete with you. I have no choice but to give them this honor. After the speech, Mare still felt unsatisfied and began to circle around the ring using a step he learned from somewhere. According to him, this is called warm-up before the battle, so as to avoid failing to control the strength and accidentally injuring the opponent. Over at the Tai Chi martial arts gym, everyone, led by Ma Shan, watched coldly. Some tried hard to hold back their laughter, and Ma Shan's face turned ashen with anger. The Sumo family hid behind the stage and appreciated Mare's performance. After turning around a few times, Mare stopped in front of Ma Shan, glanced down at him, and suddenly attacked. Looking at the other party's slow movements, Ma Shan's mouth trembled slightly. What is this old guy doing? He was hesitating whether to take action immediately, but Mare grabbed a bottle of mineral water on the table, unscrewed it and drank it directly. Hey, you guys come to the competition without even bringing water? Lin Lei raised his eyebrows and made a teasing remark. Ma Lei's eyes flashed with a subtle cunning. He put down the mineral water bottle and said with a smile, "Sorry, I came in a hurry, it's just a few sips of water. I don't think this brother Ma will mind." Well, drink as much as you want, there's another one over there. Ma Shan was already a little impatient, and waved his hand indifferently. He stood up and said, "So, can we officially start now?" He was tall and strong, a head taller than Mare when he stood up, and his aura of a true warrior was chilling. Ma Lei's eyelids twitched a few times, but he quickly regained his composure. He looked around and suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha, young man, don't be too arrogant. My Tai Chi Thunder Hand is too powerful. I'm afraid I'll hurt you if I use it." Snort! Ma Shan's mind flashed back to the relevant videos he had seen. He couldn't help but get angrier and angrier, and angrily said, "Bullshit Tai Chi Thunder Hands, I've been practicing martial arts for decades, and I've never heard of the existence of true Chi, let alone the power of true Chi to produce lightning." That is. Lin Lei chimed in, "Master Ma, you are not cooperating with your apprentice in acting, right? You can even point acupoints from a distance, why don't you go up to heaven?" Shut up. Several disciples behind Ma Lei rushed over, and one of them retorted fiercely, "How dare you slander my master? Don't you think you are strong enough? Brothers, take off your clothes." Snap. This group of people were quite strong. They tore off their shirts one by one, revealing their muscular chests. There were some fine-looking wounds on their chests, as if they were caused by lightning strikes. The audience was completely excited, and some girls even started screaming. "Hee hee, what's up, are you scared?" After walking around the stage, the group of people came back and said sarcastically, "It's not too late to regret now. If you really force my master to show off his unique skills, you will have more wounds than just these." Hey! Ma Lei raised his hand and said calmly, "Don't be unreasonable. This time we are making friends through martial arts. Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not use a killer move like Tai Chi Thunder Hand." He glanced at Ma Shan from the side and found that his face was trembling, as if he was afraid. He couldn't help but smile slightly, and felt more confident. Lin Lei's eyes turned, and he stepped forward to check the skin of those people. "Don't tell me, this special effect is quite realistic. It must have been made by a professional team from Hollywood, right? Let me touch it." Seeing Lin Lei approaching, Ma Lei's disciples' faces changed slightly and they retreated one after another. Are you kidding? How could they afford a professional team? The makeup artist they invited from Hongdian didn't have very good skills. Not to mention touching it, the wound could be washed away by a little sweat. Fortunately, they seemed to be prepared for someone to disrupt the place. Seeing the situation, they immediately turned around, ran back to their own positions in unison, and quickly put on the black training clothes that had been prepared long ago. Humph, scars are a man's medal, how can we let outsiders see them? After getting dressed freshly, Mare's apprentice started to shout again. Lin Lei wanted to follow, but was stopped by Ma Shan. "Forget it, it's a waste of time." He hated it most when people were wasting time, so he looked directly at Mare and said, "If you want to fight, just fight. Why waste time?" The roar was so powerful that Mare couldn't help but take a few steps back. There was another round of discussion in the audience. Malay's eyes turned, and he quickly faced the angle with the most cameras. Please bear witness, no matter whether we win or lose this battle, I will not pursue it. So much nonsense. Ma Shan's forehead veins bulged and he waved to the referee. The referee came over immediately, confirmed that Masan was ready, and looked at Mare. The latter nodded slightly and retreated to the center of the ring, but did not perform any moves, just stood there like an ordinary old man. Not even a basic foundation. Ma Shan became even more angry and was about to step forward when he was stopped by someone. It was Sumu who took action. As he had a system mission to complete, he dared not disobey. Brother Su, you? Ma Shan, who was full of anger, widened his eyes and looked at Sumu suspiciously. Sumu had no choice but to give the prepared reason. Teacher Ma, that old liar is too weak. Your punch can kill him. There is no need to get into a lawsuit for a charlatan. Let me do it. Ma Shan was stunned. He also knew that he had a hot temper. If Ma Lei used any dirty tricks again, he might really lose control. After hesitating for a moment, Ma Shan nodded. Okay, you are also from the Tai Chi martial arts school, so help me teach that old man a lesson. Chapter 14. Knock yourself out. Come on, Lao Su. Amid the cheers of Lin Lei and others, Sumu stepped confidently and came to the center of the ring. Ma Lei looked up and down and asked suspiciously, Boy, who are you? Sumu smiled, lifelong consultant of Tai Chi martial arts school, Sumu. There was a burst of discussion below the stage. I know about Tai Chi martial arts school. What is a lifelong consultant? Is it impressive? It should be something genuine, otherwise how dare you come out? It doesn't matter if he doesn't know any martial arts. Look at that young man's physique. It won't be difficult for him to beat up an old liar. People didn't care when the challenger changed. Daddy is so awesome. The four little ones hiding in the crowd didn't dare to speak loudly, but their expressions were very excited. Xiao Jun smiled happily. She had already seen Su Mu's strength, so she was naturally confident in her husband. Hee, changing the generals at the last minute, it seems you are afraid. Well, let's go with you. Mare didn't care at all. He was going to be beaten anyway, and the young man might be able to hit him more gently. The first game begins. With the referee's whistle, the competition officially began. The scene immediately became quiet, and people opened their eyes wide, ready to enjoy a wonderful competition. Young man, I'll let you do something. Mare still put on an air of superiority and stood there motionless. Sumu frowned slightly and glanced at Xiao Jun and the four little ones in the crowd, but did not take the initiative to attack. After all, hitting someone in front of the children is not conducive to the cultivation of correct values in the babies. Since the old liar wants to use delaying tactics, he will fight to the end to see who can't stand it first. For a moment, the two sides were in a stalemate. What? Are you going to fight or not? Hurry up, I'm waiting to go home and watch some anime. Soon, someone became impatient and started urging loudly. No matter how people urged them, the two remained motionless. A few minutes passed. Sumu looked calm. The strength of the Tai Chi master made him nailed to the spot like a wooden stake. Mare's body began to tremble slightly. He didn't have any martial arts skills at all. He just relied on the cooperation of his disciples to cheat. In addition, the temperature on the top of the mountain dropped too quickly. How could he hold on for too long? Damn it, this brat is really patient. Looks like I need to prepare a backup plan in advance. Cursing inwardly, Mare shouted and finally took action. Whoosh, whoosh. He raised his arms and took staggering steps towards Sumu. The funny moves were not threatening at all. Sumu dodged them easily and even had the energy to observe the opponent's expression and the reaction of the audience. Suddenly he noticed something. Mare's palms were not fully open, and he seemed to be holding something in them. What is that? Soon, Sumu saw clearly that Mare had a battery-like thing hidden in his left hand and a bag of black liquid in his right hand. What are you doing? He felt puzzled. After several fierce attacks without any effect, Mare was exhausted and panting. Seeing that his strength was about to be exposed, he threw himself forward and pushed forward with his left hand. Oh my god, it's a scam. Sumu was about to step back when he heard a slight crackling sound. Upon closer inspection, he was furious. It turned out that Mare was holding a miniature electric shock device in his left hand, which had been activated. Is this the secret of Ma's Thunderhand? Sumu laughed secretly in his heart, and simply stopped hiding, allowing Mare to pounce in front of him. After several rounds of fighting, this was the first physical contact between the two sides. Mer was ecstatic and pushed his left hand forward, pressing it against Sumu's heart. Sumu sneered, dodged the opponent's punches by turning sideways, guided Mer to face the audience with his back, and at the same time grabbed the opponent's wrist and pushed it back. Ah! The stun gun flashing with electric sparks was pressed tightly against Mer's chest. The culprit immediately let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and his body began to twitch. Sumu quickly took a step back, not giving the other party a chance to make trouble. Bang! Mer's body shook violently several times, and the stun gun fell to the ground. It was obvious that the power was not very high. Stop! The whistle sounded, and the referee took action in time. He looked at the electric shock device on the ground suspiciously. What is that? Mer recovered quickly. He squatted down quickly, picked up the electric shock device and hid it in his pocket. He explained with a distorted expression, "Massager, I usually use it for massage." Then, can you still fight? The referee looked at Mer, whose forehead was already covered with cold sweat, and asked with concern, saying that it was just a competition and no one should be killed. Of course, I didn't lose. Ma Lei was still stubborn. He looked at Sumu fiercely and said with gritted teeth, "Young man, you have no martial ethics." He suffered a loss but dared not explain it in public, so he could only take advantage of it verbally while squeezing the black bag hidden in his right hand. Could that stuff be blood plasma? Sumu's mind flashed back to Ma Lei's actions before the competition began. The other party deliberately ran to the Tai Chi martial arts gym to drink a sip of water, and now he pinched a bag of black plasma. Could it be that he wanted to? Does this old liar want to play the role of Hui Yuanjia for once? Boom! Before Sumu could continue to speculate, Mer pounced on him again, waving his left arm wildly, but pressing his right hand on his chest, refusing to make a move. Now, Sumu completely understood the other party's trick. He sneered, used Tai Chi to neutralize the opponent's moves, and punched forward at the same time. Here it comes! Mer's eyes lit up, and he immediately exerted force with his right hand, trying to burst the plasma. What? The next moment, Mer was horrified to find that his right wrist had been tightly grasped by the other party and he could not use any strength at all. Once the plasma is exposed, his lifelong reputation will be ruined. Thinking of the terrible consequences, Mer immediately exerted all his strength to try to break free from Sumu's iron clamp. Unfortunately, in the face of absolute strength, all this is useless. As Sumu exerted force, the right hands of the two people slowly rose and appeared in front of the audience. What is that? Some people were sharp-eyed and immediately exclaimed. Everyone, look, is there something in Mer's hand? It looks like a blood bag. I've been an extra in Hongdian. When that thing is crushed, it looks like real blood. Is he trying to blackmail me? Well, the dignified Master Ma actually wants to use dirty tricks, he is indeed a liar. At this moment, people finally saw through the true face of Master Ma and began to mock him wantonly. Sumu let go of the other person's hand and looked at him coldly. Screw you. Since his debut, Ma Lei had never suffered such a big blow. After his right hand was free again, he became furious and started to hit Sumu without any hesitation. Sumu was speechless and simply used the technique of leveraging force. After a few punches, Mer was horrified to find that all his fists actually landed on himself. As the last punch landed heavily, his nose broke with a crack. There was a buzzing sound in his head, and Mer fell straight back. Chapter 15 Healing with Love. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The system prompt sounded, but Sumu had no time to check it. At this moment, Lin Lei and others had already rushed over, lifting him up and putting him down like a hero. Mer's apprentices rushed forward with medical staff. After a tense examination, they confirmed that he was only temporarily unconscious. They immediately carried him onto the stretcher that had been prepared long ago and left in a panic. Crash! There was a burst of warm cheers and discussions from the audience. Ma Lei, the charlatan, was finally exposed. It would probably not be so easy to cheat people again in the future. The farce ends. The tourists are not satisfied yet and want to experience real traditional martial arts. The person in charge of the Wulong Scenic Area also wanted to strike while the iron was hot and immediately signed a contract with the Tai Chi Martial Arts School. Ma Shan readily agreed and led a group of disciples to perform a set of authentic Tai Chi in public. The tourists saw the real Kung Fu and responded with enthusiastic applause. Many of them were not satisfied and signed up on the spot to participate in the scenic area's traditional martial arts and health-preserving programs. Sumu declined the invitation from the scenic spot and planned to take his family home quietly, but he didn't expect Yuan Yuan to fall asleep. Anan, Kong Kong and Tuanchuan all said they liked the place very much and didn't want to go home. The sky gradually darkened, and considering that the babies might catch a cold if they went down the mountain, the family decided to stay in the scenic area for one night, just like everyone else at the Tai Chi martial arts school. Accommodation and food will naturally be arranged by the people in the scenic area. Xiao Jun didn't like crowds, so he found a quiet little house. Sumu guessed that she was hiding from someone, but since Xiao Jun didn't bring it up, he didn't ask any more questions. After dinner, Sumu and Xiao Jun took Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan to watch TV in the room. Anan and Kong Kong, who were naturally active, followed Lin Lei out to play. Yuan Yuan is too weak. Xiao Jun held Yuan Yuan, who had fallen asleep again, and said worriedly, "This child has a congenitally bad heart. He can't play as crazy as he did today in the future." Sumu was very worried. Is it true that Yuan Yuan's disease cannot be cured? Unless she undergoes surgery, she is too young. I am afraid she won't make it. Even if she meets the physical requirements, the cost and success rate of the surgery. Xiao Jun's eyes turned red. As a parent, who doesn't want their baby to grow up healthy? Unfortunately, current medical conditions simply don't allow that. Don't give up, everything will be fine. Gently holding Xiao Jun in his arms, Sumu checked the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. You have received the following rewards: shopping cashback coupon, 25 times, love healing, elementary. Please check the specific functions yourself. Love healing, doesn't that mean? Sumu's heart suddenly moved, and he immediately looked at it carefully. Love healing technique: the love of the babies is priceless, but with the help of the nanny system, it can be used to treat certain diseases. The host can accumulate the love points of the babies and perform healing techniques to cure diseases, save lives, and benefit the world. At present, the love healing technique is only in its elementary stage and can cure common diseases. As for those difficult and complicated diseases or even terminal diseases, it cannot be completely cured. It can only alleviate the symptoms? Sumu's eyes became brighter and brighter. The system was indeed extremely powerful. It could even deal with terminal illnesses that modern medicine could not defeat. Just the elementary level can relieve difficult and complicated diseases and terminal illnesses. If it is upgraded to the intermediate or even advanced level, wouldn't you become a living Hua Tua? No, Hua Tua cannot cure AIDS and cancer. His medical skills will be greater than Hua Tuo's. Only. Sumu quickly calmed down. This love healing technique requires love points, and they must be provided by the babies. How to accumulate and use them is still an unknown. Daddy, Bunny. A childish voice was heard, and Kong Kong ran in with great effort, carrying a dirty little rabbit, followed by Lin Lei holding it in. Lao Su, your son is amazing. It was so dark outside, but he still found the rabbit's nest. It's a pity that the other rabbits ran too fast, leaving only this injured one. Lin Lei licked his lips. Hey, why don't we put it? Don't want. Kong Kong grabbed the rabbit and threw himself into Sumu's arms. The rabbit is so cute, why do you want to eat it? That's it. Tuanchuan chimed in, don't eat the rabbit, it's our pet, we want to raise it. Anan pulled a little face and stood in front of Lin Lei. Bad uncle, I don't want to play with you anymore. Forehead. Lin Lei just mentioned it casually. Seeing the little guy's reaction, he immediately scratched his head and smiled bitterly. Okay, since you like it, then stay. After chatting for a while, Lin Lei took out a document and said, the person in charge of the scenic spot said that the person who stole my sister-in-law's project was a man named Li Shui. He contacted Ma Lei and others and cooperated with the scenic spot at half the price. Li Shui? Sumu thought of the woman he met when buying the car, and he looked at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun took the document and glanced at it, feeling angry and annoyed. This person always likes to trip me up in the company. This time he actually used such a despicable method. It's really. She couldn't continue speaking in front of the babies. Evildoers will be punished, don't be impatient. Sumu comforted him softly, and then asked Lin Lei, by the way, you are cooperating with Wulong's scenic area. Can we get a discount when we come here in the future? Lin Lei laughed. We are not that stingy. From now on, all teachers of Tai Chi Martial Arts Hall can come and play for free. Not to mention you, a lifelong consultant, you will also receive special treatment. Sumu was very happy and suggested to Xiao Jun, "Why don't we stay in the scenic area for a few more days to let the babies get in touch with nature more, which will be good for their growth?" Xiao Jun readily agreed. Lin Lei had something else to do, so he chatted for a while and then left. "Daddy, Bunny is in pain." And En and Kong Kong put the little white rabbit on the bed and looked at Sumu expectantly. In their hearts, Dad is the omnipotent Superman. Sumu checked and found that the little white rabbit's left leg was broken. He immediately went out to find a wooden stick, came back and held down the little white rabbit's leg to fix it. The moment his hand touched the little white rabbit, an amazing scene happened. And then, Kong Kong and Yuan Yuan formed a circle, staring at the little white rabbit's injured left leg with their curious eyes. The little white rabbit is so pitiful. Tuan Tuan covered his mouth nervously, and a balloon-like red heart appeared above his head. "Daddy, be gentle." Kong Kong reminded quietly, and another red heart popped up. And then stepped forward and helped hold down the little white rabbit's body. His resolute little face turned red, and soon a big red heart appeared on his head. Sumo observed for a while and saw that Xiao Jun and the babies had no special reaction, so he knew that only he could see the red heart. It seems that this is the love value contributed by the babies. He waved his hand in the air, and the three red hearts seemed to be attracted by something and flew into the injured left leg of the little white rabbit along with his consciousness. The little white rabbit that had been struggling and shouting soon calmed down and seemed to be less in pain. "It is true." Sumu smiled knowingly and immediately began to clean the wound and fix the wooden stick. Chapter 16 Initial Results. After the little white rabbit's legs were treated, it tried to move and found that it could move again. It immediately twisted its body and tried to break free from Sumu's hand. "Be good, your legs haven't grown back yet, take a good rest first." Sumu touched the little white rabbit's head and put it on the bed. The little white rabbit looked up, as if it understood what Sumu said, or perhaps the soft bed made it feel safe, and it soon stopped struggling and lay there quietly. And then, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan were also carried to the bed. They sat in a circle around the little white rabbit with happy smiles on their faces. "Hee hee, it doesn't hurt anymore. Dad is so awesome. Dad is the best, he can cure any disease." The three little guys teased the little white rabbit and kept showing off their poop in front of this baby who was younger than themselves. Sumu and Xiao Jun smiled at each other. The babies were overflowing with love, which showed that they, as parents, had done a good job in educating their children. That's right. Speaking of curing illnesses, Sumu touched the still sleeping Xiao Yuan again. The loving healing technique was so magical, he wondered if it could cure the little girl's heart disease. Now that his daughter has fallen asleep, Sumu decided to give it a try tomorrow. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Xiao Jun received a call from the company, asking her to come over to settle the follow-up contract. For the bonus, there's no other choice. Looking at the babies who were still sleeping, Xiao Jun smiled bitterly. Although the family had hundreds of thousands of savings, he still had to work hard. "Honey, don't work too hard. Come back when you're done. The babies and I are waiting for you." After sending Xiao Jun down the mountain, Sumu returned to the cabin. The four little ones woke up one after another, and after having breakfast, he immediately started to verify. Sumu couldn't explain it too clearly in front of the children, so he quickly thought of a solution. "Come, Daddy will play the doctor and patient game with you. Yuan is the youngest and needs the care of her brothers and sisters. How about you play the patient?" Good. After a good sleep, Yuan was full of energy. She lay on the bed seriously, covering her eyes with her hands. "I'm sick, where is the doctor?" "Here it comes." And then, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan hurried over and examined Yuan's body, imitating the doctors and nurses they saw on TV dramas. Kong Kong is quite naughty and keeps tickling Yuan's arms and soles of feet. Giggle, it's itchy. Soon, Yuan couldn't hold on any longer and burst out laughing. Ha ha. The other three little ones laughed loudly, and the four kids soon rolled into a ball. Sumu observed from the side and saw that no heart balloons appeared above the heads of the four little ones. What's going on? He was puzzled. At this time, Tuanchuan took the little white rabbit that was woken up and brought it next to Yuan, wanting it to join the game. Yuan was just pretending to be sick, but the little white rabbit was really injured. The attention of the four little ones was quickly drawn to it. They surrounded it and asked questions, and their movements became much gentler. Soon, love balloons appeared above the heads of the four little ones. So that's how it is. Sumu watched and nodded secretly. The only emotion expressed by the babies when playing games was happiness. They would only show love when facing the little white rabbit that really needed help. If that is the case, then it's easy. With a slight smile, Sumu guided seriously, you have to be serious when playing games. And in Kong Kong Yuan Yuan, you have to really treat Yuan Yuan as a patient. Think about your lovely sister who is sick, what would you do? The three kids looked at each other. Kong Kong raised his hand, I know. We should take good care of Yuan Yuan like a little white rabbit. We can't mess with her. Yeah, we can continue playing after Yuan Yuan recovers. Yuan Yuan, lie down. We are going to treat you now. The three kids are very smart and got into the mood immediately. Yuan Yuan blinked and lay down again obediently. The smiles on the children's faces disappeared, and their expressions became focused, as if they were really patients and doctors. After a while, love balloons floated above and in Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan's heads again, and even Yuan Yuan, who was lying on the bed pretending to be a patient, had one. Well, she is stroking the little white rabbit with one hand, and the love is for the little white rabbit. Sumu smiled, his guess was correct. He waved his hand and all the love balloons started moving, floating in front of Yuan Yuan, circling around her, and finally flying into her heart. These love balloons actually knew that Yuan Yuan's illness was in the heart. It's amazing. Sumu was filled with emotion and continued to guide the children to show their love. Unfortunately, children are easily distracted. After playing seriously for a while, they started touching the little white rabbit again. Fortunately, they also care about the little white rabbit and continue to love it. Sumu was busy all the time. While sending the love value into Yuan Yuan's body, he also gave some to the little white rabbit. After all, that little guy also made some contributions. At the same time, he continued to research. The kids' heart balloons formed very quickly at the beginning, almost one per minute. As time went on, the speed at which the heart balloons formed gradually slowed down, and after an hour, they stopped forming at all. Ah, I'm so sleepy. Tuan Chuan yawned, then held the little white rabbit and lay down next to Yuan Yuan. Daddy, I want to sleep. Anen and Kong Kong seemed to be tired from playing. They lay on the left and right of their two younger sisters, yawning continuously. On the contrary, Yuan Yuan, who usually gets sleepy, is very energetic at this moment. Seeing that all the doctors have fallen down, she still feels a little unsatisfied. Hey, hurry up and continue to treat me, I haven't had enough fun yet. No more playing, go to sleep first. Yuan Yuan's illness is cured. Come sleep with us. Wake up and continue playing. And then, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan waved their little hands and soon fell into a deep sleep. Daddy, play with me. Yuan Yuan pouted, threw herself into Sumu's arms and started to act coquettishly. Yuan Yuan, be good. You just recovered from your illness and need to rest. Come sleep with everyone. Sumu coaxed Yuan Yuan to sleep. It seems that the heart-shaped balloons will also consume the children's energy. It is not known whether this is good or bad for them. But if you think about it, since it is an ability given by the system, there shouldn't be any harm in it. A few hours later, the four little ones woke up one after another. They looked much more energetic than usual, and Sumu was completely relieved. Worried that forcibly extracting love might cause some sequelae, Sumu did not let the four little ones play the doctor and patient game again. Yuan Yuan has a chronic heart disease, which can be cured as long as enough time is given. In the following days, Sumi let the children play the doctor and patient game for an hour every day. When they were tired and took a nap and woke up again, he took the children to wander around the Wulong scenic area. Xiao Jun was very busy at the company and seemed to have taken on a new task. He went out early and came back late every day, which made Sumu feel distressed. He thought that after Yuan Yuan's illness was cured, he would try the love therapy to see if it could improve Xiao Jun's physique. Chapter 17, Best Friend Steals the Master. After a few days, Sumu discovered another pattern. Every time after donating the love balloons, Tuan Tuan is the first to fall asleep, followed by Anan, and Kong Kong, the most mischievous and strongest, is always the last one to fall asleep. He realized that the formation of the heart-shaped balloon was related to physical condition. If the kids were allowed to exercise more, would Yuan Yuan get better faster? So, Sumu added another game for the kids. The content of the game is also very simple, which is to practice Tai Chi. He had taken the kids to practice in the community before, but at that time it was just a casual exercise and he didn't take it seriously. This time, Sumu decided to take it seriously and train the four little ones to become Tai Chi masters. How could he let his own children lose at the starting line? Therefore, he began to re-examine the movements of the four little ones with the eyes of a Tai Chi master, constantly fine-tuning their moves, movements, and even breathing to achieve the best effect. Soon Sumu discovered that this was a very energy and physically demanding task. He had to constantly imitate the four little ones' methods of exerting force, while constantly deducing and summarizing in his mind, in order to come up with the most effective practice method. It took Sumu 2 whole days to tailor the most suitable Tai Chi for the four little ones, and he was exhausted. Finally, he simply joined the practice team himself and took the four little ones to practice slowly in an open space behind the cabin. Sumu's realm is naturally beyond doubt. After his guidance, the four little ones are fighting in a very good manner and their strength is steadily increasing. Although they are still very young and weak, their level has reached the best that they can allow. Even in actual combat, they will not lose to older children of the same age. Invincible among peers. Watching the performance of the four little ones, an idea flashed through Sumu's mind, and a smug smile appeared on his face. These little masters have devoted their heart and soul into their work, so how can they not be proud? Of course, strictly speaking, he poured not only his heart and soul into it, but also his blood and flesh. Well, if I have the chance, I will also tailor a set of exercises for my wife. Thinking about the baby's mothers who still have to work hard all day, Sumu came up with another plan. After practicing a set of Tai Chi, the four little ones were full of energy and Sumu's physical strength was completely restored. Who? He suddenly noticed something. Someone was peeking in the distance. The four little ones also stopped, looked back, and watched curiously. Don't shoot, we're on the same side. A familiar figure came out from behind the hut, holding his hand and walking towards me with a smile. The guy who stole skills was not an outsider, but the receptionist and student of the Tai Chi martial arts school, Sumu's best friend Lin Lei. Sumu had no way to deal with this best friend and could only smile bitterly. Walking closer, Lin Lei lowered his raised arms and said with a grin, "Ha, old Su, you are amazing. You can actually train a 3-year-old kid into a master. I can see that their level is improving by leaps and bounds. Judging from the fluency of their moves, they can almost take the rank test. Have you been peeking these days?" Sumu secretly felt a headache. He was so focused that he didn't even notice someone was peeking at him. Hey. Lin Lei was somewhat proud. Even you didn't notice it, my voyeurism skills are pretty good, right? Seeing Sumu's face fall, Lin Lei quickly added, "Don't worry, I was the only one peeking, the others were chased away." That's more like it. Sumu nodded, looked at Lin Lei who was rubbing his hands and said with a smile, "Why, are you interested in what the little kid is practicing?" "Certainly." Lin Lei immediately became excited and said with his neck stiff, "As long as you are willing to guide me like you guide your son and daughter, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you." Seeing his best friend so serious, Sumu couldn't help but laugh and said, "Ha, you don't have to be such a slave. Since you have helped us block a lot of bullets these days, I will be reluctant and give you some pointers." He also knew that the place where he and the kids lived was actually a tourist attraction. If there weren't people blocking the way outside to stop the tourists, the family would not be able to stay there. Lin Lei's eyes lit up, and he couldn't help but punched Sumu's arm. "Great, my best friend is really nice, he's willing to pass on his signature skills to me. By the way, your boxing style looks like a brand new school, you should give it a name. Just call it Su Quan." Sumu didn't care much. Considering his relationship with Lin Lei, there was nothing wrong in teaching him a set of Tai Chi. It would just take a little more time and energy. So, in addition to the four little ones, there was another tall and strong guy who followed Sumu to practice. As for the problem of tourists disturbing the area, it has also been solved by the Tai Chi martial arts school. Masan is now a golden signboard of the scenic area. Countless people come here every day to learn from him. Even for his sake, the scenic area will give up this attraction which actually has little passenger flow. 2 more days passed. Sumu, Xiaojun, and the four little ones were outside the cabin enjoying the cool air. On the open space opposite, Lin Lei was practicing boxing alone. His steps were agile and his punches were as fast as the wind. The switching between movement and stillness was smooth and natural, and he switched between moves with ease. The last moment, he was like a tiger out of a cage, with endless majesty and attack power. As his moves changed, he became as quiet as an old tree in the wind, even his breathing was barely perceptible, and he completely blended into the surrounding world. What he practiced was the new Tai Chi that Sumu had tailored according to his physique and personality. As the styles were so different, the two men discussed it and decided to call it Lin Quan. From now on, every martial artist who has been instructed by Sumu will have their boxing skills named after their own surnames, or given another unique name. Wow, it's so satisfying. After finishing a set of punches, Lin Lei came over and said, "Lao Su, I have basically mastered the basics of Lin boxing. I won't bother you if there is nothing important in the future." During these 2 days, he could also see how much time and effort Sumu spent to create a new set of boxing for him. Besides, he had a wife and 4 children to take care of, so no matter how thick-skinned he was, he didn't dare to stay any longer. Sumu smiled. "Brothers, what nonsense are you talking about? If there is really a hurdle that cannot be overcome, will I not take action?" Lin Lei was stunned for a moment, then said seriously, "I knew you wouldn't be that kind of person, but don't worry, I won't expose your secrets casually, nor will I bring anyone to disturb you. This guarantee is very important." If he knew that Sumu had the ability to tailor the most suitable boxing style for each person and could steadily improve his strength, he would probably no longer have time for himself. There are simply too many people on Earth. Even if martial arts fanatics only account for 1 in 10 million of the population, he would not be able to handle it all. Chapter 18. Grandma Li is sick. The family was having a great time in the scenic spot, and just when they were planning to stay there for a while, a piece of bad news suddenly came. Grandma Li next door had a high blood pressure attack and has been sent to the hospital. The elderly people in their 70s and 80s could not withstand any wind and rain at all. Realizing the seriousness of the problem, the family no longer wanted to stay in the scenic area and rushed back immediately. On the way, Sumu learned from Xiao Jun that Grandma Li was an old worker in a state-owned enterprise. She was injured in her early years and became infertile, so she had no children. Her husband passed away more than 10 years ago. More importantly, the house she lives in is owned by her company. Once her savings are used up, she cannot sell the house to pay for her medical expenses. Grandma Li usually takes good care of Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones, so of course they have to take up this responsibility. I hurried to the hospital, asked at the front desk, and found out where Grandma Li's ward was. Sumu and Xiao Jun immediately rushed over with concerns. The 4 little ones felt their parents' emotions and followed them obediently, not daring to make any noise. Soon, the family arrived at the ward. There were 5 or 6 beds in total. Grandma Li was lying on the innermost bed, seemingly sleeping. Aunt Zheng from the neighborhood committee came over with breakfast, and Sumu and Xiao Jun hurried forward to ask. Sister Li was walking with us in the neighborhood when she suddenly fainted. Her face looked very scary. We called an ambulance right away, but after checking at the hospital, we found out that the reason for Sister Li's fainting was high blood pressure. There were many other problems besides this, not to mention the most common minor illnesses among the elderly. The most important thing was that she actually had lung cancer, and it was in the late stage. The doctor said she only had a few months to live. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue, making Xiao Jun feel a little breathless. Aunt Zhang couldn't help shaking her head. "Hey, Sister Li lost her husband and has no children, and now she has encountered this kind of thing. Her life is really miserable." She glanced at Xiao Jun and said, "The community can't really do anything. Xiao, Sister Li usually takes good care of you. She has no children, so you should just accompany her until the end of her life." As Aunt Zhang spoke, her eyes turned red and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. "Well, you've worked hard these days, leave the rest to us." Xiao Jun took a deep breath, took the breakfast from Aunt Zhang, and walked towards the bed with mixed feelings. Sumu originally planned to hand the 4 little ones over to Aunt Zhang, but the babies knew that the person lying inside was Grandma Li, who was usually very kind to them, and they insisted on going over no matter what. In desperation, he had to take the children with him. On the hospital bed, Grandma Li heard the noise and slowly opened her eyes. When she saw the 4 little ones' innocent and bright faces, her eyes regained some spirit and she smiled kindly. "Ah, why are you making such a fuss? I just have some minor problems." Having lived for 70 or 80 years, she has long since let go of things. "Well, there's nothing serious wrong with your body. We just brought the children to see you." Xiao Jun held back his grief, opened the lunchbox with a smile, and fed Grandma Li porridge mouthful by mouthful. "Grandma, you'll be well soon. Well, we are also doctors and can help you cure your illness. I want to stay with Grandma forever. Brother and sister are the best. They have cured Yuan's illness." The 4 little ones surrounded the hospital bed, full of childish fun. Grandma Li's face was filled with joy and her mood improved a lot. She insisted on finishing the bowl of porridge. Aunt Zhang had something else to do, so she chatted for a while and then left. Letting the children talk to Grandma Li, Xiao Jun called Sumu aside. She hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, "I have some special connections. If possible, I will have someone take Grandma Li away and send her to the best hospital for treatment." Sumu's heart moved. Xiao Jun, the former rich girl, had been living in an old neighborhood with her 4 children for 3 years, and the living conditions were so poor. He had guessed something a long time ago, but had never asked. Judging from what Xiao Jun said now, does he want to contact his family? Thinking of the internal struggles among wealthy families that often appear in TV dramas, Sumu immediately lost his temper. If his wife was forcibly taken away by her family, the 4 little ones would be left without a mother. He absolutely couldn't agree to that. Honey, wait a minute, maybe it's a misdiagnosis. Why don't we let the doctor recheck it tomorrow? Misdiagnosis? The probability should not be very high, but since you said so, then, let's wait another day. Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. In fact, unless it was absolutely necessary, she didn't want to ask for help from that family full of cold-bloodedness and conspiracy. A few hours later, Xiao Jun dragged his tired body to work. Sumu took the 4 little ones with him and waited until Grandma Li and the patients in other beds fell asleep one after another. Then he pulled the curtains between the beds. After calling all 4 little ones over, he placed his hand on Grandma Li's arm and started the loving healing technique. Grandma is sick and needs our treatment. Are you ready? Sumu began to guide skillfully. As the kids performed seriously, heart-shaped balloons began to appear above their heads. Sumu immediately collected and guided the love balloons into Grandma Li's body. With the injection of love value, Grandma Li's complexion quickly recovered and she finally looked more energetic. Continue. Sumu continued his efforts and continued to guide. Half an hour passed quickly. Grandma Li, who was sleeping peacefully, moved her arm slightly and suddenly started coughing violently. Dad, what happened to Grandma? The 4 little ones were so scared that they stopped their performance and looked at Sumu with anxiety and helplessness. Sumu's face changed drastically. There was no problem with the love healing technique, but Grandma Li's reaction. It hurts. It hurts so much. Grandma Li was breathing rapidly and making sounds of pain. Looking at the love balloons that kept popping up above the kids' heads, Sumu didn't dare to go on. He immediately pressed the emergency call button next to the bed. Soon, a group of doctors and nurses rushed over. The attending doctor glared at Sumu in dissatisfaction. The old man needs quiet. Why did you bring so many children here? After that, the other party organized doctors and nurses to carry out examinations and rescue operations. They first stabilized Grandma Li's breathing and heartbeat, and then pushed the bed all the way to the emergency room. Sumu and the other 4 followed and waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Dad, is Grandma going to leave us? Kong Kong asked in a soft voice with tears in his eyes. Anan, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were also staring at the emergency room, almost crying out loud. It's okay, Grandma will be out soon. Sumu pretended to be calm and comforted the little ones, but he felt very guilty in his heart. Suddenly, he noticed something. Because there was no timely guidance, the love balloons above the 4 little ones' heads gathered more and more. Under the squeezing of each other, some began to deform and even showed signs of bursting. Chapter 19. The money is gone again. He was stunned for a moment, and one of the balloons finally couldn't hold on, burst right before his eyes, and completely dissipated. What a waste! Sumu felt distressed and waved his hand out of habit. Under the guidance of some special force, love balloons floated in front of him one after another, almost forming a small hill. Grandma Li is still receiving urgent requests, so it's impossible to rush in now. He was about to put the love balloons into Yuan Yuan's body when he suddenly discovered something. Because it was too crowded, a heart-shaped balloon actually floated to his chest and merged into his body. Forehead. Sumu's body didn't react at all, so he quickly checked the system interface. There is an extra red heart above the money panel. Oh my god, it turns out that love balloons can be stored, no wonder they are called love values. He suddenly realized, thought about it, and immediately began to absorb the love balloons. The love value was also increasing crazily, and finally it turned into something similar to a health bar, with the specific value displayed at the back. When the value reached 240, the increase in the love value suddenly stopped, but there were almost half of the love balloons outside. Afterwards, no matter how hard he tried, his body could no longer absorb the love balloons. This thing actually has a storage limit. The love balloons still floating outside seemed to have a duration as they began to burst one after another. Sumu felt distressed again and quickly put the remaining love balloons into Yuan Yuan's body. Call. After a while, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks to his rescue, only a dozen love balloons burst. The side effects of contributing love points began to emerge. And then, Kong Kong and Tuan Tuan all began to feel sleepy, but Yuan Yuan's consumption and replenishment offset each other and he was still very active. After carrying the kids to sleep on a bench nearby, Sumu looked at Yuan Yuan who was still standing at the door of the emergency room and fell into deep thought. Yes, that must be it. Soon, his eyes lit up. Since love value requires the consumption of spirit, its absorption must also have conditions. Yuan Yuan just has a heart problem, her body is fine and can absorb those love balloons. But Grandma Li is already in her 70s or 80s, and her body is weak to begin with. She absorbed so many love balloons at once, and the changes in her body were too drastic, so. He suddenly realized that this was probably what is called the weak cannot be nourished. For the elderly and frail patients, love balloons are sometimes not a cure, but a death warrant. I was still careless. With a sigh, Sumu began to wait patiently. As long as Grandma Li could get through this, he could use the love balloons to slowly treat her in the future. Even if he couldn't completely cure her, it should be no problem at all to alleviate the old lady's condition. Half an hour later, Grandma Li was pushed out. What are you busying about? I just said I'm fine, huh? Sumu hurried over and saw that Grandma Li on the hospital bed had a rosy complexion and was joking with him. He felt completely relieved. Strangeness. The attending doctor kept shaking his head. According to the patient's condition, her condition should have worsened after all this trouble, but her breathing and heartbeat quickly returned to normal. It doesn't look like she has advanced lung cancer at all. He looked back at Grandma Li and quickly made a decision. Xiao Zhao, send this old lady to take an X-ray. Maybe our previous examination was wrong. A young doctor stepped forward and said confidently, Director Wang, I took the film. There is absolutely no problem. The patient's lungs are indeed very serious. Okay, I believe in your skills. Maybe there's something wrong with the equipment. This has happened before. Anyway, let's take another film first. The attending physician was very persistent and waved his hand calmly. Dr. Zhao was a little depressed, but due to his status he couldn't refute, so he obediently took people to push Grandma Li away. Sumu saw all this and suddenly felt relaxed. It seemed that Grandma Li's condition had really improved. He just had to be careful not to show her over love in the future. After he persuaded her for a while, Grandma Li finally felt at ease to undergo the examination. Are you a relative of the patient? Director Wang looked at Sumu and said sternly, be careful in the future. The old man is not in good health, so don't bring the children here. Sumu smiled awkwardly, I understand. Thank you, doctor. Seeing that Sumu had a good attitude, Director Wang nodded and said, if conditions permit, it would be best to transfer the old lady to the intensive care unit. As you can see, the situation today is very dangerous, and in addition to lung cancer, the old lady also has many chronic diseases. She needs professional equipment and personnel to look after her. Sumu did not hesitate at all and said he would do it immediately. When he came to the front desk and asked, Sumu was dumbfounded. The intensive care unit costs 20,000 yuan a day. Considering Grandma Li's physical condition, treatment with loving care will be a slow process and she will have to stay in the hospital for at least a month. It's not easy for the old man either, I can't let him down. Sumu made a quick decision and paid 1 month's salary directly. The WeChat balance quickly returned to hundreds of thousands. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly, and he quickly calmed down so as not to make the children worry. Another half hour passed. Despite Grandma Li's objections, Sumu helped the doctors and nurses transfer her to the intensive care unit, which was comparable to a 5-star hotel room. When Dr. Zhao, with a strange expression on his face, came over with the retaken X-rays and took the initiative to admit the mistake of misdiagnosis, the elderly Grandma Li, despite having experienced many hardships, still shed tears of emotion. It's not your fault this time. Have someone inspect the equipment. Director Wang sent Dr. Zhao away and looked at the film in deep thought. Looking at Dr. Zhao's somewhat embarrassed back, Sumu had a strange expression on his face. In fact, the other party had done nothing wrong, but in order to keep the secret, he would not help the other party to seek justice. Anyway, the hospital's equipment needs regular maintenance, so just consider it as doing it a little early. As he was thinking this, Director Wang called him outside again, this is our fault. Although the old lady is not in the advanced stage of lung cancer, her condition is still not very optimistic. At her age, chemotherapy and surgery may not be possible. She can only rely on imported drugs to survive. Your financial situation. This is his duty. Since it will be a waste of time in the end, it is better to notify the patient in advance of discharge. As for whether the family members listened to it or not, that is another matter. Sumu heard the other party's implication and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Director Wang, for reminding me. Grandma Li is my family. I will not give up unless it is absolutely necessary. Please do your best to treat her. Money is not a problem. Well, there aren't many young people like you these days. Upon hearing this, Director Wang couldn't help but re-examine Sumu. Seeing that he didn't look like a rich man in his clothes, he couldn't help but solemnly assure, we will also do our best to increase the old lady's lifespan. Chapter 20, Triggering a Special Mission. The love value can be stored, which means that the 4 little ones do not need to take action personally to use the love healing technique on Grandma Li. With Director Wang's reminder, Sumu had no choice but to coax and deceive the 4 children into bringing them home. Grandma Li is currently being taken care of by several elderly men and women from the neighborhood committee. They usually take walks and bask in the sun together, and will help each other if anyone has difficulties. After returning home and coaxing Yuan to sleep, Sumu began to study the system. The upper limit of the love value is 240, which is probably the maximum storage allowed for the primary level. According to Grandma Li's tolerance, each time she uses up 120 points of love, which means that without the children's company, she can only use her ability twice in a row before she will be reduced to her original form. System, can the upper limit be raised? Sumu tried to ask. Ding. The storage limit of the primary love healing spell is the sum of the best love points that the kids can generate every day. A mechanical voice sounded, giving a perfect answer. Sumu suddenly realized that the 4 little ones could only contribute continuously for a maximum of 1 hour every day, and each of them generated 1 point of love per minute, which added up to exactly 240 points. Then how do we improve the level of the heart healing technique? Ding. Please explore on your own. Friendly reminder, it will be difficult to upgrade in the short term. I knew it would be like this. Sumu was helpless. He could forget about leveling up in the short term. So there was only one way for him to increase the upper limit of his love value. That is, have more babies. Looking at the babies lying in a row on the bed, Sumu rejected the idea. Although the babies were cute, having too many of them was not good. What's more, apart from that night, the most intimate interaction between him and Xiao Jun was just kissing. Although it was more comfortable, kissing would not lead to pregnancy. As for the god-level ability of making anyone pregnant by glaring at them, even the powerful Super Dad system probably can't produce that effect. He asked a series of questions, and the system gave answers in a cold, mechanical voice. Sumu caught something from it and was filled with anticipation again. System, are you saying that I can obtain a temporary skill card by triggering a special nanny mission? Ding. Totally okay. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Sumu was speechless. Ding. The system has the right to remain silent. Okay, tell me more about it. The system immediately gave an explanation. It turns out that the special nanny mission needs to be triggered actively, and it can only happen once a month, with a fixed reward, and the beneficiaries can only be people related to the 4 little ones. After careful inquiry, Sumu learned that Grandma Li was not among the beneficiaries. Well, Grandma Li and the 4 little ones are not related by blood. No matter how good their relationship is, they are still outsiders. In that case, let's find a way to make Grandma Li a member of our family. Got it. Sumu slapped his forehead and came up with an idea. System, does it count as asking the kids to recognize their grandmother? Ding. Establishing social relationships with people who are not related to you by blood will be an important milestone in your baby's growth. That's it. Sumu was overjoyed and cut off the connection with the system. He suppressed his excitement and did not wake up the 4 little ones immediately. What, you want the babies to recognize their grandmother? When Xiao Jun got home and learned about this plan from Sumu, he was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. Of course, thanks to Grandma Li's care over the past few years, the babies can grow up healthily. It's also a good idea to let her have something to worry about before she leaves, which is also wife. Sumu interrupted, took out his phone, and looked up the hospital's test results. Actually, there is another good news. After a moment, Xiao Jun's shoulders shrugged slightly, and she couldn't help sobbing softly. Wow, I knew that Grandma Li would be fine. Sumu opened his arms and waited for Xiao Jun to throw herself into his arms. He asked softly, now, you don't need to contact your family, right? Xiao Jun was silent for a while, then smiled with relief, and all the psychological pressure was relieved. Another long kiss. After dinner, the family came to the hospital. Only Aunt Jean was left to accompany the patient. Sumu and Xiao Jun asked her to witness the 4 little ones standing in a row and kowtow to Grandma Li 3 times in a proper manner according to the postures they had rehearsed beforehand. Hello, Grandma. Good boy, babies are so good, get up quickly. Grandma Li's face was almost blossoming with joy. When the 4 children came over, she hugged them and said, I never thought I would have grandchildren when I'm old. This life has not been lived in vain. As she spoke, tears began to flow from the corners of her eyes. Xiao Jun and Aunt Zhang also secretly wiped away their tears. Ding! The baby has successfully established a blood relationship with Grandma Li. The special nanny mission is triggered. The target of the benefit is Li Shuping. Ding! Special nanny mission, spend money to avoid disaster. Considering that Li Shuping suffers from multiple diseases and a terminal illness, the host must pay an extraordinary price to save her. In short, spend all the money within 24 hours. Current balance, 195,300. 4 head. Sumu was surprised and delighted. This special task of being a nanny was really special. It actually made him a prodigal son. Looking at the balance, it is exactly the same as my own WeChat balance, which means that Xiao Jun's money is not included. This is also a kind of comfort. Sumu felt a little relieved. He suddenly remembered something. After completing the nanny mission last time, in addition to the love healing technique, there seemed to be another reward. View now. Shopping cashback coupon, 25 times, the host can choose a shopping mall to make purchases, and can get 25 times the amount of the purchase back after leaving. This product is a disposable item, please use it reasonably and avoid shameful waste. Oh my god, system, I love you. After reading the description of the shopping cashback coupon, Sumu was inexplicably excited. Although the system's voice was cold, it was still quite human. This time, the Super Dad mission is basically just giving money to myself. In that case, what are you waiting for? It's hard to explain to Xiao Jun how I spent money for no reason. So, Sumu once again extended his evil claws to the ignorant 4 little ones. Babies, are you happy that you have a grandma? Happy. The 4 little ones said in unison. As grandchildren of Grandma, in order to show our filial piety, we should prepare some gifts for her, right? Right. The soft children's voices are all in unison. Sumu showed a smile of his evil plan succeeded. Okay, Daddy will take you to the supermarket right now. Good. Amid the cheers of the kids, Sumu blinked at the confused Xiao Jun and said, Wife, take good care of Grandma Li. We'll be back soon. This child really doesn't need it, Grandma Li reacted and tried to stop them with a smile, but Sumu had already left quickly with the 4 little ones. Chapter 21 Supermarket Sweep. You have to spend nearly 200,000 yuan in one go, and you will use up the shopping rebate coupons when you go out. It is definitely not possible to go to ordinary shopping malls and supermarkets. His target can only be those super shopping malls that sell everything and at the most expensive prices. There is one right in the city center, not far from the hospital. So what are you waiting for? Let us go. Bringing the 4 little ones to the legendary shopping paradise in the city, Sumu pushed 2 oversized shopping carts and waved his hand. Move. The first things to be swept away are, of course, the baby's favorite toys and snacks. Hello, sir. When the salesperson saw Sumu with 4 kids, he immediately came over with a smile on his face. This was a big customer. Excuse me, what do you need? Do you want me to recommend something? Time is limited, Sumu shook his head, no need. 4 head. The salesperson was stunned. Looking at what Sumu and the 4 followers behind him were wearing, he couldn't help but curl his lips and said, Oh, then you can take a look at it yourself. I don't dare to ask my mother to recommend it, because I'm afraid of spending money. Why come here if you don't have money? You can just go to an ordinary toy store. How vain. After some mental processing, the salesperson rolled his eyes and went back to the counter to continue playing with his phone. Sumu saw what the other person was thinking, but he didn't care much. Just pick whatever you like and put it in the shopping cart. Dad will pay for it. Seeing that the kids were a little nervous, Sumu gave them a reassurance. Yeah, Daddy is the best. Kong Kong cheered, ran to the shelf in front of him, and pulled out a toy pistol that was flashing with colorful light. Sumu went over and taught him how to shoot. Whoosh! Pleasant gunshots rang out, and colorful cartoon projections appeared on the ground, with each shot being different. It's really high-tech. Sumu sighed and asked Kong Kong, "Do you like it?" Kong Kong nodded vigorously, unable to let it go. The salesperson was attracted by the sound of the toy gun, looked up and frowned. That's the latest imported toy gun, each one costs several thousand yuan. Can they afford it? The next moment, at Sumu's reminder, Kong Kang's attention was attracted by a toy car again. Sumu tore off the trademark of the toy gun and threw it into the shopping cart like garbage. The power of role models is infinite. Inspired by Kong Kong, Nen, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan also took action. Boys and girls have different hobbies. Nen and Kong Kong like toy cars, toy guns and robots, while Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan like dolls and ebooks. Sumu became busy, constantly tearing off the labels of toys and throwing them into the shopping cart. A family of 5 kept repeating the same actions as if they were shopping, and the shopping cart was soon full. Crunch! The dumbfounded salesman stretched his stiff neck and finally reacted. A rough calculation shows that in less than half an hour, the total value of the toys handled by this seemingly ordinary customer exceeded 30,000 yuan. "Sir, if the label is torn off, you can't sell it anymore. Do you have enough money?" She felt that if she didn't say something, she would lose the job. This kind of person is either a low-key tycoon or a complete lunatic. Sumu was busy loading and turned around when he heard the words. There was no madness or ridicule on his face as the salesperson imagined. He just took out his mobile phone and asked calmly, "Where to scan?" "Forehead." The salesman's expression changed, and he finally pointed to the counter. "Sir, we need to confirm the price first." "Hold on." Sumu threw the last few toys that the 4 little ones brought with them into the shopping cart, and then took the kids over. Ding dong, payment of 34,000. When the reminder sounded, Sumu pushed the shopping cart and ran straight to the snack area next door, surrounded by a group of excited babies with red faces. Thump! The salesman sat back in his chair and began to doubt his life. Compared with hundreds or thousands of toys, the 4 little ones' demand for snacks is much smaller. After all, babies have just grown out of breastfeeding age and can only drink some nutritious porridge on weekdays. They have not yet formed any concept of snacks with strange flavors. What they like most are probably the sweets with milky flavor and the soft and smooth jelly. Moreover, compared with toys, snacks are not that expensive no matter how expensive they are. The babies went around picking out snacks in the snack area and just filled up half of another shopping cart. After calculating the prices, it was only a few thousand. Not enough, not enough? This amount of money is just a drop in the bucket compared to the mission amount of over 100,000. He stopped a passerby and asked, "Excuse me, what is the most expensive thing here?" Passersby looked at him sideways, looking at him as if he was a fool, but finally answered with a hint of ridicule. "In the furniture section, those imported furnitures cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you might buy fake ones. Do you want to try your luck?" Sumu was stunned and used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. "Ha, I was just asking casually." "Oh, see you later." Passersby were speechless, thinking they had encountered a prank. They looked around but didn't find any hidden cameras, so they left in disappointment. Although there are shopping cashback coupons, Sumu doesn't want to waste money, so it is better to buy practical things. For example, toys that are both entertaining and educational, and snacks that babies love. What else is needed besides these? He was thinking hard when someone tapped him on the shoulder. Sumu turned around and almost jumped up. "Old wife, why are you here?" After saying this, he lowered his head guiltily. Xiao Jun's face didn't look good, and there was murderous intent in her beautiful eyes, as if she was ready to pounce and eat someone at any time. "Honey, Grandma Lee seems to be too old to play with electric cars and eat snacks, right?" Xiao Jun stepped forward, grabbed Sumu's arm, and questioned him in a faint voice. Ahem. Sumu's brain was working fast. The system could not be exposed, and a reasonable reason was needed. Just when he was in a dilemma, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. After hearing the system prompt, Sumu's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately smiled mysteriously. "Ah, I just met a rich man who said that if I can spend all the money in WeChat, he will give me 2 to 5 times the rebate, and it's the full amount." Real? Xiao Jun clearly didn't believe it and looked towards the entrance of the shopping mall. "Where is that rich man? Take me there to see him." Seeing that his wife was about to go out, Sumu immediately became anxious. Although the system helped him solve the rationality of the shopping rebate coupons, the rules still cannot be broken. Once he leaves the shopping mall, the cashback coupon will be consumed, and he has only spent less than 40,000 yuan. The most important thing is that as long as the balance does not become zero, the task of spending money to avoid disaster will be declared a failure. After all, money is only external to one's body, and he absolutely cannot lose the most important skill card. Wife, I have never lied to you, have I? That rich man said that if I leave without spending all the money, he won't give me a penny. He could only grit his teeth and persevere while observing Xiao Jun's reaction. Chapter 22 Shopping. After struggling for a long time, Xiao Jun finally let go of the hand that was pinching Sumu's arm and smiled. Okay, although it sounds unreliable, I still choose to believe you. In the past circles, there were also many playboys who used millions of pocket money to amuse ordinary people. Although there is no dignity, ordinary people can still get an unexpected fortune after all. Maybe Sumu was lucky this time. Do you really believe me? Sumu was dumbfounded. Someone actually believed such a lame excuse. Could it be that Xiao Jun was too busy and exhausted from work and became stupid? Who else can I trust except you? Do I have a choice? Xiao Jun chuckled and took Sumu's arm. All right. A warm feeling flowed through his heart, and Sumu suddenly felt a little regretful. If he had known that his wife supported him so much, he should have brought her here with him. However, it doesn't seem too late now. After checking Sumu's WeChat balance, Xiao Jun thought for a moment and suggested, let's go to the luxury goods section. If that rich guy is trying to trick you, we can sell it to you. Good idea. Sumu gave a thumbs up and thought to himself that Xiao Jun was really amazing as he could still be so rational in this situation. The family came to the top floor of the shopping mall. There were not many shops here, and they sold relatively expensive luxury goods. Some of them were even out of stock, so ordinary people could only look. Oh my god, milk powder is also a luxury item? Under the guidance of Xiao Jun, they first entered a small shop with a very warm atmosphere. Looking at the imported milk powder that cost hundreds of yuan per can, Sumu felt that his outlook on life was impacted. What do you think? These are not just 3-5 products. They also contain various trace elements that are beneficial to the baby's growth. If I had money, I would have bought them a long time ago. Xiao Jun gave Sumu a slightly resentful look, and then started to choose happily. Sumu helped load the goods from the back and soon filled up the second shopping cart. The snacks underneath made a creaking sound, which caused protests from Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. Coming out of the milk powder store, Sumu checked his phone and pretended to be melancholy. There are still 110,000 yuan left, there is still a long way to go. Cut. Xiao Jun looked at him with disdain and walked straight into the children's brand clothing store next door. How could I forget this? It's urgently needed. Sumu followed with the 4 little ones. This store has a complete range of clothing, the variety is dazzling. Sumu didn't understand it all and sat at the door distracted like most husbands. I casually checked the label of a dress in front of me and found that the price was as high as 9,800 yuan. My worldview, which had been shocked, was shaken again. Snow White. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan rushed to a child model, grabbed the white princess dress the model was wearing and swayed it, thinking of the cartoons they had seen. Don't move. Amidst the shrill voice, the salesperson of the clothing store ran over and slapped the 2 babies' hands away. Little brats, who told you to move around? If you make the clothes dirty, who will I sell them to? She was older and had an amazing professional sense. With just a glance, she knew that the person who came in was definitely not a rich man. Therefore, she naturally did not need to greet them with a smile, and she even planned to drive away this person who was obviously not a target customer first, so as not to affect the business. Woo woo! Yuan Yuan was a timid child, and when she saw the fierce ant, she immediately started crying. Tuanchuan's eyes turned red and she looked like she was about to cry. Don't cry, Xiao Yuan Yuan. Sumu hurried over and picked up Yuan Yuan, and with his other hand he stroked Tuanchuan's head to calm her down. Facing Sumu, an adult, the waiter was even more aggressive, like parents, like children. I don't know how to educate them. Sumu's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, Xiao Jun came over with an Kong. Oh, I didn't realize it, they are quadruplets. Do you think your salary is enough to support 4 little ones? You dare to come to a place like this, you are really brave. The waiter took a quick look and seemed a little surprised, but the 4 cute little ones couldn't stop her from continuing to mock them. Xiao Jun was neither humble nor arrogant, and glanced at the other person calmly. Hasn't your boss taught you the proper etiquette to treat customers? I just made a complaint call, do you think you can still keep this job? Her aura was fully unleashed, instantly suppressing the opponent's arrogance. The waiter immediately felt a familiar pressure. At this moment, Xiao Jun looked very much like those top socialites who usually came to the store to do a big sweep. Could it be that I was wrong? She calmed her breathing and began to regret it a little. But why do rich people dress so poorly? The waiter tried to struggle. Why, are you really here to consume and not mess around? Nonsense. Xiao Jun snorted coldly and pointed at the princess dress that Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan had touched. Here, give me 2 dresses of that style. After that, she took out the 2 sets of sportswear that she had chosen for an inn in Hong Kong, and these 2 sets of children's sportswear. Pack them up for me. Seeing that Xiao Jun didn't seem to be joking, the waiter rolled his eyes and immediately adjusted his seat. She honestly took out her calculator and calculated for a long time, then showed a professional smile on her face. The total is 88,000. Is there anything else you need? Is this okay? Sumu glanced sideways. It was the first time he noticed someone could change his expression so quickly and naturally. Certainly. Xiao Jun's expression softened, and he stopped arguing with the other party. He took the babies to choose shoes, socks, and decorations. In the end, there were several more large shopping bags on the shopping cart. Sumo's WeChat balance also successfully turned into 9,800 yuan, which is very close to the goal of spending it all. Welcome to visit us next time. Under the waiter's eager gaze, the family left the clothing store. The 4 little ones are safe, healthy, and happy, with bright smiles on their faces. They have food to eat, drinks to drink, and fun to play with. Their parents have even prepared new clothes for them. The 4 little ones feel extremely satisfied. Sumu was happy but also a little emotional. On this trip, Xiao Jun spent a total of 100,000 yuan. It turns out that women's talent for shopping is truly terrifyingly strong. But it seems that the money has not been spent yet. How about buying 2 more clothes? Sumu suggested. Xiao Jun shook his head. Forget it, you're not angry enough. I was just angry just now. In fact, children's clothing is difficult to resell. So you're still worried about this? Sumu was very depressed, but then he thought that the mission would be completed soon. Once he finished the mission and walked out of the shopping mall, the tycoon arranged by the system would make a brilliant appearance, and then all his wife's worries would disappear. The 2 of them discussed it and decided to use the remaining money to buy nutritional supplements. After all, Sumu's reason for going out shopping was to take the kids to buy gifts for Grandmolly, so how could he go back empty-handed? Chapter 23 System Special Envoy. With a goal in mind, the family continued to take action. Only then did Sumu realize how violent the health products for the elderly were. He spent 9,000 yuan like water, but in return he only got a dozen boxes of nutritional powder written in English, as well as high-end supplements such as cod liver oil, royal jelly, and the recently popular sea cucumber. Finally, he bought a few lollipops for the kids and transferred a few cents more to the merchant, and Sumu's WeChat balance was completely cleared. Mission accomplished. Sumu let out a sigh of relief, looking relieved. Xiao Jun reminded faintly, I say, it's best not to be happy too early. What if that rich man is a liar? No, let's go. Sumu was full of confidence. He pushed 2 fully loaded shopping carts and strode out with big strides. Xiao Jun shook his head and followed behind with the 4 little ones. Ding! The host has completed the mission of spending money to avoid disaster. The system's special envoy is about to appear. Be prepared. The moment Sumu stepped out of the shopping mall, the system prompt sounded. Sumu nodded secretly and looked around. Where are the people? Xiao Jun brought the kids over, unable to hide his disappointment. Hey, every failure is a learning experience. I still have some money, and in the future. Wow! Before she finished her words, with a powerful roar of an engine, a very cool, extended luxury business car stopped in front of the family. Sumu was stunned. Apart from anything else, the length of the train and its bullet-shaped streamlined shape were simply a smaller version of a high-speed train. At this moment, there was only one idiom left in his mind, rich and inhumane. Corvette Explorer, this? Even the well-informed Xiao Jun showed rare shock and disbelief. In this second-tier city, there was actually a car that only the richest people were qualified to own, which really challenged her inherent judgment. The 4 doors at the back of the luxury car opened at the same time, and 8 sturdy men in suits filed out. They wore sunglasses and looked mighty and powerful, and it was obvious that they were professional bodyguards. They moved in unison and quickly surrounded the luxury car. One of them came to the passenger door and opened it respectfully. This scene not only shocked Sumu's family, but also made many passers-by stop and take out their mobile phones to take pictures in surprise. Ha ha ha! Accompanied by a hearty laugh, a 2-meter tall man with a slicked back hair got down from the passenger seat. The man with the slicked back hair and a ruddy face looked very stylish. After getting out of the car, he shook his shoulders, and the expensive windbreaker he was wearing fell directly to the ground behind him. He was then held by the bodyguard. His movements were extremely skillful, as if he had practiced it countless times. "Mr. Su, we meet again." He walked straight to Sumu, opened his mouth with his slicked back hair, revealing a row of shining gold teeth, and winked at Sumu secretly. Sumu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The other party should be the special envoy of the system. He really fits the temperament of a rich man. He secretly glanced at Xiao Jun and found that the latter had quickly recovered from his shock, so he nodded calmly and handed over his cell phone. The man with the slicked back hair took the phone, glanced at it casually, and laughed heartily again. "Ha, the flowers are really clean. It seems that you didn't disappoint me." Sumu smiled and said, "The money has been spent. What about you?" The man with the slicked back hair nodded, took out his phone and called up an interface. "In that case, I will fulfill my promise. Come, let's start the lottery. 4 head." Sumu looked over and found that it was a small game, a spinning wheel with the options on it divided into 2, 3, 4, and 5, which were distributed alternately with each other. "Is this a variation of a shopping cashback voucher?" He nodded secretly, pressed his fingers on the roulette wheel and slid it gently. The roulette wheel spun quickly, and Sumu kept praying, "I must win the jackpot." After spinning for less than a minute, the roulette wheel stopped and was pointing at a big 5. "Yeah!" Sumu cheered, feeling inexplicably excited. "Ha, you're lucky. I'll add you on WeChat." The guy with the slicked back hair raised his eyebrows, not looking too concerned. Sumu quickly called up the QR code. The two parties added each other as friends, and the other party turned out to be called Li John. 976,500 has arrived in my WeChat account. The phone alert sounded, and Sumu's WeChat balance immediately reached 1 million. But why are there both zero and whole numbers? It's really a 5-fold reward, and they won't give even a penny more. Thank you. Even though he knew that the other party was created by the system, Sumu still wanted to thank him in person. Xiao Jun and the kids were watching, so he had to go through the necessary formalities. Xiao Jun was also happy and poked Sumu's arm quietly. "Hubby, you are so awesome." "Of course." Sumu was very proud and looked at De Ben too, but the latter showed no intention of leaving. He was very confused. The show had already ended, so why was the other party still lingering around? The phone vibrated and Sumu checked it. The news came from a slicker. "Li John, Mr. Su, have you forgotten that there is another reward?" "This?" Sumu quickly checked the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task of spending money to avoid disaster. The reward will be distributed by the system's special envoy in person. The beneficiary is Li Shuping. Please discuss the specific distribution method with the special envoy. Li Shuping is Grandma Li's name. Sumu was overjoyed and looked up at the system commissioner named Li John. The latter smiled knowingly and took out a business card. John Li, President of Comfort International Greater East Asia. After reading it, Sumu couldn't help but feel curious. Li John was actually the other party's real name? Half-blood, you can't tell. Li John explained with a smile and pointed to his eyes, which were indeed a little brown. Xiao Jun thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. She exclaimed, "Is Kanghui International the multinational pharmaceutical company that has made a breakthrough in gene-targeted therapy technology and is preparing to launch clinical trials?" Before, she would rather compromise with her family and ask them to help contact Kanghui International so that Grandma Li would have the opportunity to receive extremely expensive gene-targeted therapy. Later, because Grandma Li's condition was misdiagnosed, she had more time to prepare and temporarily gave up the idea. What Xiao Jun didn't expect was that just one day later, the president of Kanghui International's Greater East Asia region appeared in front of him in such a dramatic way. Is it that everything is God's will, or? She looked at Sumu and fell into deep confusion. Sumu was also stunned when he heard Xiao Jun's words. He quietly sent a message to John Li, "What's going on, are you real?" "What the hell?" The system commissioner actually has a real identity. Li John's hands did not move, but he was able to automatically reply to the WeChat message. "The power of the system is beyond your imagination, Mr. Su, get used to it slowly." Behind it, there was a smiling face. "All right." Looking up at Li John with a harmless smile on his face, Sumu didn't intend to waste his brain cells. Li Jian smiled mysteriously and finally extended an olive branch. This city gives people a very good feeling. I plan to recruit a group of volunteers here to conduct experiments on the latest gene-targeted therapy technology, mainly targeting lung cancer. If you two have any suitable candidates, I will give them priority. Chapter 24 Real Existence. Xiao Jun looked up, his breathing became rapid because he was too excited. Seeing Li Yuehan's curious look, Xiao Jun hesitated for a moment, then asked very seriously, "Yes, is the treatment free?" "Haha, of course it's free, but the number of places is limited. I'm destined to be with you too, so this place is just a gift for meeting you." John Lee smiled brightly. Passers-by realized what was happening, and some became extremely excited and rushed over to scramble for spots. Before they got close, they were stopped by the 8 bodyguards. Li Jian smiled slightly and said, "You can go to Kanghui International Chinese website to sign up. As for whether you will be selected, I can't guarantee it." People immediately dispersed and began to search Kanghui International's website. The family got in their car and followed John Lee's luxury car to the hospital. When they arrived at Grandma Lee's ward, the 4 little ones held various nutritional supplements and went up to compete for the credit. As she ate the nutritious jelly handed to her by little hands, Grandma Lee smiled brightly. Sumu and Xiao Jun stepped forward and told Grandma Lee about the experiment. When they learned that it was free of charge, Grandma Lee readily agreed. Li Jian stepped forward to sign the contract and said with a smile, "The old man is in good condition and meets the test conditions. I will arrange it as soon as possible." "Thank you." Xiao Jun was speechless and insisted on pulling Sumu to bow and express his gratitude together. No need for such a big gift." Li Jian laughed loudly, but had no intention of stopping, and his expression was quite smug. Sumu secretly complained that this system's special envoy actually took advantage of him, and he would definitely get back at him in the future. The president of Kanghui International Greater East Asia showed up and quickly alerted the hospital. The dean and the heads of all departments were present, and after some conversation, they began to explore the possibility of cooperation. Li Jian, who was squeezed in the crowd, gave Sumu a question mark. Sumu didn't care and replied with an exclamation mark. "Okay, I think the environment of this hospital is good, so let's do the experiment here. But you need to prepare some equipment." His word was final and it was decided immediately. The dean and others were extremely excited and expressed their full cooperation. If they could master the most advanced gene therapy technology, their popularity would increase dramatically. "Don't disturb the old man, let's go out and talk." John Lee and the hospital staff left. The Sumo family stayed beside Grandma Lee and let the 4 little ones chat with the old lady. Xiao Jun was filled with emotion. Gene-targeted therapy is indeed very advanced, but I don't know what the success rate is. After all, this technology is not mature yet, otherwise there would be no need to conduct trials. Sumu comforted, "This is the best way. We must have confidence." Xiao Jun smiled, and the pressure of the past few days was completely relieved. Not long after, John Lee sent a professional team, and Grandma Lee was the first experimental subject and received careful care. In front of the professional team, the family seemed a little idle. Seeing that Xiao Jun was also very tired, Sumu asked her to take the 4 little ones home to rest first. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Sumu's cell phone vibrated while he was taking a nap outside. Li Jian finally finished his work and asked him to meet. Sumu immediately came to the rooftop. The 2 people stood face to face, observing each other quietly, and no one spoke. After a long time, Sumu raised his hand and a flash of light appeared. Li Jian frowned slightly, without dodging at all. "How is this done?" Turning the phone over and pointing to the chat history, Sumu asked curiously. Li Jian let out a long sigh and said with a smile, "Of course, I used my mind." "It's true." Sumu nodded secretly, and then continued to ask, "Why can't I do this?" He tried to send a text message using his mind, but couldn't type even a single punctuation mark. Li Jian looked at Sumu with a complicated look and smiled mysteriously, "System skills." The short answer leaves no room for rebuttal. "All right. It seems that you have to complete the task to obtain it, but this skill seems to be useless, at least for now." Sumu no longer hesitated. After a while, he asked the second question seriously, "Does gene-targeted therapy exist in reality?" Li Jian looked at him and nodded, "Of course, I, the special envoy, am standing right in front of you. Nothing is impossible." After saying that, he blinked again. Since Li Shuping is the beneficiary of this mission, under the covert influence of the system, the success rate of her receiving targeted treatment will be 100%. Very good. Sumu was extremely surprised, and his heart was finally at ease. Then he began to question Li Jian's identity. The latter also answered all the questions he knew. It turns out that John Li was not created out of thin air by the system. He was originally the president of Greater East Asia of Kanghui International, and Kanghui International also intended to launch gene-targeted therapy trials. But the city originally selected by Kanghui Group was not here, and its partner was definitely not this unknown local hospital. Just an hour ago, John Li was planning to transfer from this city to the capital of China to meet with an agent of a super wealthy family to discuss cooperation matters. Just a few seconds before boarding the plane, a mysterious message suddenly appeared in his mind, asking him to accept the identity of a special envoy of the Super Daddy system. As long as he fully cooperated, he would receive unimaginable benefits. The first thing the system told him to do was to rush to a large shopping mall in the city center. It turns out that all this is arranged by the system. Sumu understood, and he took the initiative to extend his hand. Thank you for your cooperation. Since the other party is a living person, not a system creation, he should show enough respect and sincerity. It's a pleasure to work with you. Li Jian smiled slightly, and the two held hands tightly together. By the way, have you ever doubted the system? After chatting for a while, Sumu suddenly thought of something and asked curiously. Li Jian looked into the distance, his expression becoming serious. Of course I doubted it, but as far as I know, there is no technology in the world that can make a sound in someone's brain out of thin air, and the reward given by the system is real. After saying this, to prove his point, he took out his cell phone, stared at the screen, and quickly typed out a string of smiley faces with his mind. This is the first reward the system has given me. It's really amazing. Putting away his phone, Li Yuehan sighed with envy. What a pity, you are the supreme owner of the Super Daddy system. Sumu suddenly became nervous and looked at the other person warily. Don't worry. Li Jian laughed, I just have a little bit of resentment, and I don't dare to seize power. In fact, the system has already reminded us that as long as we special envoys make even the slightest move that crosses the line, we will be ruthlessly wiped out. He made a gesture of wiping his neck. All right. Sumu was completely relieved. With the strength of the system, there would not be any loopholes left, and his worries were unnecessary. Chapter 25 Ocean of Joy. After talking, Sumu found that Li Jian was a very straightforward person. At least in front of him, he was very sincere. Of course, maybe this is a threat to the system. But no matter what, Li Jian, a guy with a physique comparable to that of a basketball star, is still worth making friends with. The only regrettable thing is that due to the constraints of the system, Li Jian, who is worth billions, cannot give Sumu any extra help, otherwise he will be punished. Sumu understood this point. The fact that there were both zero and round amounts in the shopping cashback coupon showed how rigorous the system was. It seems that there is only one special envoy at the moment, Li Jian, and Sumu asked the system but did not find out how to activate more special envoys. He can only explore it slowly later. Grandma Li has someone to take care of her, and Sumu's family's life has returned to normal. After breakfast the next day, Xiao Jun went to work with a light heart and a smile on his face. Sumu woke up the four little ones who were reluctant to get out of bed. Be healthy and happy, and be reunited. If you don't get up, the sun will burn your little butt. With a lot of toys and snacks, the kids had a lot of fun last night. Kong, who woke up first, rubbed his eyes, saw the toy gun on the table, and immediately got up. Diu. He kept playing with his toy gun, and the pleasant sound soon woke up his brothers and sisters. Hee, I have a shield. Anan held up a small glowing shield and smiled as he looked for other accessories to put on. It was a complete set of toy armor. Oh my, it's so noisy. Tuan opened his eyes and patted the little rabbit lying next to him. Be good, I'll put a bow on you. Yuan also woke up and crawled into Sumu's arms holding a large block. Daddy, I want to see the castle. Sumu felt a little confused when he saw the building blocks in Yuan's hand. I didn't pay attention when I put it in the shopping cart. After I opened it at home, I found that it was a large inflatable castle. It takes a large area to build the inflatable building blocks. If you have gifts, you should learn to share them. Daddy will take you out to play later. The other kids will definitely like them. Soon, Sumu's eyes lit up. There was a piece of vacant land in the middle of the community. Yeah. The kids cheered. After coaxing them to drink some nutritious porridge, Sumu took the four little ones downstairs. There were so many toys that Sumu had to make several trips back and forth to move them all. He began to inflate the parts of the castle, and Yuan watched quietly by the side. Anan and Kong Kong, one dressed up as an armored warrior and the other holding a toy gun, were having a lot of fun under the envious gazes of a group of other children. Liang, you guys come and play too, this is for you. Anan is very sensible. He remembered Su Mu's words, and after playing for a while, he took the initiative to hand the shield in his hand to a little guy who usually played well. Thanks. Liang raised his shield and helped Anan defend against Kong Kong's lighting bullets in a proper manner. Kong Kong was unhappy now. Brother, you have helpers, and so do I. Jin, Pai, quickly pick up the weapons on the ground and follow me. Okay. The little boys named Jin and Pippi immediately joined the game with laughter. The boys soon became obsessed with the game. Seeing that most of the toys had been snatched away, even their own princess doll was forced to be involved in the fight. Yuan was unhappy. She called a few good little girls together, smiled and snatched back some toys that belonged to the girls, and went to another open space to play house. Phew, it's done. Su Mu built the inflatable castle, bent down, held Yuan in his arms and walked into the palace, put her on the throne, and put a crown on her head. Meet Princess Yuan. Giggle. Yuan was laughing so happily that she asked Su Mu to stand next to her throne. She swung her legs and started to give instructions. Unfortunately, the palace was empty and there were no subjects. Soon, Yuan brought a group of little girls in, placed dolls on both sides of the palace, and after a childlike ceremony, let Su Mu hold them and slide down the slide outside the castle one by one. The boys outside were attracted and began to gather together, preparing to attack the castle. In an instant, the community square became a happy children's playground. Soon, Su Mu was too busy to handle it. The baby's parents came over immediately, took over the responsibility from him, and took their children to experience various projects inside and outside the castle. Su Mu finally had the energy to take care of his 4 little ones, but unfortunately he was a little overwhelmed. Under the girls' resolute resistance, the boys' siege failed and they soon split into 2 forces, starting a chase around the castle. Tuanchuan and Yuan were playing house around the castle, while Anan, Kong Kong and a group of little boys were fighting outside. Su Mu could not favor one over the other and could only keep fighting guerrilla warfare. Just as he helped Tuanchuan and Yuan put the dolls in place, Anan and Kong Kong started calling for support. He could only run out with a smile to join the battle. After half a day, Su Mu was tired but happy, but the other parents were a little overwhelmed. After all, they did not have Su Mu's Tai Chi master strength, and they were exhausted just from chasing their own children. But the children showed no sign of stopping. Boom! The weather was not good and there was thunder. Saved! The parents all breathed a sigh of relief at the same time and began to use the excuse of taking shelter from the rain to forcibly pull their children out of the ocean of joy. Soon, only a few families were left in the square. Su Mu was worried that the toys would get wet if it rained, so he immediately asked everyone for help, and the neighbors were also very enthusiastic. The 4 little ones were already tired from playing, and they didn't want to sit idle. Since they couldn't hold the toys, they followed behind to cheer them on. Crash! By the time we had moved all the toys home, the rain started to fall. Daddy, will the castle catch a cold? Tuan looked at the inflatable castle outside through the window, his little face full of nervousness. The castle has been killed by us, it won't catch a cold. Xiao Kong held up a toy gun and explained with a smile. Woo! Tuanchuan and Yuan looked at each other and cried out of heartache. Su Mu was very distressed that Xiao Kong actually had the potential to become a violent element. This tendency must be stopped. Before he could speak, Anan had already gone over and covered Kong Kang's mouth with her hand. Don't talk nonsense, we are good children, we can't hit others. Then, he comforted Tuanchuan and Yuan in the tone of a little adult. Don't cry, sister. The castle is so beautiful. You will never die. Real? Tuanchuan and Yuan stopped crying and looked over. Kong blinked, as if realizing his mistake, and immediately said in a baby voice, Yeah, didn't you see that the castle is still standing? The 2 little girls looked outside and saw that the castle was still standing firm in the wind and rain, with the small flags on it still fluttering in the wind. They finally stopped worrying. Kong Kong made a few funny faces, and Tuan and Yuan soon burst into laughter. Chapter 26. The house is small. Looking at the toys scattered all over the floor, Su Mu suddenly realized a problem. This temporary rental home seems a bit small. The children's bodies are growing rapidly and their daily activity levels are increasing. This slightly narrow 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment does not allow for full movement. You can't go out and play every day. He began to consider renting a bigger house so that at least the children could run back and forth freely. Although this is not a first-tier city, the rent is rising very quickly. What are you afraid of? We have money. Thinking of the more than 900,000 people in WeChat, Sumu quickly made up his mind. He has to take care of the children, and finding a house is rather troublesome, so it is best to seek help from professionals. Right now, there is a free workforce. With a slight smile, Sumu found Lin Lei's profile picture and sent him a message. Boss Su, I'm very busy lately. Lin Lei replied quickly. It's not that I won't help you. I'm now a martial arts instructor. I teach those idiots how to practice boxing every day. I'm as tired as a dog when I get home. He continued to grumble. Sumu curled his lips. This kid learned Lin Quan and even became a teacher. It's really like a rooster flying to a tree and turning into a phoenix. He edited an angry expression and was about to send it. Ding dong. Another message came in. Hey, no matter how busy I am, I can't delay your work, Boss Su. I'll let my student do it. She's a bit dumb, so I'll just take it as a training. Forehead. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. Would there be any problems if he asked a fool to help find a house? After he expressed his doubts, Lin Lei immediately replied, that student just has poor physical coordination, but is excellent in other aspects. Just a friendly reminder, the other party is the most popular school beauty, don't make any mistakes, otherwise. A bunch of kitchen knives followed behind. Brat, am I that kind of person? Sumu shook his head and smiled bitterly. In that case, I'll trouble your school beauty student to take the trouble. Can you get it done within 3 days? No problem, I'll assign her a task right away. Lin Lei seemed to be really busy. After sending this message, he didn't reply for a long time. Sumu gave the 4 little ones a bath and prepared lunch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon and the rain had not stopped yet. Sumu had just asked the 4 little ones to contribute their love balloons, and Anan, Kong Kong and Tuanchuan fell into a deep sleep. He was holding Yuan Yuan and watching TV when the news came. Boss Su, it's settled. I'll send you her contact information. So fast? Sumu felt very surprised. Lin Lei's subordinates were so talented. He immediately scanned the code and quickly added a netizen named Gusu Morong. The other person's profile picture is Wang Yuyan, played by the fairy sister, and she looks like a star chaser. Hello, is this Mr. Su? Gusu Morong sent a smiley face, the most basic kind. Sumu smiled and replied, yes, thank you for your hard work. Where is the house? He was still a little worried as it had only been less than half a day. It's in the neighborhood where you live. You can move in tomorrow. Forehead. Sumu was surprised. There happened to be such a big house in this community, and it was available for rent? Is there such a coincidence in the world? He sent a question mark. Gusu Morong, I didn't lie to you. Actually, that house belongs to me. I've kept it for 7 or 8 years and was planning to sell it. The specific information was sent. There are 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen and 3 bathrooms, a total of 180 square meters. The floor plan is also very good, and the living room is big enough for the 4 little ones to have fun. This really is fate. Sumu was very satisfied and asked about the price. Gusu Morong, just 500 a month, you are my master's friend, this is a friendship price. Sumu smiled. The house his family was renting now was less than 60 square meters, but the monthly rent was more than 1,000 yuan. The rent for a large house with 4 bedrooms, 2 living rooms and 180 square meters would be at least 3 times higher. He didn't want to take advantage of others for nothing. It's best not to owe favors to others casually, otherwise you will have to pay them back sooner or later. Sumu, no need, just follow the market price, how about 5,000 a month? Gusu Morong, too much, Mr. Su, you really don't need to mind. The 2 people were bargaining. The one renting the house wanted to raise the rent, while the one renting the house was trying to lower the rent, which seemed a bit funny. In the end, with Sumu's insistence, the rent was finally settled at 4,500 yuan per month. He also saw that the girl was very innocent and kind, and was worried that the other party would go back on her word, so he directly paid her a year's rent. After a while, Gusu Morong accepted the rent. Thank you, Mr. Su. I still have some things at home. I will go there to pack them up tomorrow and you can move in the afternoon. Do you need help? They are just some small items, no need. Well, bye. Goodbye. After the chat, Sumu thought for a while, and sent Lin Lei a message to invite him to dinner another day. Then he rubbed Xiao Yuan's head, which was already a little impatient, and continued to explain the cartoons on TV to her. In the evening, I told Xiao Jun the news of moving. Xiao Jun was a little surprised to learn that the new house was in the same community and was 3 times larger. She immediately smiled and secretly gave Sumu a look. What, you want to cancel the lease? The next day, Sumu approached Daxiang and asked him to cancel the lease, to which the latter reacted strongly. Why, you don't want to? Sumu looked at the other person coldly, thinking to himself, isn't this middle-aged greasy man scared after being beaten last time? Haha, no. Xiang Daxiang avoided his gaze and said with a wry smile, I just didn't expect that. Didn't you just pay half a year's rent? How come it's so fast? After suffering a loss at the hands of Sumu, he originally wanted to find a more powerful guy for revenge, but was discovered by Mr. Dong halfway. After Mr. Dong's earnest teachings, Xiang Daxiang completely faced the reality and realized that Sumu was not someone he could afford to offend. He became much more honest afterwards and never dared to cause trouble for Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones again. This time Sumu came to him on his own initiative, so Xiang Daxiang naturally didn't dare to be presumptuous, he was just a little curious. In just over a week, the other party made a lot of money? They actually want to move, where can they move to? Sumu was too lazy to explain to such a person, and just said calmly, we will move out this afternoon. Anyway, you should transfer the remaining rent back as soon as possible. I won't take advantage of you. Let's consider it as the full month and deduct it as you like. Xiang Daxiang's eyelids jumped, and he said hurriedly, No, I'm only staying for a few days. I'll transfer you right away. Ding dong. The 10,000 yuan that Sumu had transferred to Xiang Daxiang was returned, with 2,000 more. Looking at the ingratiating smile on Xiang Daxiang's face, Sumu shook his head. When did this guy become so honest? Excuse me, do you have any other instructions? Xiang Daxiang seemed very attentive. Sumu shook his head, no more, goodbye. After leaving Xiang Daxiang's house, Sumu walked towards the location of his new home according to the address sent by Gusu Morong. He would move in the afternoon, so he planned to inspect it first. Chapter 27 The Stupid School Bell. Although the residential complex where Sumu, Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones live is old, it is very large, with more than a dozen buildings and entrances and exits from all directions. They are currently renting room 202, building 13, which belongs to Xiang Daxiang and is located near the east gate. The hometown of Gusu Morong, where the family is about to move, is located at room 502, building 88 near the west gate. Because it was the last batch of buildings built, building 88 looks much newer than building 12, and each floor has a balcony for growing flowers and drying clothes. Room 502 is open from north to south. At this moment, there is no one on the balcony, but the door to the living room is open. It seems that the girl with the online name Gusu Morong has gone in to pack her things. Sumu walked into the building and was not surprised to find that there was no elevator. This is also normal. According to regulations, buildings below 7 floors in cities do not need to install elevators. The 5th floor is a little high, so I need to climb stairs every day, which I can consider as exercise. Anyway, the 4 little ones are still growing and need some exercise, and they are practicing the Su fist tailored for them by Sumu, so their physical fitness is better than that of other children. Sumu was not worried about tiring the babies out. Follow the stairs all the way to the 5th floor. Boom boom. The door was closed and Sumu knocked. Bang! There was an immediate movement inside, as if something had fallen over. Sumu frowned slightly. The knock on the door was not loud, so how could it cause such a big noise? Could it be that the person inside was not Gusu Morong, but a thief? He looked inside through the peephole, but unfortunately, even though no one had lived here for 7 or 8 years, the peephole was still intact and he couldn't see clearly at all. Who are you? Sumu was considering whether to call the police when a vibrant voice rang through the door. The voice was so gentle and pleasant that one could guess without even looking that the owner of the voice must be a great beauty. Sumu felt relieved. Since she was a beauty, there was no reason for her to be a thief. So, the person in the room should be Gusu Morong himself. He took out his cell phone and sent a message. Crunch! The door opened from the inside, and Sumu looked over. A girl in light blue sportswear was staring at him curiously with her big, pure white eyes. There was a hint of nervousness and shyness in the girl's eyes. You are Gusu Morong, right? Sumu's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself that she was worthy of being the school belle. Even though he was already married, his heart beat faster as the girl stared at him. "Well, are you Mr. Su?" The girl nodded and asked back. When Sumu nodded, the girl smiled like a spring breeze on her face. "Hello, Mr. Su. Gusu Morong is my online name. My real name is Morong Ying. Everyone calls me Xiaoying." "Morong Ying, what a nice name." Sumu retracted his gaze that was fixed on the other person. He quickly calmed down and asked with a little embarrassment, "Then, can I go in and take a look?" Morong Ying was obviously used to this kind of reaction and didn't care too much about it. She just pursed her lips and said embarrassedly, "Well, I'm still cleaning. How about you come back in the afternoon?" According to the agreement between the two parties, the moving time is in the afternoon. Sumu took a look into the room and found that there was no furniture inside. There was a cardboard box and a bucket of water on the floor, as well as a mop lying on the ground. The sound just now should be the sound of the mop falling to the ground. Seeing that the floor was only half mopped, Sumu smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, this will be my home from now on, let's clean it together." "Well, thank you for your help." Morong Ying's pretty face turned slightly red, and after hesitating for a moment, she let Sumu in. Sumu took the initiative to take over the job of mopping the floor. Morong Ying was stubborn, but she couldn't just sit there doing nothing, so she had to find a rag and wipe the walls and furniture. The two chatted, and Sumu was curious why Morong Ying didn't ask for help. The latter just said that there were not many things and there was no need for a thorough cleaning, and she could do it herself. Sumu gradually discovered that this girl had a simple and kind character. Although she spoke with some lack of confidence, she was actually strong in her bones. He was a little curious. The other person was beautiful, and her family conditions seemed to be pretty good, as she was able to change her house. She should have been the focus of attention since she was a child. How did she develop such an unconscious inferiority complex? The two of them were not familiar with each other, so Sumu did not ask in detail. Anyway, they would not meet again except to pay rent. Oops. Sumu was concentrating on mopping the floor when he heard a scream from behind him. Looking back, Morong Ying was standing in front of a standing desk lamp that was about to fall. She tried to reach out to hold the lamp, but her feet were in a panic and her legs tripped over each other, and she was about to fall. This girl is so stupid. Seeing that an accident happened, an idea flashed through Sumu's mind. At the same time, he quickly threw away the mop and rushed forward. With one hand he held Morong Ying's back to prevent her from falling and getting hurt, and with the other hand he accurately grasped the pole of the desk lamp. Amazing! Morong Ying's body was held steadily by Sumu's warm big hands. She slowly stood up. After a moment of panic, her beautiful eyes widened and she exclaimed with envy. Sumu stood the lamp upright again and said with a smile, "This is a normal reaction, it's normal." Morong Ying was very persistent, her eyes even reddened a little. "No, I will never be able to do it. I have always been stupid. I couldn't even march properly during military training." She seemed to be deeply hurt, and she began to tell Sumu, an outsider, about all the embarrassing things that had happened to her because she was too stupid. Sumu listened quietly and soon discovered that Morong Ying was not a naive person in the ordinary sense. She usually exercises regularly, which can be seen from her perfect figure. But no matter how hard she tried, Morong Ying would always make all kinds of jokes when participating in various activities because she was too clumsy. After talking for half an hour, Morong Ying seemed to realize something and she stopped immediately. With a blush on her face, she said, "Hey, I usually only tell these things to my besties. What happened today, Mr. Su? Are you annoyed?" Sumu hurriedly shook his head and asked her, "No, you went to the Tai Chi gym to learn martial arts just to improve your body coordination?" Morong Ying nodded vigorously. "I have done various tests, and there is no problem with my nerves and muscles. The doctors just said that I might have some hidden disease, similar to autonomic nervous system disorder, and I have taken a lot of medicine but it doesn't work." She paused for a moment, then continued, "The Tai Chi martial arts school was very popular a while ago, so I signed up to give it a try, hoping to see if I could solve the problem through traditional martial arts." Sumu's heart moved slightly. It turned out that Morong Ying's going to the Tai Chi martial arts school to learn martial arts was related to him. Chapter 28 Misunderstanding. Sumu was moved by Morong Ying's kindness and innocence and decided to do something. Diseases that even hospitals cannot diagnose must be difficult and complicated diseases, and they can be alleviated by loving treatment techniques. Grandma Lee has started receiving gene-targeted therapy with a 100% success rate, and Sumu's stored love value is still full. In that case, why not give others a hand? Love healing requires physical contact to be performed. Now that Morong Ying has regained her footing, if she were to contact others for no reason again, it would definitely cause misunderstanding. Sumu was not in a hurry because the work was not finished yet, and with Morong Ying's clumsy skills, she would definitely fall again. At that time, I only need to. A smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Morong Ying noticed something and cast a curious look at him, her eyelashes fluttering as if she was talking. Keep working, haha. Being stared at by a beautiful woman, Sumu felt a little uncomfortable, as if his little thoughts were exposed. He laughed dryly twice, picked up the mop and continued to work. Morong Ying also quickly joined the battle. After mopping the floor back and forth several times, the basin of water became very dirty. Sumu pretended not to notice. Morong Ying pursed her lips and prepared to come over to pick up the bucket and replace it with clean water. The floor that had just been mopped was a bit slippery. Morong Ying knew her situation and deliberately moved very slowly. When she lifted the water, Sumu deliberately shouted, "Let me do it." "No, I can do it, ah." Morong Ying replied that it was okay to be distracted for a moment, but her feet became uncontrollable again and she fell backwards. Sumu immediately stepped forward, firmly supported the other person's back, and quietly transferred all the stored love points through his palm. One of the two men was about to fall to the ground, while the other was supporting him with all his strength, maintaining a weird posture. Bang! A few seconds later, Morong Ying reacted. She was so flustered that the bucket in her hand fell to the ground. "Mr. Su, you?" She ignored her wet jeans and her tone became serious. Why didn't Mr. Su help her up? Was he trying to take advantage of her? She bit her lip and was about to stand up and denounce this immoral behavior, when she suddenly realized something. "Hey, my body?" The next moment, Morong Ying's heart was moved, and there seemed to be a warm current on the back where Samuchua was supporting her. The warm current quickly entered the body, carrying with it an extremely magical power. All the cells in the body seemed to be immersed in a warm ocean, radiating unprecedented vitality. This feeling? Her heart trembled slightly, and vaguely, Morong Ying remembered what Teacher Lin said when he asked her to help find a house. "Xiaoying, Sumu is my best friend, there is absolutely no doubt about his character. Also, let me tell you a secret. My level was able to improve so quickly and I was quickly promoted to a martial arts instructor in less than a week. It was all thanks to Sumu. In short, he is definitely a genuine hermit master, so you must behave well. Old Su has a soft heart and might help you. Mr. Su, are you using the magic power that Instructor Lin mentioned to treat me?" A thought that even she herself felt was a little absurd flashed through her mind. For some reason, Morong Ying, who was originally a little panicked, quickly calmed down. She even closed her eyes and even began to enjoy the treatment of Master Su. Love healing takes time, and Sumu was a little worried that there would not be enough time. But now that he saw that Morong Ying did not struggle anymore, he simply gritted his teeth and continued to inject love value. "Xiaoying, I'm here to help." The door was suddenly pushed open and a handsome man walked in. Seeing the scene in front of him, the smile on his face froze, and the next moment veins suddenly bulged. "Damn it! How dare you bully Xiaoying? I'll beat you up." Without saying a word, he raised his fist and hit Sumu on the back of the head. Only half of the love value was injected, and Sumuta didn't even turn back. He twisted his body and dodged the punch directly. The boy just punched out of instinct and had no power to change his moves. Seeing that his fist was about to hit Morong Ying in the face, he immediately cried out, "Get out of the way!" Sumu secretly thought that something was wrong. He was so focused on dodging that he forgot that there was a school beauty in the opponent's attack path. Morong Ying was also frightened by this sudden change. Sumu had no choice but to take action. He released his hand that was holding Morong Ying's back and raised his palm upwards quickly. At the critical moment, the boy's wrist was lifted up and moved a few centimeters, then he rubbed Morong Ying's flawless face fiercely. Bang! Although this punch missed the target, it still hit the target. Morong Ying felt pain, and due to her congenital lack of athletic ability, she fell backwards in embarrassment. The boy had already reacted, and rushed forward with great regret, grabbed Morong Ying's arm and stopped her from falling. Woo woo! Morong Ying, with blood on her face, squatted on the ground, making sounds of pain. The boy's face turned red. "Xiaoying, I don't want to hit you, it's him." He pointed at Sumu who had hidden aside, and suddenly became furious. "Damn it, if it weren't for you, a pervert, Xiaoying wouldn't have been hurt." As he spoke, he swung his fist again, his arm drawing an arc, intending to give the culprit a heavy punch as well. Sumu frowned. What a tricky angle. This man obviously had never practiced martial arts, but his talent was amazing. But I was too impulsive. He stopped dodging and attacked directly, pulling the opponent's fist back. Bang! The next moment, the boy's fist landed on his face, and he half squatted down in pain, covering his nose. Sumu looked at Moronging and the boy who were squatting on the ground, one covering his face and the other covering his nose. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Moreover, the two people seemed to know each other. He said helplessly, "Now tell me, what's going on?" The boy looked determined, and said, "I won't give in, ah." Before he could rush over again, Moronging cried out, "Ningwei, stop it. I'm renting this house." What? The boy named Ningwei stopped and looked at his fist raised in the air, falling into confusion and daze. "Hey, why are you so impulsive?" Moronging struggled to get up and glared at Ningwei dimly. "Mr. Su and his wife have 4 babies, and their original house is not big enough, so they plan to rent my old house." Ah? When Ningwei learned that Sumu was actually married and a father of 4 children, he suddenly felt that all the threats had disappeared. He scratched his head and looked at Sumu in surprise and joy. Misunderstanding, I'm sorry for what happened just now, Mr. Su." After saying that, Ningwei looked worried again. "Xiaoying, is your face okay? Do you want me to take you to the hospital?" "No." Moronging touched her red and swollen face, pouted her lips in anger, and decided not to pay any more attention to this impulsive boy. Chapter 29 Moving. Ningwei was so anxious that he almost cried, but the goddess was angry and nothing he said was of any use. He had no choice but to look to Sumu for help. Sumu looked at Ningwei, who was at a loss, sighed, and helped him out. "Xiaoying, since it's just a misunderstanding, please forgive him for now." Unexpectedly, this sentence worked surprisingly well. Moronging thought for a moment and her expression softened. Ningwei was overjoyed and hurriedly took out the medicine for bruises he carried with him, intending to take the opportunity to have intimate contact with the goddess. "I can do it myself." Moronging seemed somewhat resistant. She took the medicine for bruises, ran into the bedroom, closed the door and refused to come out. Ningwei stood there in a daze. He was determined not to give up. He shook his fist and said, "Xiaoying, I won't give up." It turns out that these two people have not yet achieved their goal. Sumu shook his head secretly and couldn't help but remind him, "Xiaowei, you have to change your impulsive personality. What girls need is actually very simple." Ningwei was stunned for a moment, then suddenly stepped forward as if grabbing a life-saving straw, and tightly grasped Sumu's hand. "Mr. Su, oh no, Senior Su, you must tell me, how did you get your wife in the first place?" This. Now it was Sumu's turn to be embarrassed. He began to doubt himself deeply. What happened between him and Xiao Jun could only be described as a one-night surprise. After 3 years of separation, their relationship directly became that of a family. "Oh my god, I became a father without ever being in a relationship." After realizing this problem, Sumu finally got it. No wonder Xiao Jun, although accepting me as a member of the family, was reluctant to open his heart and take the most important step. At this moment, Sumu's sense of superiority in front of Ningwei disappeared completely. He discovered with great sadness that when it came to love, he was as stupid as Ningwei. "No, I must make up for it later." He made up his mind secretly. Sumuda felt very distressed because there was a love novice in front of him who was eagerly waiting to share his experience with him. Ahem, well, the specific form doesn't matter, as long as you put your heart into it. Quickly covering up the embarrassment on his face, Sumu pretended to be an experienced person, nodded meaningfully, then turned around and continued mopping the floor. He was really worried that Ningwei would get to the bottom of it. As it turned out, Sumu's worries were unnecessary. After standing there for more than 10 seconds, Ningwei's eyes lit up. This is what is called no tricks are better than tricks. As expected of a love guru who has 4 babies before the age of 30, his summary of love is indeed accurate and profound. He seemed to have obtained some kind of magical secret book, and bowed to Sumu with great gratitude. "Master, I understand." Sumu's shoulders shook slightly, and then he continued mopping the floor without any expression. Ningwei, who was completely excited, began to rush to work, and he worked very seriously, as if he wanted to use this action to show his determination. After a while, the job of mopping the floor was also forcibly taken over by Ningwei. Sumu had no choice but to go to the kitchen to clean. Soon, Moronging came out after applying the ointment. Seeing Ningwei concentrating on cleaning and not pestering her like before, her slightly frowned brows relaxed. She picked up the broom and swept the floor silently. With Ningwei as a new force, the cleaning process accelerated rapidly. In less than 2 hours, the 4-bedroom, 2-living-room house was completely renovated. Crash! Ningwei poured out the last bucket of dirty water and stood there rubbing his waist. Morong Ying's anger had long since subsided. Thinking that this big boy was here to help her after all, she pursed her lips and handed him a towel. Ningwei was overjoyed. Xiaoying, thank you. At this moment, he almost cried. He had been pursuing the goddess for 3 years, but she had always ignored him. But today, she actually took the initiative to hand him a towel. This is truly a historic breakthrough. After wiping the sweat off his face, Ningwei secretly winked at Sumu and gave him a thumbs up with great admiration. He made up his mind to treat the master to a good meal. Mr. Su, you can move in this afternoon. Looking at the tidy and new room, Morongying felt a sense of accomplishment. Sumu nodded. Ningwei came up again. Are there too many things? I'll call a few classmates to help. No need for that. The furniture belongs to the landlord. It's just some clothes and children's toys. Sumu declined politely. The distance was not far, and with the few belongings at home, he could easily drive back and forth a few times. Then I'll treat you to lunch at noon. Ningwei proposed again, and specifically emphasized that it was to express his apology so as to avoid Morongying from feeling suspicious. Ah, the babies are still young, let's talk about it later. Sumu refused again, and seeing Ningwei's disappointed face, he immediately understood. By the way, you seem to have a talent for martial arts. Why don't you go to the Tai Chi martial arts gym to learn like Xiaoying? Ningwei looked at Morongying and said, Xiaoying, you didn't go home immediately after school. It turned out that you went to learn martial arts. Ha, I have decided to go to the martial arts hall to sign up tomorrow and learn and improve with you. Morongying was helpless. Well, it's up to you. As she spoke, she glanced at Sumu with a slightly resentful look. Sumu was a little surprised. Morongying didn't seem to be very fond of Ningwei. Was he trying to match them up at random? After chatting for a while, Morongying made an excuse that she had something to do at home and left with the cardboard box. Ningwei deliberately changed his impulsive habit, and even though he was scratching his head in anxiety, he still did not chase after him. He pestered Sumu for advice for a long time, and then left with a happy face, taking away the love secrets that Sumu had made up. The new house has been cleaned and is ready to move in. Before leaving, Morongying gave Sumu the key to his house and the water and electricity cards so that he could start cooking right after moving in. Sumu told Xiaojun the good news. Xiaojun was quickly moved by this unexpected surprise, and even spoke with a tearful tone, Hubby, I'm so happy to have you. In order to move, Xiaojun took a temporary leave. At noon, the family finished their last meal at their old home and began to pack up. Sumu and Xiaojun didn't have much luggage, just a few sets of clothes. The big one and the 4 little ones' milk powder, toys, snacks and clothes filled 5 or 6 large cardboard boxes. Just as we were preparing to move, Lin Lei arrived with a group of students. Ah, Boss Su, I am still very loyal. Looking at the packed luggage, Lin Lei waved his hand and said, Everyone, get moving. If anyone slacks off, I will punish them severely. The students stepped forward with a smile, and in groups of 2, they easily divided up all the luggage. Facing this group of overly enthusiastic guys, Su Mule was relaxed. He and Xiaojun led the 4 kids in front, followed by a large group of 7 or 8 people, walking towards their new home. When they arrived at the new home, all the luggage was rearranged under Lin Lei's command. 4 bedrooms and 1 living room, enough for a family. Chapter 30, Make Up for the Love. After finishing their work, Lin Lei and the others left in a hurry without even drinking a sip of tea. What a group of kind people. Xiaojun was very touched and asked Sumu to find an opportunity to express his gratitude later. Sumu agreed with a smile, and suddenly came to his senses. He felt that Lin Lei's motive for mobilizing so many people to help him move must be not simple. He asked the school beauty with a hidden illness to help him find a house, and also got a group of students to help him move. Sumu probably guessed Lin Lei's little thoughts. However, he really doesn't have much energy, and it is impossible for him to tailor martial arts for more than a dozen people at the same time. As long as he didn't take the initiative to say it, Lin Lei probably wouldn't be so shameless as to introduce students to him. After all, the 2 parties had a gentleman's agreement before. Thinking of this, Sumu immediately calmed down. Brother, let's play a game. When he arrived at his new home, Kong Kong was very excited and wanted to play a war game with his toy gun. Anan quickly joined the fight and they chased each other around the living room. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan put the little rabbit on the ground and raised their little hands to feed it vegetable leaves. Xiao Jun and Su Mu went over to play with the children. An afternoon passed quickly. Because the children were too engrossed in playing, their clothes got wet and a little dirty. At night, the kids fell asleep one after another in the next room. In the master bedroom, after the initial excitement, Su Mu and Xiao Jun began to plan for the future. The new house is big enough and clean, but the style is a bit serious and many places need to be modified. Xiao Jun proposed his own plan. The wooden floor is very hard, so we need to replace it with a bump-proof children's floor. The walls also need to be redecorated, and the kitchen needs to have a lot of kitchenware added. Su Mu took out paper and pen to record and made a long list. After counting on his fingers and talking for a few minutes, Xiao Jun finally stopped. When she saw that the list filled 2 or 3 pages, she started to worry again. There are so many. Su Mu smiled and comforted. It's okay, many things can be bought online, I will take care of the rest. Xiao Jun said tenderly, hubby, thank you for your hard work. This is the responsibility of the head of the family. Su Mu smiled and looked at Xiao Jun's delicate face. He couldn't help but move closer. After a long kiss, Su Mu was still not satisfied and moved his fingers around. No, let's wait. A blush appeared on Xiao Jun's face. She struggled and refused to let Su Mu go any further. She still had not made the final preparations. Su Mu took a few deep breaths and suppressed the fire in his heart. He quickly calmed down and thought about his previous conversation with Ning Wei. Wife, it seems like we haven't really had a romantic relationship yet, right? Stroking Xiao Jun's hair, Su Mu asked tentatively. Xiao Jun shrugged his shoulders, raised his head and asked, why are you suddenly talking about this? Her heartbeat began to speed up. This stupid husband finally got it. Su Mu understood it clearly. He reached out and gently lifted Xiao Jun's chin. Wife, I have decided to pursue you formally and make up for all the regrets of the past. Everything progresses step by step, and what Su Mu has to do is to make up for the emotional deficiencies between him and Xiao Jun through the greatest experience of love. He wants to make up for the loss of love. Well, I'll wait for your action. Xiao Jun was moved, and the knot in his heart over the past 3 years began to slowly loosen, and he couldn't stop crying. Su Mu sighed secretly and wiped away his wife's tears gently. Xiao Jun lay in Su Mu's arms and gradually fell asleep. If you love her, take action. Su Mu took out his cell phone and started shopping according to the long shopping list. The next day, Xiao Jun went to work. In the morning, Su Mu took the 4 children out to buy children's flooring. It is impossible to tell whether this kind of thing is suitable or not by looking online. He could only let the kids experience it themselves and choose slowly. After nearly 2 hours of struggling, the 4 kids finally selected 2 types of flooring, one of which was soft and elastic, so they could roll around on it and play war games without any worries. This is an N and Kong's choice. The other one is relatively flat, can be used to place dolls, and is colorful and full of childlike fun. Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan both like it very much. In addition to the floor, Su Mu also asked the children to choose some decorations to hang on the wall, as well as more practical items such as children's desk lamps and smart thermos bottles. There is no way. The kids are only 3 years old and haven't been completely weaned yet. They still need to reminisce about the past occasionally. In addition to the 4 little ones, Su Mu also bought 2 sets of ergonomic computer desks and chairs for himself and Xiao Jun, which have automatic posture adjustment and massage functions. With a massage chair, a computer is naturally indispensable. Su Mu had money, so he didn't hesitate to spend it and directly bought 2 Alienware laptops for travel and work. The computer desk could not be wasted, so he transferred another 100,000 yuan to the merchant and asked the other party to assemble a desktop computer with the highest configuration so that he could play large-scale games. After all, Su Mu is still a young man who has only graduated for 3 years, and his love for games is natural for men. In the future, when he has free time taking care of the kids, he can have some fun with his former bad friends, such as Lin Lei. That was all they bought for now. In the remaining time, Su Mu took the 4 kids to lay the floors and walls at home and hang up those exquisite decorations. 2 more hours passed and the house seemed to have turned into a fairy tale world. The kids were also tired, so after lunch, Su Mu coaxed them to sleep. Look at the time, it's only 11 o'clock. Su Mu smiled slightly. It's time to make up for the loss of love. He first went to the hospital to visit Grandmolly, who had become one of the first volunteers of Kenghui Group in China. The elderly person was transferred to a more specialized ward. His genes have been extracted and are undergoing intensive editing. Targeted drugs will be synthesized in a few days. Sumu wanted to get back the hospital fees for the intensive care unit, but the system prompted that it conflicted with the task of treating Grandmolly. He had no choice but to give up. Later I understood that John Lee arranged for professionals from Kanghui Group to help Grandmolly stabilize her chronic diseases. These expenses far exceeded 600,000 yuan, and it was probably because the system was secretly operating and played a certain role. The other elderly people in the community who came to stay with the patient were very envious and started to sign up to see if they could enjoy this top-level free medical care. Online registration has now begun and the selection process is extremely strict. Because the main focus is lung cancer, patients with other diseases, no matter how serious their condition, will not be able to pass smoothly. Without the system command, it would be impossible for Li John to take the back door for Sumu's sake. Fortunately, the elderly people in the community did not know the relationship between Sumu and Li John, otherwise he would not have been able to leave the hospital. After chatting with Grandmolly for half an hour, Sumu headed to the next destination. Shangyun Media, the company where Xiao Jun works. It's 11:30 in the morning, time for lunch. Arriving downstairs at the company, Sumu sighed that he had been too busy recently and today was his first time to come to his wife's company. Of course, it was also the first time I invited my wife to dinner. He took out his cell phone and dialed. Xiao Jun came out quickly and looked at Sumu holding flowers. He was secretly moved and asked worriedly, "What about the kids?" Chapter 31 Candlelight Lunch. I played all morning and fell asleep. I couldn't wake up for 2 hours. Sumu explained with a smile that he had prepared everything before coming and specially let the 4 little ones play the game of doctor and patient. In order to make Yuan fall asleep as well, he played the role of a patient himself. After accumulating enough love points, he used the remaining love balloons to treat the little white rabbit. The little white rabbit's leg injury had almost healed, and with the help of dozens of love balloons, the injured leg healed immediately. Because it was too active, Sumu put the little white rabbit in a cage after the babies fell asleep, and of course, also prepared enough food for it. The little white rabbit has a whole cabbage. He should be happily enjoying his meal now. Excluding the time spent visiting Grandmolly in the hospital, it will take at least an hour for the kids to wake up. Xiao Jun felt relieved this time. "Ah, you're thoughtful. If that's the case, then let's go to the other side." She pointed to a Western restaurant across the street and licked her lips expectantly. "Good." Sumu turned around and his eyes lit up. The decoration of that Western restaurant looked very high-end, so the consumption should be not low. He had no shortage of money now, so he immediately decided to take his wife there to enjoy a good time. Soon, the two of them walked into the Western restaurant with smiles on their faces. "Welcome." The graceful waitress provided warm hospitality. The two smiled at each other, and Xiao Jun walked straight to a table by the window. Sumu walked a few steps and found that there were quite a lot of people in the hall. After a closer look, there seemed to be a private room in the back, so he immediately suggested, "Wife, why don't we go eat in the private room?" Xiao Jun stopped and asked curiously, "It makes a difference where you eat. The private room is even more expensive." Sumu sighed inwardly, his wife had a very hard time these years. The rich girl who used to spend money like water had actually started to budget carefully even for a meal. He shook his head and insisted, "No, this is the first time I'm formally inviting you to dinner, and I want you to enjoy the most perfect experience." Xiao Jun was stunned, tears flashing in her beautiful eyes, and she nodded vigorously with a smile as beautiful as a flower, "Yes." Sumu was very happy and called the waiter over. Upon learning that there was a private room on the second floor with a candlelight lunch theme, Sumu immediately made a decision. Since he was going to be romantic, he had to be romantic to the end. Xiao Jun was also very excited, and the two of them went to the second floor together. The door of the private room, decorated with a circle of roses, was closed. Standing at the door was a foreigner in a tuxedo, who looked like an old gentleman in a movie. The waiter came forward and talked for a few words, then turned around and waved to the two of them. The old gentleman bowed to the two of them, gracefully and calmly, as if he were a nobleman walking out of a castle. Before it was imported, a burst of Western music floated out. Sumu took a look inside and saw a small band consisting of 5 or 6 people in the private room. He looked at the old gentleman in front of him with a smile and tears in his eyes. It was just a meal, was it necessary to be so ceremonial? "Come in." Xiao Jun smiled slightly, took Sumu's arm, and spoke something in a foreign language to the old gentleman very elegantly. Sumu could tell that it was not English. The old gentleman was surprised, then bowed again and made a gesture of invitation. Sumu began to regret not checking the place out in advance. He seemed to have become Granny Lou, who walked into the Grand View Garden. He looked out of place here no matter how he looked at it. There is no other way. I have already boarded the pirate ship and I have to hold on no matter how embarrassing it is. He forced a smile and pulled Xiao Jun into the private room. The old gentleman shook his head slightly, with an undisguised contempt in his eyes. Sumu caught the other person's emotions and felt a little unhappy. After sitting down, Xiao Jun ordered dishes skillfully. Sumu didn't say a word the whole time, just ate the prepared fruit salad silently. After the meal was over, the old gentleman handed over another menu. The smile on his face always showed a bit of hypocrisy. Sumu began to get unhappy. I say, you understand Mandarin, right? We have already ordered. The old gentleman raised his eyebrows and his expression became very strange. Xiao Jun patted his forehead and explained in a low voice, this is sheet music. Forehead. Sumu looked at the musician still standing behind him, and 3 black lines appeared on his face. It's so embarrassing. But today I want to enjoy a little world for just 2 of us with my wife, so why do we need to involve so many people? So he coughed lightly and winked at Xiao Jun, wife, can we refuse? Xiao Jun blinked his eyes, quickly understood, and then explained a few words to the old gentleman with a smile. Upon hearing this, the old gentleman shrugged at Sumu and signaled the musicians to leave. Soon, 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine were placed on the table. The old gentleman started to steal the show again, asking if he needed help with cutting. Sumu was fed up with it and decided to show off a few tricks. He shook his head, no need. By the way, do you have chopsticks here? Phew. Xiao Jun couldn't help laughing, and seeing Sumu's serious expression, he had to translate. The old gentleman curled his lips, went out helplessly, and quickly came back with 2 pairs of chopsticks. Sir, I have never seen anyone eat steak with chopsticks. Handing the chopsticks to Sumu, the old gentleman spoke, and he actually spoke Mandarin. Oh my god. Sumu's eyes widened, so you can talk. The old gentleman was very proud. Of course, after all, not all the people who can dine at Angel House are nobles who know French. It seems to make some sense. But why is the other party's attitude so arrogant, as if they are a superior friend? This kind of person needs to be fixed. Faced with the old gentleman's aggressive gaze, Sumu just smiled indifferently. Wife, let me show you a trick. Giving Xiao Jun a gentle smile, Sumu moved his hand. All the strength of the body is mobilized and concentrated on the chopsticks. The chopsticks were moved like a knife, sweeping back and forth rapidly across the surface of the 2 pieces of tender beef. Soon, the beef, which was only slightly cooked, began to emit wisps of steam. After confirming the strength of the beef, Sumu smiled mysteriously and quickened his movements again. Swish, swish, swish. The chopsticks fell rapidly with great force. After a dazzling operation, the thick steak seemed to turn into tofu and quickly broke into dozens of small square pieces. Finished the job. Sumu took back his chopsticks, pressed his palms down squarely, and exhaled a breath of foul air, just like a great master. The private room suddenly fell into deathly silence. Xiao Jun covered his mouth, and the old gentleman was also stunned, looking at Sumu's results in disbelief. Hubby, you're awesome. After a while, Xiao Jun came to his senses and, regardless of his manners, gave Sumu a kiss in front of outsiders. Enjoying his wife's deep love and looking at the strange expression on the old gentleman's face, Sumu felt extremely relieved. I told you it was a trick. After saying that, he glanced at the old gentleman again. We want to experience a world of 2 people, don't you? Chinese Kung Fu is really amazing. The old gentleman was completely impressed, exclaimed sincerely, then turned and left with a smile. Chapter 32, Slap Li Shui. Not long after, the Western food that Xiao Jun had ordered, such as caviar, foie gras, and vegetable soup, were served one after another. The waiter also lit many red candles around the private room. The high-tech electric curtains closed automatically, and the curtain showed the ever-changing night sky and a full moon. This is really creative. Sumu was filled with admiration. Just the curtain with the oversized display screen must be worth hundreds of thousands. From this it can be seen that sometimes romance is still a luxury. He poured a glass of red wine for Xiao Jun, and the 2 clinked their glasses. Sumu took a deep breath and said, Baby, I love you. Xiao Jun's eyes were slightly red, and she nodded gently, Yes, I love you too, husband. In a warm and romantic atmosphere, the 2 began to enjoy the meal. Since there were no outsiders watching, Sumu didn't have to act pretentiously. He moved his chair over and followed Xiao Jun to learn Western dining etiquette and eating methods, and occasionally took advantage of him secretly. Good times always pass quickly. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun had just finished the last spoonful of caviar when he suddenly remembered something. She looked at the time and was horrified. Oh, I'm going to be late for work. There's still half. Sumu was stunned and pointed at the table. Pack it up and take it away. We'll eat it tonight. Oh well. Seeing that Xiao Jun had taken out a mirror to touch up her makeup, Sumu had no choice but to stand up. He came to the door and opened it. The old gentleman was not outside, but standing not far away, seemingly talking to someone. A somewhat shrill female voice sounded. Hurry up, is it ready over there? I'm in a hurry, do you still want to do business? This sound. Sumu looked up and his expression suddenly became strange. The guy who was bossing the old gentleman around and teaching him a lesson turned out to be Xiao Jun's colleague Li Shui. Behind Li Shui stood a young man who looked very rich, and several bodyguards in suits. TSK, you dare to slander my wife for being a sugar daddy. Soon, Sumu withdrew his gaze with disdain. When Xiao Jun came out and saw the situation over there, his face darkened. Sumu asked hurriedly, Wife, didn't you get evidence of Li Shui's violation last time? Was she fired from the company? The matter of the Tai Chi martial arts school was caused by Li Shui. The contract that Li Lei got back from the person in charge of the scenic spot has been handed over to Xiao Jun. Sumu did not ask about the follow-up matters. Xiao Jun replied, the boss was very angry when he found out about that and only deducted Li Shui's bonus for 1 month. Sumu was surprised. How could such a person who openly framed his colleagues still be allowed to stay? Xiao Jun added helplessly, you have also seen Li Shui's character. This kind of person relies on her looks to accumulate high-quality customers and brings a lot of profits to the company. How could the boss be willing to fire her? This is truly a world where money matters most. Sumu sighed and didn't want to waste the leftover Western food, so he prepared to have someone pack it up. There was no waiter around, so he had to go over and call out old gentleman. Sorry, please wait a moment. The old gentleman was already fed up with Li Shui's nagging. When he saw Sumu coming, he breathed a sigh of relief and quickly broke away from the entanglement of that terrible woman. Sumu smiled slightly and suggested packing up. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. The old gentleman nodded happily. Compared to that hen-like woman, he suddenly found that the somewhat rustic Sumu was still easy to get along with. Staring and glaring. When Li Shui saw Sumu, she immediately rushed over in high heels. The young man behind her also followed with his men. Li Shui looked Sumu up and down, then looked at Xiao Jun standing at the door of the private room, and understood something. She immediately flew into a rage. Well, I thought you were some important person, but it turns out you were just a couple of bastards wasting my time. Sumu's face was gloomy and he almost swore. Xiao Jun frowned and rushed forward to respond, Li Shui, what happened last time was clearly your fault. You have been mocking me recently, but today you are actually slandering me. No matter how well-mannered Xiao Jun is, she would get angry if she was described as a couple of adults. Li Shui sneered, Humph, judging from your clothes, your total spending is less than 1,000 yuan, and you dare to come to a place like this. Do you know how much a candlelight lunch costs for an hour? 20,000, a full 20,000, and this does not include the cost of ordering food. Do you think you can afford it? What? Sumu was stunned. Is the basic consumption alone 20,000? You feel guilty. Li Shui became even more excited. If you are scared, just kneel down and sing Conquer in front of me, and I will naturally help you pay the bill. Sumu quickly calmed down and asked jokingly, why, we don't have money, but you do? Li Shui was extremely proud, and threw herself into the arms of the young man next to her, and began to act coquettishly in a sweet tone. Mr. Huang, you will help me, right? Good. The guy named Huang Xiao nodded instinctively and was about to take out his cell phone when he suddenly noticed something. His eyes were fixed on Xiao Jun, and his expression became extremely obscene. Top notch, top notch. Sumu was secretly angry and quietly protected Xiao Jun. Li Shui's eyes turned, she sensed the danger, and hurriedly twisted around Huang Xiao. Huang Xiao, I'm talking to you. Roll. Huang Xiao pushed Li Shui away and shouted in disgust, where did you come from, you slutty fox? Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. I am a gentleman. Li Shui was pushed back a few steps and sat on the ground all of a sudden. Looking at Huang Xiao, who suddenly became extremely unfamiliar, and thinking of his style of changing women like changing clothes, she panicked completely and struggled to crawl over. Mr. Huang, you can't do this. I helped you last night. Bang. Huang Xiao slapped him directly and said threateningly, "Shut up, if you dare to slander my character again, I will make you pay." Woo woo. Li Shuo was so frightened that she covered her face and sobbed quietly, and never dared to act recklessly again. "I'm sorry to make you laugh." Huang Xiao stepped forward, straightened his collar, and pretended to be extremely generous. "My name is Huang Yi. I'm destined to meet you too. Let me pay the bill." His gaze was extremely naked, always fixed on Xiao Jun. "No need." Sumu shook his head calmly and called the old gentleman over. "How much?" 28,000. The old gentleman looked at the two of them and reported their spending amount. Sumu took out his phone and directly transferred 30,000 yuan, the rest is just a tip. In order to assert sovereignty, he held Xiao Jun's hand tightly. Huang Yi kept talking to them, but the two remained indifferent and responded vaguely. After the food was packed, Sumu found an excuse and walked straight past Huang Yi with Xiao Jun. Looking at Xiao Jun's beautiful back, Huang Yi's greed was not concealed. He hooked his finger and called the bodyguard to him. "Check their background for me." "I know." Li Shuo struggled to come over, ignoring the redness and swelling on her face, and said in a flattering manner, "The woman's name is Xiao Jun, an employee of my company, and the man is her husband, and his name seems to be Sumu." Chapter 33, Helping the Baby Get a Haircut. "Sumu? What do you do?" Huang Yi continued to ask. Li Shuo thought for a moment and replied, "I heard that he is an unemployed vagrant." "You may not know this, Mr. Huang. Xiao Jun and Sumu have 4 children. Her husband is useless and stays at home to take care of the children all day. So Xiao Jun works very hard. Don't be fooled by his glamorous appearance." She had just connected with Huang Yi and didn't want to give up easily. "Mr. Huang, that kind of woman is very arrogant. She doesn't know any postures, and she's like a dead fish in bed, but I'm different." Seeing that Huang Yi was no longer aggressive towards her, Li Shuo slowly got closer to him again, and even shamelessly hugged Huang Yi in front of others. Huang Yi was quickly provoked and said, "Well, I was wrong to slap you just now. I will make it up to you tonight." Li Shuo was ecstatic and began to move more vigorously. Huang Yi laughed loudly and whispered, "Keep an eye on Xiao Jun. You will definitely get some benefits after the success." Li Shuo's expression froze, and after a long while she nodded reluctantly. Reminding Xiao Jun to be careful of Mr. Huang, Sumu brought Western food home. Putting the still hot food into the refrigerator, Sumu opened the cage and teased the little white rabbit. Not long after, the 4 little ones woke up one after another. "Daddy, I need to pee." Kong Kong ran over, ruffled his messy hair, and muttered something. Sumu carried the baby to the bathroom, and Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan followed. After finishing the work, Sumu let the 4 little ones eat some caviar and fresh milk. "It's time for the kids to get a haircut." Looking at the 4 little ones' hair, Sumu planned to take them out for a haircut. He took out his cell phone and started searching for a barber shop nearby. Ding! It is detected that the children need a haircut. Please ask the host to personally give the children a unique hairstyle. The system voice interrupted Sumu's search. "Let me do it myself." Sumu was stunned. He had always gone to the barber shop to get his haircut since he was a child. As for the hair on his body, it seemed that he had never taken care of it himself except for shaving his beard. Now, the system asked him to cut the hair of the 4 little ones, and each one of them must be different from the others. This is basically challenging the limits of a nanny. It seems like giving kids a haircut is also a very interesting thing. Soon, he felt relieved. To get a haircut, you need special tools, which you don't have at home. Sumu was about to go out to buy it when the doorbell rang. He was busy. "Hello, please receive the courier." "What? It looks like a children's hairdressing set. What a coincidence." Recalling that he did buy these things online last night, Sumu signed immediately. Closed the door and opened the package. He was dumbfounded again. "What the hell, do you need these things for a haircut?" There was a pair of clippers, a pair of scissors, and a dozen or so oddly shaped rulers. "Dad, is this a hat?" Anan grabbed a round ruler and placed it on his head, making it look like a crown. Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan found it interesting and also put their hands into the box. Soon, each of the 4 little ones had a hat on their heads. The children's hair passes through the empty slots of the hats, forming funny shapes. Sumu looked at it for a while and suddenly realized. It seems that these so-called rulers are used to assist in children's haircuts. He only needs to arrange the rulers of different shapes, put them on the kids' heads, and then use an electric clipper to shave off the excess hair to create various hairstyles. Awesome! After figuring out the beauty of it, Sumu secretly gave a thumbs up. Then he started to wash the 4 little ones' hair. Soon, the kids' heads were all wet. Each of them grabbed a towel and sat obediently on the sofa. Because he was a novice, Sumu let Kong Kong come up first. Boys have a stronger ability to withstand stress, so Kong Kong probably won't cry even if the hairstyle he designed fails. Poor Kong Kong, he became Sumu's first target of abuse. Sumu found a small stool and asked Kong Kong to sit on it obediently. Then he picked up the rulers and began to arrange them in different combinations. The 4 little ones kept asking questions out of curiosity, and Sumu explained patiently. Knowing that their dad was thinking of a hairstyle for them, the kids became very serious and helped study the shapes of the rulers. Daddy, I like this. Sumu kept picking up the ruler and arranging combinations above Kong Kong's head. Kong Kong suddenly spoke, pointing at himself in the mirror excitedly. This shape. Sumu took a look and found that the shape formed by the grooves of the ruler looked like a pumpkin with a scary smiling face. Kong Kong's aesthetic taste is really special. He shook his head, picked up the electric clipper and started to clean up the excess hair. As Sumu moved, Kong Kong's hair quickly became shorter and his hairstyle quickly turned into a pumpkin head several inches long. The mouth and eyes of the pumpkin head have very special shapes, and Sumu would not have been able to do it without the help of a ruler. As Kong Kong moves, the pumpkin face on his head can actually show all kinds of funny expressions as his hair shakes, which looks extremely magical. Do you like it? Sumu took away the ruler and asked Kong Kong nervously. Like. Kong Kong kept turning his head and making all kinds of expressions. After playing for a while, he scratched his neck again. Daddy, it's itchy. Sumu quickly picked up the hairdryer and helped Kong Kong blow away the stubble in his hair. Then he took Kong Kong to take a shower. After coming out of the bathroom, Kong Kong stood in front of the mirror, constantly demonstrating various moves he learned from cartoons. Still quite energetic. Looking at Kong Kong, whose head had turned into a dynamic emoticon, Sumu laughed, and the other 3 little ones also clapped their hands. Daddy is awesome. He was very proud and asked, who's next? It seems that getting a haircut is not that difficult. Tuanchuan and Yuan rushed over, hugged Sumu's thighs on the left and right, holding the selected rulers in their hands. Sumu simply attacked from both sides. With his strength as a Tai Chi master, it was extremely easy for him. Soon, Tuanchuan got a unique princess hairstyle with 2 pigtails swinging back and forth, interlacing to form a heart shape that kept shrinking and growing. Yuan's hairstyle also turned into small balls. When she ran, part of her hair would float up and turn into a group of butterflies dancing in the wind. The only drawback is that the butterflies are black. If you dye your hair, the butterfly will become more vivid, but the hematoxylin will naturally not, and dyeing your hair will damage the hair quality. Besides, such a lively and natural butterfly is also very beautiful. Finally, it's Big Brother Anan. Anan didn't choose those rulers. Daddy, I want to keep my braids. What? Sumu was surprised. Why would a little boy like braids? Anan tilted his head and thought about it, then ran back to the room and brought back a picture book. Sumu took a look and found that it was a martial arts fairy tale with a majestic hero on the cover. Chapter 34 Health Terminal. He understood, but was a little embarrassed. Anan, if you want to have this hairstyle, your hair is not long enough. I love this. Anan is very persistent. Sumu had no choice but to try tying Anan's hair up with a rubber band, but it was too short and looked like a girl's pigtails, which Anan didn't like. He had no choice but to loosen Anan's hair and took him to the bathroom to wash his hair. Ding! Congratulations to the host for helping the children create unique hairstyles and completing an important step in being a dad. You have obtained a slimming device, and the reward will be distributed by the special envoy. Is this okay? Sumu was overjoyed to learn that the mission was completed. Looking at Anan's hair again, although it is a bit long, it fits his resolute temperament very well, with a bit of vicissitudes in his childishness. Well, it seems that in the eyes of the system, this is also a unique hairstyle. As for the slimming device rewarded by the system, it should be prepared for Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun's figure is absolutely perfect, but she has gained a lot of fat after giving birth. Although I have lost a lot of weight after taking care of the 4 little ones for 3 years, I still haven't found time for exercise, and the fat in many private parts is still a difficult problem. For example, she was very dissatisfied with her waist and once vaguely complained to Sumu. This system is really what people need urgently. Sumu was relieved and continued to check the reward details. The special envoy has not been replaced and is still Li John. Not long after, the phone vibrated. He checked the message and found that it was indeed sent by Li John. This time, a voice message came. "Hello, Mr. Su, are you home?" "At home." Sumu replied. "Okay, I'll be right there." Another voice message came, and John Lee was in sync and didn't say much. "Thank you." Sumu sent a smiling face. The four little ones are very satisfied with their new hairstyles. This dynamically changing and interesting hairstyle makes them particularly excited. Because they were waiting for the reward, Sumu persuaded the four little ones who wanted to go out and show off to other children and took them to watch TV together. Less than an hour later, John Lee arrived, honking his horn below. Looking out through the window, I saw a black business car coming. It was not as exaggerated as the mini high-speed rail that Li John first appeared in, and its price should be very expensive. The tall and strong John Lee got out of the car, opened the back door, and pulled out a huge metal object with force. The surface of that thing was smooth, with a high-tech silver-white texture, like a bullet. "Isn't this a slimming device? Why is it so big?" Sumu was curious and hurried down to help. When he went downstairs, Li John had already brought down the strangely shaped slimming device, and with him was a blonde beauty. "My love, Brittany." Introduced by John Lee. "Hello, Su." Brittany took the initiative and reached out. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu shook hands with the other party and was surprised to find that this blonde beauty was quite strong and her arms were well proportioned with muscles. She was large-framed and looked a size larger than herself. Still a sporty beauty. Sumu had a strange expression on his face. "Girl, you are such a man." Li Yuahan was very straightforward and explained directly, "Brittany is my personal bodyguard. She saved me several times." "You know what happened next?" "Oh, I understand." Sumu's eyes lit up, and he imagined the wonderful story between Brittany and John Lee, and took them upstairs with him. Mr. and Mrs. Li John are tall and strong, comparable to humanoid Gundam. With the help of Sumu, the Tai Chi master, the huge slimming device did not pose any difficulty at all. The three of them worked together and easily lifted it to the 5th floor. They put the bullet-shaped slimming device into the bathroom of Xiao Jun's room. Brittany opened the bag and found various repair tools and a water pipe inside, and there seemed to be a gun at the bottom. When Sumu saw the pistol that was obviously not a toy, his eyelids twitched slightly. Li John whispered, "Don't worry, this is to protect my safety." He nodded in understanding. Sumu had no intention of calling the police. Li John had a good image in Kanghui International. As long as he didn't do anything rash, no one would take the initiative to check. Soon, the slimming device was installed and connected to a water outlet in the bathroom through a water pipe. Li John took out the remote control like a magician and gently pressed the start button. Amid the sound of pleasant music, there was a sound of flowing water inside the slimming device. Through the small window on top, you could see that water vapor was forming rapidly inside. "It seems to be okay." Brittany put the tools back into her bag. "Su, this device is the latest product from Kanghui International. It has a variety of chemical ingredients that are beneficial to the body. They enter the human body through sweat steaming, which can beautify the skin, burn fat and lose weight. It also has various functions such as smart massage, smart cleaning and fatigue relief." Listening to Brittany's introduction, Sumu's heart was pounding. After talking for a while, Brittany also sent the instruction manual which had been translated into Chinese. "I say, this thing is very expensive." Although he was mentally prepared, Sumu couldn't help but ask with a nervous heart after seeing that this slimming device named Moon Goddess actually had a built-in artificial intelligence system. Well, now that it has artificial intelligence, this thing can no longer be called a weight loss device. It is written in the instruction manual that the official name of this device is the Ultimate Health Terminal for Home Maintenance. Li Yuahan was touched by something. His face trembled slightly, and he replied with a wry smile, "Of course, not counting the R&D cost and after-sales service, it will cost 3 million just to manufacture it. It will take another 3 years before the Luna is officially put into commercial use. This machine was originally an internal welfare for my wife to use." His voice became lower and lower, and he glanced at Brittany guiltily. The latter smiled slightly and didn't seem to mind at all. Sumu suddenly felt embarrassed. "Then I am not taking someone's love away, not as good as you?" Li John waved his hands quickly. "No, this is." He pointed at Sumu's cell phone. Sumu checked quickly. There was an extra message on WeChat: Mr. Su, the Luna Health Terminal was given to you by the system as a reward, and I have also gained enough benefits. In short, you don't have to feel guilty, because you didn't take advantage of me at all. There is also a smug expression behind it. Oh? Sumu thought about it and asked hurriedly, what is your reward? The last time Li Jian helped, he gained the ability of mind typing. I wonder what kind of magical skill he can gain this time. Li Jian quickly replied, didn't you notice that this time I sent a voice message instead of text? Forehead. Sumu looked through the chat records and found that it was true. All he sent before were text messages, but today there were a few more voice messages. The system actually divided mind typing and mind voice into two skills. There is no substantial improvement at all. Is the system just stingy, or is it just stingy? Sumu cried out for justice for Li Jian, but the system did not respond at all. It's also good to improve slowly. Quantitative change will eventually lead to qualitative change. I have patience. Li Jian sent another message, followed by an expression of a man waving his fist in struggle. His mentality is pretty good. Chapter 35 Experience Terminal. The health terminal has many functions, and the built-in artificial intelligence is only in its initial form, so the first use requires guidance from service personnel. It just so happened that Brittany had used it for a while, so there was no need to find a special service staff. At Li Jian's insistence, Sumu agreed to try it first. The four little ones kept circling around the health terminal curiously. Sumu tried to ask, can children use it? The children's version is still under development. John Lee shrugged. Oh well. Sumu had no choice but to come in person. Brittany is very good at entertaining children. She won the favor of the four little ones with just a few words and took them out. Closing the bathroom door, Sumu took off his clothes and changed into a pair of swimming trunks. Li Jian Brittany came back in with the four little ones. The four kids found it very interesting to see Sumu, who was only wearing a pair of shorts. Li Jian laughed, Mr. Su, I didn't expect you to have such a good figure. You have muscles like an athlete. Yeah? Sumu shook his arms and looked at himself in the mirror. He was a little surprised to find that his figure had indeed become very well proportioned. He had been practicing boxing during this time, and his physical fitness was slowly improving, but he had not paid close attention to it. Looking at the figure in front of him, who would have thought that less than 2 weeks ago, he was just an ordinary courier boy? All this is thanks to the system. Ready, the health terminal is at your service at any time. Press the start button, and the artificial intelligence lunar goddess of the health terminal is activated, emitting a pleasant prompt sound. This sound is much more humane than the system and gives people a very comfortable feeling. Sumu was very satisfied. Please enter your fingerprint to register your identity. The reminder sounded again. Sumu was very curious. This thing was right at home, so why did he need to register? At Brittany's reminder, he placed his palm against the glass cover in front of the terminal. The glass cover turned out to be a virtual screen, which quickly displayed various data. A red light swept across Sumu's palm and recorded his fingerprint information. With a slight click, the terminal slowly opened. The space inside is large enough for a 2-meter-tall giant to lie down comfortably. There are many folded mechanical tentacles on both sides of the cabin, which look very soft. Brittany pressed a key, and the tentacles emitted bursts of mist. After opening one by one, they began to adjust their postures. Self-inspection completed, you can enter. The prompt sounded again, and the mechanical tentacles retracted one after another. At Brittany's reminder, Sumu smiled at the four little ones, turned around and lay down in the cabin. Another red light swept across the body, and all the mechanical tentacles unfolded again, accurately sticking to Sumu's skin. Then, those mechanical tentacles began to slowly increase their strength, trembling and moving continuously. Sumu felt as if he was being given an all-round massage by a dozen professional masseurs at the same time. After a while, he couldn't help but let out a sigh of comfort. This is the physical therapy function, which provides professional massage for the muscles that are most prone to fatigue. Next, we will start to experience the descaling and sweat steaming functions. Brittany explained and activated the next function. The cabin slowly closed, and except for the head, Sumu's body was confined inside the cabin. The mechanical tentacles began to spray out warm water, which also carried bursts of strange and refreshing fragrance. Soon, the temperature and pressure inside increased, giving people the feeling of entering a steam room. The glass cover on his head became Sumu's only channel to connect with the outside world. He was a little worried and tried to speak. Is this thing safe? Absolutely safe. The health terminal has a built-in pressure sensor. Once the pressure exceeds the dangerous value, the hidden glass baffles around it will automatically break. As for those mechanical tentacles, they are also designed with engineering. If the force feedback exceeds the critical value, they will automatically break. Following Brittany's explanation, Sumu was completely relieved. There was an emergency stop button under his feet. He could open the hatch by pressing his foot forward. Next, Sumu relaxed his body and began to enjoy the sweat steaming and massage of the mechanical tentacles, while continuing to cooperate with Brittany to explore more functions of this health terminal. Since it was my first experience, all functions were only used for a few minutes. Despite this, half an hour still passed after experiencing the various core functions of the health terminal, such as descaling, sweat steaming, physical therapy, and fat burning. Next, it's the entertainment function. At Brittany's reminder, Sumu stared at the moon pattern on the edge of the glass cover on his head for 10 seconds. Buzz. Stereo surround sound rang in my ears, and at the same time 2 beams of light were projected from both sides of the glass cover. The world in front of Sumu suddenly turned into an extremely huge square. Not far ahead, there stood a giant screen 3 or 4 meters high. He tried moving his head, and all the virtual scenes moved with him. Is it virtual glasses technology that uses projection? Sumu was full of praise. When virtual glasses were popular a few years ago, he also went to the Science and Technology Museum to experience them. Kanghui International has actually been able to realize virtual scenes solely through projection. This technology is truly impressive. It seems that Mr. Su has had relevant experience. I won't say much. Anyway, this is the entertainment function attached to the health terminal. While enjoying the steaming and massage, you can watch a movie or play games to pass the time. Oh. Sumu became more interested and looked carefully at the giant screen in front of him. After studying how to operate for a while, he entered the game interface and found that there were not many games, and they were all passive experiences, such as roller coaster skiing and jumping off a building. After selecting the jumping off a building game, the scene immediately changed and he felt like he was in an elevator that was rising continuously. As the elevator rose, the buildings, vehicles and pedestrians outside rapidly descended. Soon, Sumu was taken to the top floor by the elevator. After opening the door, there was a wooden board in front of him. His body automatically moved forward and came to the edge of the board. Looking down, Sumu felt dizzy. This is too high. Although he knew it was a game, Sumu's body still tensed up instinctively. Swish. I don't know how Moon Goddess made the judgment, but the game automatically terminated and the view returned to the previous opening hall. It's so exciting, even more realistic than the scenes in the Science and Technology Museum. After letting out a long sigh, Sumu didn't dare to try it again easily. This kind of game that goes against common sense has too great a psychological impact. He called up a virtual movie called Prehistoric War and was immediately attracted by the realistic and vivid scenes. As the perspectives kept switching, Sumu concentrated on appreciating the life and battle scenes of various huge dinosaurs. Chapter 36: Hope and Disappointment. Because he was too engrossed in watching the movie, it was not until the end of the movie and his vision returned to the virtual hall that Sumu realized with embarrassment that he had been experiencing it for a full hour. Dad can't be too selfish. Luna, exit the entertainment system. He immediately used voice commands to the health terminal's artificial intelligence. All virtual scenes disappear. There were 2 curious little faces on the glass cover, and an Nkong had their eyes blinking and were waving at him. Smiling at the 2 babies, Sumu asked Brittany to open the cabin. After coming out, he felt extremely comfortable all over. This health terminal is truly magical. Sumu was extremely impressed as he stretched his warm body. By the way, the babies can't experience the steam room and massage. What about the entertainment system? Sumu thought of something and asked Brittany. After receiving a positive answer, Sumu immediately took the eagerly looking forward to it Xiao Tuanchuan into his arms. 2 beams of light came out, and the still moving little Tuanchuan was immediately attracted by something, and her big eyes kept rolling around. Daddy, how do we play this? She looked at it for a while and asked excitedly. Forehead. Sumu found it difficult to explain clearly to the child, so he had to look at Brittany. The latter smiled slightly and pointed to the glass cover. Sumu looked over and the picture on the glass cover turned into the hall of the entertainment system, which seemed to be touchscreen capable. I see. He went over immediately and called up the movie interface. It's moving. Xiao Tuanchuan waved excitedly. Daddy, I want to see the rainbow. Sumu smiled and clicked on a virtual movie called Walking in the Rain. An ordinary movie began to play on the glass cover, but what Xiao Tuanchuan saw was an immersive forest in the rain, with various cartoon characters playing games with her. Xiao Tuanchuan was quickly attracted and kept giggling and scratching around, as if she wanted to interact with the cartoon characters. Unfortunately, this device is a health terminal and does not have a built-in somatosensory system. Although a little disappointed, Xiao Tuanchuan was still deeply attracted by the realistic scene. Daddy, I want to play too. Not long after, the naughty Kong Kong pulled Sumu's arm. And me. Little round pouty mouth. And also stared at the screen closely, almost drooling with envy. With so many kids, I have to wait in line for many things. It would be nice if I could have 4, but the price. Thinking of the cost of 3 million, Sumu still didn't say anything. Brittany took the initiative to take over the task, coaxed Xiao Tuanchuan out with a few words, and then carried Yuan, whose eyes were already filled with tears, into the cabin. Afterwards, she skillfully attracted the attention of the other 3 little ones to a fairy tale, and the 3 little ones stopped making trouble. It seems that women are more talented in taking care of children. Sumu let out a long sigh and began to think about whether he should hire a nanny. John Lee winked. The two came to the living room and Sumu was curious. My wife is a PhD in psychology. She raised our 2 children. If you need help, you let Brittany be a nanny for my family? Sumu was surprised and immediately shook his head. No, it's a bit of a waste of talent. Brittany is the wife of John Lee, the president of a multinational tycoon. He would never be able to ask such a big shot to help take care of the children. Don't forget that Brittany is a professional bodyguard. Ordinary nannies can only take care of children. If they encounter any danger, they will be dumbfounded. Li Jian smiled mysteriously and continued, besides, my wife's salary is not low. According to the market price, it is at least 200,000 per month. 200,000? Sumu was stunned. Although Brittany was a jack of all trades, this salary was too shocking. Li Yuan continued to persuade her, don't forget the professional team behind Brittany, who will also provide strong assistance at certain times. With your potential, sooner or later there will be a day when someone will target you. If you don't prepare early now, it may be too late when something unexpected happens. As Li Jian continued to talk, Sumu gradually relaxed. All right. In the end, after knowing that Brittany also had this intention, he accepted Li Jian's suggestion. No matter how capable you are still alone after all. It is better to leave the safety of your family to a professional team. There was still more than 900,000 yuan in hand, so Sumu directly transferred 400,000 yuan as an advance payment for 2 months' salary. Happy cooperation. Li Jian accepted it happily, thought about it and said seriously, by the way, Brittany doesn't know about the system, which means that she can bypass the rules and help you directly. Sumu's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but look at Li Jian deeply, thinking that this guy was really thoughtful. Thank you very much. He was sincerely grateful. A monthly salary of 200,000 is only a friendly price for someone of Brittany's level. Li Jian smiled knowingly and made an okay gesture. Clearly, he believes his investment is worth it. After a few hours of trouble, the kids started to feel hungry. Brittany decided to show off her cooking skills and used ingredients from Sumu's home to make a pot of delicious children's nutritious porridge and some exquisite fruit puddings. The 4 little ones ate with great joy, and soon their bellies were full. They were also tired from playing, and went to bed one by one, yawning. Sumu had new plans. There are loopholes in the system rules. The special envoys cannot help themselves, but as long as they are willing to spend money and purchase services from Li Jian, it is not considered a violation. In this case, why not use Kanghui International's top medical technology to help Xiao Yuan get checked, perhaps curing her heart disease in advance? So he picked up Xiao Yuan and began to ask her questions carefully. Li Jian thought for a moment and replied, yes, the physical examination and gene sequencing will only cost a few thousand yuan. If the problem is relatively simple, you may want to try Kanghui International's gene-targeted therapy technology. Sumu was overjoyed. If that was the case, then what were we waiting for? Brittany took care of the 3 little ones, while Sumu held Xiao Yuan and took Li Jian's car to the hospital. Provincial First Hospital, Kanghui International Special Office. After a series of examinations, Xiao Yuan woke up and was leaning on Sumu's legs counting the braids of a doll. The test results are out. Not long after, John Lee showed up in a hurry. He brought good news. Yuan is in very good physical condition, even better than other children of the same age. Sumu was not too surprised. Yuan's Tai Chi skills were not practiced in vain. He was waiting for follow-up news. After a pause, John Lee frowned again. Unfortunately, her heart problem is a bit complicated. A congenital genetic defect has caused her heart structure to be a bit special. Sumu nodded. Xiao Jun had already taken Yuan to check this out. Yuan's heart valve was slightly dislocated, resulting in insufficient blood supply. She used to be often sleepy. Chapter 37 Physical Examination and Injection. Li Yuan continued, gene-targeted therapy can only correct genes, and it can't do anything to the tissue structure that has already formed. Surgery is too dangerous. I think we should wait until she is a little older before doing it. Anyway, thank you very much. Sumu sighed and calmly accepted this reality. He had the love treatment technique that could slowly improve Xiao Yuan's condition. I brought the babies home and made an agreement with Brittany that I would only let her help take care of the 4 little ones unless I was too busy. Brittany also had to get ready and said goodbye and left. When Xiao Jun got home from get off work, he was immediately attracted by the Sci-Fi health terminal. Sumu smiled proudly and began to talk about the magic of this device. Ha, you've made me a little impatient. Xiao Jun was very excited and prepared to give it a try. Unfortunately, she still drove Sumu out when she was changing clothes. After waiting anxiously for a few minutes, the door opened wide. Sumu went in immediately, but found that Xiao Jun was already lying in the health terminal and the cabin door was closed. Who told you to explain it so clearly just now? Through the glass cover, Xiao Jun smiled triumphantly. Sumu originally wanted to feast his eyes, but after seeing this scene, he could only scratch his head. I was careless. The health terminal was so advanced that even Xiao Jun had never experienced such an ultimate service and soon began to enjoy it. Listen to Xiao Jun's seductive moans while receiving a massage. Sumu was furious, afraid that he would do something wrong in the heat of the moment, so he had to leave in embarrassment amid Xiao Jun's smirk. The next day, Xiao Jun continued to go to work in high spirits. Before leaving, he reminded Sumu that today was the day to give Yuan an injection. Sumu had no choice but to ask Brittany to come over and take care of the 3 little ones. He took Yuan straight to the 3rd Provincial Hospital. Yuan was born in the 3rd Provincial Hospital. In the past few years, she has to get an injection there every half a month, and it has become a habit. Originally, this arduous task was done by Xiao Jun, but now that there is a nanny, it is natural to let Sumu experience the fun of taking the baby for injections. Kanghui International's medicine has not yet come out. If we want to speed up the process, it will cost a lot of money. Since Sumu cannot be taken out for the time being, we can only use ordinary medicines for now. When he arrived at his destination, he found it very lively. Since there was no rush, the father and daughter lined up at the entrance of the pediatric department. Soon, another old man in his 60s came with a boy of 5 or 6 years old, who looked even more introverted than Anan. The other children were making a lot of noise, but the little boy just lowered his head and read a picture book without saying a word. Perhaps because she saw the shadow of her brother in the boy, Yuan began to take the initiative to chat with him. Hello, my name is Yuan. Oh, hello. What's your name? Xiao Chang. Can you lend me your picture book? No, I haven't finished reading it yet. Sumu smiled secretly. This little boy is really a straight man. If he continues like this, he might not be able to find a wife in the future. Xiao Chang, learn to share. The old man touched the little boy's head and took the opportunity to educate him. The little boy was very well behaved. After hesitating for a moment, he still handed the picture book to Yuan. Yuan also handed over the doll in her hand in exchange. The little boy was not interested in the doll. After playing with it for a while, he came over and prepared to read the picture book with Yuan. Yuan and the little boy were childhood sweethearts, and soon they began to happily discuss the stories in the picture book. Sumu chatted with the old man and learned that he was an engineer from a state-owned enterprise named Feng Jiangwo. Feng Jiangwo's hair is half white, and his real age is only 50 years old. He said that he was too busy and tired at work. Sumu admired this kind of person who selflessly sacrificed for the country's construction. He thought to himself that this was a true expert and he couldn't help but respect Feng Jiangwo. Move aside, my son has a fever. At this time, a yellow-haired man rushed in holding a baby. He was so anxious that he almost knocked Feng Jianguo down. Without even saying sorry, he rushed into the room in front. Sumu held Feng Jianguo and said, "Uncle Feng, are you okay?" Yuan and Xiaoqiang came over. Feng Jianguo shook his head and said with a smile, "It's okay, young people nowadays." He was talking about, of course, the yellow-haired guy. Sumu comforted him, "There are all kinds of people in society, just ignore him." "Old man, what did you say?" Huang Mao was kicked out by the doctor and just happened to hear this. He immediately became furious, "Say it again if you dare." He also had tattoos on his arms, which scared others away. Feng Jianguo was also frightened, but he refused to give in. "Huh, I said you were rude, is that wrong? Hey, you're looking for a fight." Huang Mao was already anxious, so he simply came over with the baby in his arms. He didn't attack directly, but just waved his fist. "Now, I'll give you another chance." Feng Jianguo's eyelids twitched, and Xiaoqiang was frightened and hid behind him. "Dad, this uncle is so fierce." The group of adults didn't dare to speak, but Xiao Yuan spoke up for justice. Huang Mao immediately turned his gaze to Sumu. "Tell your daughter to shut up, or be careful of my fists." Facing the young man Sumu, Huang Mao didn't need to suppress his anger and he just punched him directly. Sumu couldn't bear it any longer, so he made a quick move and grabbed the other person's wrist tightly. He began to increase the strength on his hands. "Ah, that hurts." The yellow-haired man felt pain and was so shocked that he loosened his other hand, and the baby in the cradle fell down. "Careful." Feng Jianguo was a kind-hearted man and immediately shouted for him to reach out, but unfortunately his reaction was too slow and he couldn't catch it at all. Seeing his son about to fall to the ground, the yellow-haired boy's pupils dilated and he became panic-stricken. At the critical moment, Sumu let go of the other person's wrist. His body flashed and at the critical moment, he caught the baby steadily. "Wow!" After a moment of silence, the baby burst into tears. He was not injured, just frightened. Huang Mao's face was covered with cold sweat, and he immediately changed his words. "Brother, I'm really sorry, my son has a high fever, and the doctor didn't allow me to jump the queue, so I acted impulsively." Sumu shook his head secretly. This guy's temper was worse than Ning Wei's. For the sake of the baby, he didn't care. "Be more careful next time." As a reminder, Sumu returned the baby to the other party. Huang Mao breathed a sigh of relief, thanked repeatedly, and rushed to the emergency building with the child in his arms. "Xiao Su, thank you so much for what you did just now." Feng Jianguo patted Sumu on the shoulder and praised him highly. "Well done, young man. People like that need to be taught a lesson." Bang bang bang. There was applause in the corridor, and adults and children alike looked at Sumu with envy and admiration. Sumu smiled bitterly and wondered what the guys were doing just now. The little farce passed quickly and people continued to queue. After Yuan finished reading the picture book, she felt that Xiaoqiang was boring, so she started running around in the corridor with the other children. "Hey, this girl's hairstyle. The butterfly is so beautiful." As Yuan ran, the butterflies on her bun danced gracefully, attracting everyone's attention. "It's beautiful, isn't it? My dad made it." Yuan was very proud and ran faster on purpose. "Young man, are you a barber?" Someone became interested and came over to ask. Sumu shook his head. "No, I just did it casually." "Impossible." At some point, Huang Mao came back with a few lollipops in his hand. Chapter 38 Attracting Attention. Seeing everyone looking at him, Huang Mao blushed and explained with an awkward smile, "I was wrong just now, these are my apology." He gave the lollipops to Yuan and Xiaoqiang. After taking a closer look at Yuan's hairstyle, Huang Mao was extremely envious. "I am a barber. This hairstyle is probably unique not only in China, but also in the world." "Brother, are you a hermit master?" The yellow-haired man looked at Sumu and his eyes began to light up. Sumu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Are there hermit masters in the barbering world? Why has he never heard of them? But the other party has good taste. Yuan's hairstyle is indeed unique. Even the system has authenticated it. How could it be fake? This did not affect Sumu's attitude towards Huang Mao. He shook his head decisively to deny it, but the latter obviously did not believe it. Anyway, the child was still receiving in 4 drip and there was plenty of time, so Huang Mao simply stayed there and asked Sumu to teach him the craft. Huang Mao kept pestering Sumu for a long time, but Sumu ignored him and he still refused to give up. Worried that asking further questions would annoy the expert, Huang Mao simply started handing out business cards to everyone. Everyone, I'm sorry for offending you just now. If you have the chance, you can come to my place for a haircut and enjoy a 20% discount with your business card. Sumu was also forced to post a photo. When he saw the yellow-haired man's name, he almost laughed. This guy was actually called Teacher Tony. He called Yuan Yuan back to his side. The kid's hairstyle was like a firefly in the dark night. If he let Yuan Yuan run around any longer, something might happen. Haven T, you've seen that all the kids are starting to gather around Yuan Yuan, and even some young parents are joining in the fun. The group of butterflies above her head are really eye-catching. Sumu was dealing with the yellow-haired boy, and Feng Jiangwo, like the other adults, kept staring at Yuan Yuan's hairstyle. Sumu was annoyed by the yellow-haired girl and turned to look at Feng Jiangwo. Why, Uncle Feng, are you also interested in Yuan Yuan's hairstyle? Feng Jiangwo looked thoughtful, and his expression became more and more serious. Suddenly he grabbed Sumu's hand and said, "Young man, did you do this hairstyle yourself?" Sumu nodded, feeling a little puzzled. Awesome, awesome. After receiving a positive response, Feng Jiangwo was amazed. This is not a hairstyle at all, it is simply a highly complex system engineering. Sumu's face was full of question marks. Huang Mao and the others also quieted down, waiting for Feng Jiangwo's story in surprise. Feng Jiangwo pondered for a moment and continued, "You see, Yuan Yuan's hairstyle may seem ordinary, but in fact, the length of each hair is very particular. Coupled with the differences in hardness and length between them, this dynamic effect is formed." He talked non-stop, especially the butterfly part. The structure is extremely delicate, and I estimate that the difference between each hair must not exceed 0.01 mm to achieve such a natural and smooth effect. Hiss. As soon as Feng Jiangwo finished speaking, there was a sound of people gasping for air in the corridor. A difference of 0.01 mm, is that still a human being? The originally excited Huang Mao was also dumbfounded. He was just a barber, not a high-level fitter. Even if someone told him the technique, he couldn't do it. Wrong. Huang Mao, whose mood had sunk to the bottom, didn't want to give up. He thought hard and suddenly caught something. "Brother, you don't look like a high-level fitter. You must have used some special tools when you cut the child's hair, right?" Huang Mao stared at Sumu as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. Feng Jiangwo also cast a curious look. Sumu hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. "Yes, I used some rulers." "Ruler?" Huang Mao's eyes lit up. When he was cutting hair, he would indeed use some auxiliary methods when facing some customers with extremely abnormal demands. But this was the first time he had heard of someone so perverted as to need a ruler to fine-tune his hairstyle. Could this be the reason why he can give world-class hairstyles? Huang Mao's heart was pounding, and he finally understood why he was still just an ordinary Tony teacher. It was because his tools were not good enough. He took a deep breath and asked expectantly, "So, can I see those rulers?" Feng Jiangwo was also very interested. "Xiao Su, your tools must be very special." Sumu originally didn't intend to share the treasure given by the system, but he really couldn't bear to refuse Feng Jiangwo. After hesitating for a moment, he compromised. "Okay, after giving Yuan Yuan the injection, Uncle Feng can go home with me." "And me?" Huang Mao refused to give up, and said in an almost pleading tone, "Brother, what I did before was indeed wrong. I will definitely change my ways, please help me, even if it's just a glance." Seeing that Sumu still refused to agree, Huang Mao simply gritted his teeth and knelt down. "This guy." Sumu was extremely helpless and had to lift up the yellow-haired man. He said coldly, "I'm scared of you. Just one glance." "Thank you, brother." Huang Mao was overjoyed, and if he didn't have to go see the child who was receiving in 4, he would have even planned to kowtow a few more times to try to see if he could become his disciple on the spot. Tools are useless. Without top-notch skills, it is impossible to create a cool and impressive hairstyle. In Huang Mao's heart, Sumu has become a barber master. After Huang Mao left, other parents saw the opportunity and came to join in the fun, but Sumu refused on the grounds that his house was too small. Fortunately, there are not many crazy people like Huang Mao. Despite this, the parents' enthusiasm remained unabated. They took out various toys and snacks, and teased Yuan Yuan to run around for a few laps. They also took the opportunity to take many precious photos. Sumu did not stop them. Unless the 4 little ones were not allowed to go out in the future, they would sooner or later become the focus of people's attention. The queue for injections gradually shortened, and before dark, Sumu and Yuan Yuan had completed their bi-weekly vaccinations. Yuan Yuan showed amazing courage, and even though she was very scared, she managed not to cry. Sumu rewarded her with a big hug. After waiting outside for a while, Feng Jiangmo came out with Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang was in good health, but his eyes were a little dry from reading too much, so he just prescribed some eye drops. 4 people came out of the pediatric department, and the yellow-haired man was blocking the door. You don't care about your child? Feng Jiangmo's impression of Huang Mao improved and he asked jokingly. Huang Mao touched his head and said, I called my wife over and asked her to look after the child. After saying that, he looked at Sumu and said, Master, let's go. Master? Sumu frowned. Huang Mao immediately explained, in my heart, you are my master. But master, don't worry, I won't be shameless and cling to you. I will be satisfied if you just teach me a few tricks occasionally. Sumu remained silent. He didn't dare to accept this cheap disciple. In order to show off, Huang Mao drove the car over and prepared to drive a few people over. Is this car yours? Looking at the Audi AI8 in front of him, Sumu asked in surprise, this is a luxury car, but the yellow-haired guy looks less than 25 years old. Huang Mao's eyes lit up and he smiled, the profits of a barbershop are very high. Master, you won't know until you leave the mountain. Chapter 39:3 No Products. Several people got in the car, and on the way, the yellow-haired man kept hinting to Sumi that he could go to his barbershop for guidance, or he could set any salary and all he had to do was to get a hairstyle like Yuan's every month. Would you give me 1 million? Sumu asked deliberately. Huang Mao was a little embarrassed. Ahem, this is not possible for the time being. But master, don't worry, I will definitely be able to do it after I open a few more branches. He began to analyze to Sumu that this is the era of eyeball economy. As long as you have a unique skill, you can attract enough attention. Then, whether you open a branch or become a live broadcast celebrity, you will be able to have a steady stream of income. This can be seen from those internet celebrities who show off their wealth all day long. Let's talk about it later. Listening to Huang Mao's grand plan, Sumu couldn't help but be moved, but thinking of Xiao Jun's attitude, he still did not give a clear answer. Huang Mao didn't dare to say too much, for fear of leaving a bad impression on Sumu. After all, even he, a barber, could see Sumu's value, let alone others. The master was really annoyed by the talk and he couldn't even have a sip of soup. After returning home, Sumu opened the door. The 3 little ones have woken up and are experiencing the entertainment mode of the health terminal in the bathroom with Brittany. Feng Jiangmo and Huang Mao noticed the Luna Health Terminal and were immediately attracted. What kind of high-tech product is that? It looks pretty expensive, right? Huang Mao has limited knowledge and is just very envious. Feng Jiangmo caught the key point, 3D projection. Has this technology been used by civilians? Good eyesight. Sumu admired him very much. Even before he introduced him, people could tell that he was almost perfect. He was indeed a national treasure-level engineer. Oh, it was given to me by a friend. It's still in the internal testing phase. After saying a few words to dissuade them from wanting to go over and check, Sumu took the 2 of them to the bedroom. Huang Mao followed immediately. Feng Jiangmo asked Xiaoqian to go over and play with the 4 little ones. After watching carefully for a while, he also followed. The rulers were placed in a cardboard box next to the computer desk, and Sumu opened the box. The yellow-haired man poked his head out and took a closer look. Huh? How can it be so simple? I thought. He was a little disappointed. He thought Sumu was being modest before. He didn't expect that he really used some rulers. They were similar to stationery, just a little bigger and more complicated. Sumu glanced at the yellow-haired man indifferently without giving any further explanation. He didn't chase the man away immediately. Although he said that he would only let Huang Mao take a look, he couldn't be so rigid. Feng Jiangmo, however, was very interested in those seemingly simple rulers. After asking Sumu, he picked up a few rulers and studied them carefully. This structure is simply ingenious. Soon, Feng Jiangmo's tone was filled with surprise, and because he was too excited, his voice even trembled a little. Huang Mao was touched and followed Feng Jiangmo's example, picking up a ruler to study it, but he could not figure out what was going on. Sumu waited silently on the side and began to feel a little troubled. The products produced by the system must be high quality, but how to explain it to them? After a long time, Feng Jiangmo withdrew his gaze with difficulty. He asked Sumu expectantly, Xiaosu, the manufacturing process of these calipers has reached the top level. Especially those exquisite structures that return to nature, even I can't fully understand them. With this level of processing and design, it is just to make hairdressing auxiliary tools. It is really puzzling. Tell me quickly, Where did you get them from? In his opinion, the origin of these calipers must be very mysterious. Huang Mao also wanted to try it and looked at him expectantly. Sumu pondered for a moment and said casually, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. I just searched it on the internet." "What, you mean the online store?" Feng Jiangwo was probably surprised. "Yes." Sumu, with the spirit of a friend's death would rather die than let me die, directly found the online store where the order was placed. After all, he had really bought hairdressing tools from that online store. Feng Jiangwo immediately took out his mobile phone to search and began to look for the product carefully. The yellow-haired man was much faster. After a few minutes, he looked up in confusion and said, "Master, the things sold in this online store are very ordinary. There are no barber calipers." Feng Jiangwo also stopped searching and looked at Sumu with a complicated expression. Sumu smiled and gave the reason he had thought of long ago. "Really? Maybe the stock is running low and it has been sold out. I bought the last set. Can something this good be taken off the shelves?" Huang Mao scratched his head and contacted the store immediately. "Hey, do you still have a barber's caliper?" Sumu became nervous. After a while, the store owner replied, "Get lost, I sell barber tools. If you want to buy calipers, go to the hardware store." The other party doesn't seem to have a very good temper. Huang Mao was very angry and just typed a string of swear words, but when he thought of his own needs, he forced himself to hold back and did not press the send button. He rolled his eyes and took a photo of the calipers. "Boss, these are them. Think about it carefully." After a while, the boss replied, "No, I have never sold it." Forehead. Huang Mao was stunned. Feng Jiangwo shook his head, "Be nicer and let me try." He sent a message, "Boss, I'm not from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, I just really like that set of calipers and want to buy a few more. It doesn't matter how expensive it is." A few minutes later, the boss responded, "Oh, they're just some calipers, how many sets do you want? It really exists." Feng Jiangwo was overjoyed and hurried to negotiate with the other party. The boss didn't ask for too much, only 300 yuan for a set, and even added one more item to the product list. Sumu looked at the icon and found that it was the picture that Huang Mao had just sent him. It seems that the other party is planning to take advantage of the opportunity to defraud money. Feng Jiangwo didn't look like a poor man, so he didn't remind him. Feng Jiangwo was very satisfied and bought 2 sets with his own account, preparing to study them slowly. Huang Mao was much more generous and ordered 10 sets at once. However, the boss was unwilling and insisted that he change it to 6 sets. It's really strange that there are still people who have little time to earn money these days. Huang Mao curled his lips and had to change the quantity. Sumu watched the show from the side. 1 set cost 300 yuan, and 6 sets cost 1,800 yuan, which just did not reach the sentencing standard of 2,000 yuan for fraud. He had to admire the online shop owner's economic acumen. Lies will be exposed sooner or later, so Sumu gave Huang Mao 2 rulers and asked him to take them back and try the most basic combination first. Huang Mao was very grateful and insisted on treating Sumu to a meal. After being firmly rejected, he left with a smile. "Uncle Feng, you can take the rest." Sumu packed up the remaining rulers and gave them all to Feng Jiangwo. Feng Jiangwo refused with a smile. Sumu explained helplessly, "Oh, there is always time for express delivery. I see that you should be very busy at work, so don't waste your time. Besides, I can always reorder if I want." Chapter 40 Preparing for Vacation. Feng Jiangwo was persuaded, but he didn't want to take advantage of him for nothing, so he insisted on transferring 300 yuan to Sumu. Sumu accepted it with a smile, and was also looking forward to what Feng Jiangwo could research from the calipers rewarded by the system. Perhaps, it can improve China's technological level? Feng Jiangwo put the remaining calipers into his briefcase and prepared to take them back for careful study. When I came out of the bedroom, I heard a lot of noise outside. In the bathroom, at the enthusiastic invitation of Yuan Yuan and others, Xiaoqiang is experiencing the entertainment function of the health terminal. The 4 little ones kept talking and directing Xiaoqiang to interact with the cartoon characters in the game in various ways. Xiaoqiang, who was originally a bit introverted, has become much more lively. Feng Jiangwo was a little surprised by Xiaoqiang's change, and a smile soon appeared on his face. The child was born too late, and I never had time to play with him. It seems that I need to find more opportunities like this in the future so that the child can also experience a perfect childhood. Feng Jiangwo was no longer at the age of playing around, but he was also very interested in the health terminal that exuded a technological atmosphere. He wanted to study it and was not in a hurry to leave. Sumu simply introduced Brittany and Feng Jiangwo to each other. Upon learning that Brittany was from Kanghui International, Feng Jiangwo became very interested and asked about various technical details. Brittany explained patiently, but her answer was very general. Obviously, she didn't want to reveal too many details. Feng Jiangwo saw something but didn't want to ask any more questions. After all, this was someone else's product and he didn't want to make things difficult for them. Sumu didn't think so much. He instinctively wanted to help Feng Jiangwo again, so he deliberately asked, "Uncle Feng, you seem to know a lot about 3D projection technology. Is your group also conducting research in this area?" Feng Jiangwo nodded immediately. "We have established a similar department, but it has not yet reached this level. In fact, our main focus is mechanical design. The linkage part of this health terminal seems to have some room for improvement. If we can cooperate." Out of a sense of responsibility, he couldn't help but express his needs. Then, Feng Jiangwo cast an inquiring look at Brittany. "This is a good idea. Only by making up for each other's technical deficiencies can we make progress together." Sumu smiled and looked at Brittany. Bronny hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Since that's what Mr. Su wants, I'll let John report it to the headquarters." The two parties exchanged contact information, and Feng Jiangwo's face was almost beaming with joy. His gains today were really great. There is no need to say much about the exquisitely crafted caliper. The key is that he can also connect with Kanghui International, a multinational technology giant. So far, his understanding of the set of calipers is still just at the level of a more ingenious industrial product. As it was getting dark, Feng Jiangwo said goodbye to Xiao Qiang, who had just finished watching a movie. The four little ones are very smart and can already operate the entertainment mode of the health terminal by themselves. Sumu let them play by themselves. Coming to the living room with Brittany, he asked, "Is it arranged so quickly?" He was naturally asking about the security team. Brittany smiled confidently and said, "Of course, the team behind me is very professional and has done a great job protecting many important people. Please rest assured, Mr. Su." "How many people are there in total?" Sumu continued to ask. "About 20 or so." Brittany replied, and then said, "The relevant equipment will be installed one after another in the next few days." Sumu was very interested. He had only seen those elusive agents in movies and TV series, but he didn't expect to meet them in real life. So, he asked a lot of questions out of curiosity, and Brittany gave very professional answers. While chatting, Sumu's phone vibrated. Xiao Jun was about to get off work. He suddenly realized that tomorrow was Saturday and Xiao Jun was very busy at work and seemed to have never enjoyed a weekend off. This weekend, he decided to take Xiao Jun to relax. So Sumu said to Brittany, "I want to take my family out for a trip this weekend, so I'll give you some time to install the equipment." Brittany smiled and said, "That's great. I was planning to climb in through the window while you guys were sleeping at night to make arrangements." Forehead. 3 black lines appeared on Sumu's face. Brittany chuckled, said goodbye and left. After Xiao Jun returned home, Sumu told him his plan. "Well, that Huang Yi has been pestering me, so it's a good time to relax." Xiao Jun agreed immediately. Sumu frowned. "Why, he dares to mess around?" Xiao Jun shook his head. "No, he just wanted to force a project on me because his family is rich, and then take advantage of it. Don't worry, I won't give him any chance." Sumu was relieved. He would never allow his wife to be bullied in any way. As for Huang Yi, if he dares to continue to pester him in the future, Sumu doesn't mind taking some measures. After dinner, Xiao Jun kicked Sumu out of the room again and continued to enjoy the professional services of the health terminal. After only 2 days of experiencing it, she was already a little addicted to this feeling. Sumu walked to the living room helplessly and looked at the rooms of the 4 little ones. The kids had been playing for a whole day and were now sleeping soundly. The phone vibrated, and Xiao Jun sent a message, "Honey, where are we going to play this weekend? Or Wulong's scenic area?" Forehead. Sumu slapped his forehead. He almost forgot that the health terminal's entertainment mode could connect to the internet and had WeChat built in. He immediately sent a smiling emoji. "We have already visited all the Wulong scenic spots, and there are too many mountains over there. Children will get tired quickly." "Yeah, I'll look for it again." After a long silence, Xiao Jun sent an advertisement. Sent to the wrong person? Sumu was puzzled, and after taking a closer look, he realized that it was a travel advertisement. Disney Cartoon Park grand opening, half price for families? Looking at the address, it was in the next city, a 2-hour drive there and back. After looking at the specific projects, Sumu was very satisfied. Not bad, let's go here. The next day, the family set off happily. Xiao Jun was responsible for driving. After leaving the city, the view outside gradually became wider. The 4 little ones were very excited when they saw the trees and fields on the roadside. They have been at home for more than a week and are missing nature a little. Sumu was also very emotional. After graduation, he was busy starting a business. After the failure of his business, he started doing odd jobs to make a living. Except for the last time I took my family to the Wulong scenic area for a week, I seemed to have completely integrated into that city and hadn't even left the outer ring road. If Xiao Jun and the 4 little ones had not appeared, what would have been the meaning of my previous life? He began to doubt his life deeply. Fortunately, all this is already in the past, and a new and beautiful life has slowly unfolded. Looking at his wife who was concentrating on driving and the 4 cute and naughty little ones, Sumu's heart was filled with hope and fighting spirit. Chapter 41 Weekend Trip. After getting on the highway, Sumu took over the task of driving. During the first few years of his business, he was responsible for delivering goods. Although he had never passed the driving test, his driving skills were very proficient. Xiao Jun was liberated and chatted with the 4 little ones. Dozens of minutes later, they arrived at the highway intersection and exchanged again. Entering a provincial road, Xiao Jun called up the navigation. "Huh?" She asked in doubt. "Honey, look, is this navigation wrong?" "What?" Sumu looked over and saw that the navigation destination was indeed Disney Cartoon Land. "Wrong." Looking closely, Sumu's face showed the same surprised expression as Xiao Jun. "What is displayed on the screen is not Disney Cartoon Land. The last few words are fine. The key is Disney." They hadn't looked closely before and realized it was Disney. "Well, if we replace with, it will have a longer part at the bottom and it will be hard for ordinary people to notice." "What the hell, I got fooled." No wonder after I bought the tickets last night, the waiter at the park was so enthusiastic and took the initiative to send me the location. If visitors were allowed to input the information themselves, they would definitely find the problem. "Do you want to go back?" The car stopped and Xiao Jun felt disappointed when he realized that he had been cheated. Sumu was also in a difficult situation. The kids were already excited, and if he went back home now, they would definitely cry. "Forget it, just let it be rustic." Taking a deep breath, Sumu comforted, "We've already bought the tickets, so let's go and have a look." Even though it's a little more rustic, the word cartoon still remains the same. This park can't be without any entertainment. "Well, that's good. No wonder the ticket price is so cheap." Xiao Jun shook his head and had to continue driving. 10 minutes later, they arrived at their destination. In front of us is a red gate, swaying in the wind, and it looks like it is inflatable. There was a line of golden letters written on the gate, Disney Cartoon Park. Sure enough, it's a rustic word. Sumu and Xiao Jun looked at each other, both a little disappointed. "Dad, Mom, we want to go in and play." The 4 kids didn't understand and pushed the door open in a hurry. "Let's go." The 2 were helpless and felt like they were on a pirate ship. After parking the car, they took the 4 kids over to count the tickets. The only consolation is that many people have been deceived by false advertisements, so at least it is lively enough. There were many who discovered the tricks of the park, but they soon felt relieved when they thought about the cheap ticket prices. Of course, there were also some people who had a big argument with the park staff and were determined to get a refund for their tickets. The family followed the crowd through the gate, with many makeshift shops on both sides. Those shops are mainly restaurants, and there are also a wide variety of gift shops, clothing stores, and toy stores. The largest store rents cartoon costumes for both adults and children. To comfort themselves, many families flocked to the rental store to create a good atmosphere. Those cartoon costumes are very beautiful, and various animation characters are well prepared. Xiao Jun felt it was unhygienic, but he had no choice but to go over as the 4 little ones were cheering. In the end, Sumu still spent a few $100s to rent 4 cartoon costumes. The couple was busy changing the kids' clothes. Anan and Kong Kong were wearing camouflage uniforms, helmets on their heads, and a toy submachine gun in their hands. Tuanchuan chose a yellow Pikachu with its little head sticking out and its cute eyes moving around non-stop. Yuan Yuan turned into Snow White, turned around a few times and showed a satisfied smile. We rented an electric car and Sumu was responsible for driving. Amid the kids' laughter, the fake Disney journey officially begins. There are many large cartoon characters on both sides of the road, which looks spectacular. Not bad. Sumu comforted himself, but soon his face turned dark. The road is only a few hundred meters long. After passing the intersection in front, there is a large grassland. The electric bike slowed down suddenly and started to shake, looking like it was about to break down at any moment. Get out of the car. After holding on for a few minutes, Sumu looked at the crowd in front of him who had already gotten off the bus and made the decision helplessly. Wow, so soft. The four little ones jumped out of the car and ran back and forth, jumping and skipping. Sumu was a little worried whether he would be fined for trampling on the lawn, but it seemed that the people in front of him were doing the same thing. Xiao Jun pointed to the road sign next to him. Sumu looked over and said, originally there was no road in the world, but when more people walked, a road appeared. He smiled bitterly. Mr. Lu Sun did say this. In this case, let the kids completely liberate their nature. After untying the knot in his heart, Sumu was too lazy to worry about anything anymore. He and Xiao Jun, along with the four little ones, chased after the crowd in front. It's true, although this theme park is a copycat, the projects are very well prepared, and some parts are even unique. After climbing over the small hill in front, a winding cartoon corridor comes into view. All the cartoon characters that have appeared in history have become soldiers, holding their iconic props and lined up on both sides. All the cartoon characters' expressions are designed to be very funny, and the conflict with traditional impressions makes people laugh. The children loved it so much that many families slowed down their pace to take pictures of their kids. The four little ones were no exception. Sumu and Xiao Jun were busy all the time, helping them adjust their postures. Occasionally, they even had to act as extras and play the monsters fighting those cartoon characters. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. I finally got out. Walking through the cartoon corridor, Xiao Jun was exhausted and out of breath. He looked back at Optimus Prime and Megatron who were holding the King Kong Calabash brothers behind him. She grumbled with resentment, well, only a knockoff park would dare to do this. If it were a legitimate one, they would definitely be sued and bankrupt. As long as the kids like it. Sumu smiled and pointed ahead, the Lego Palace looks good, do you want to try it? Want. The four little ones raised their hands at the same time. Xiao Jun smiled bitterly, forget it, since you like it, mommy will sacrifice her life to accompany you. She gritted her teeth and walked over holding Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan's hands. Sumu followed with an and Kong Kong. The Lego Palace is extremely magnificent and consists of 3 floors. The first floor is filled with various huge Lego models, with seats reserved for taking photos. The four little ones were overjoyed, and Sumu and Xiao Jun became busy again. After finally reaching the second floor, a fragrance wafted over. This is actually a food street. The family immediately found a stool to sit down and ordered a few cups of milk tea and grilled sausages to temporarily replenish their energy. After eating and drinking, I went to the third floor. Not surprisingly, there are more than a dozen screening rooms and gift shops, and a lot of service staff have been added. You need to buy tickets for the screening room, not to mention the gift shop. This part should be deliberately designed by the park in order to recover costs. Since we were tired from playing anyway, the family just went to the movies one by one. Chapter 42 Parent-Child Interaction. After watching a few movies, a morning passed by. After returning to the second floor to eat and drink and take a short rest, the family walked out of the Lego Palace. Behind, there are still castles with various cartoon themes. There are all kinds of iconic Disney attractions such as the Magic Castle, Alice in Wonderland, and Crystal Hour. Because there is no need to worry about copyright issues, the contents of those attractions are naturally varied. Although the craftsmanship looks a bit rustic, at least from the perspective of richness and fun, it is better than the regular Disney ones. So what are you waiting for? Let us play. The four little ones were immersed in a sea of joy throughout the afternoon. The following activities were not too physically demanding, so Xiao Jun was able to relax and patiently act as a guide for the babies and play with them. The day passed quickly. There is a hotel in the middle of the park, and the price is as down to earth as ever. A luxurious suite was booked and the family moved in. There were all kinds of toys and snacks in the room. Even though they had already had their main meal downstairs, the four little ones couldn't help but eat non-stop. As the sky darkened, the babies' bellies became round and bulging with food. Xiao Jun lay on the bed, looking through the photos taken during the day and telling stories to the babies. Soon, they fell asleep one after another. Sumu closed the door gently and contacted Brittany. Mr. Su, the equipment has been brought and we are installing it now. By the way, there were a lot of express deliveries today, and I signed for them all for you. I almost forgot. I ordered that a few days ago. Well, I've checked it, there's no problem, the types are very complete. Mr. Su is really a careful person. The shopping list was made by my wife. Sumu explained that the credit did not belong to him. Brittany smiled, and her tone suddenly became serious. By the way, my people found someone monitoring nearby at noon today. The other parties seem to be from the capital. We can't figure out their purpose for the time being, so we didn't take any action. What? Sumu's face darkened and he looked back at the bedroom. He said in a deep voice, "Hold your ground for now, don't alert the enemy." Clear. The phone call was hung up. Sumu thought that he had no connection with the capital, and the only one who could attract the capital's attention was Xiao Jun's family. He and Xiao Jun had children before marriage, and gave birth to 4 babies in one go. One can imagine how shocked and angry Xiao Jun's family must be. If it weren't for Xiao Jun's insistence, the 4 little ones would probably have had difficulty even being born. After all, the Xiao family is Xiao Jun's family. Sumu doesn't want to expose his true identity with them unless it is absolutely necessary. I hope you don't go too far. He withdrew his gaze from the distance, returned to the sofa, and soon fell asleep. The next day, the family continued their trip. In the morning, we experienced Future Time City, Marvel Hero Headquarters, Fantasy Garden Adventure and other projects. After lunch, I signed up for a parent-child competition, where the winner would receive a mysterious reward. The first event is the baby's solo long jump. The baby needs to jump to the finish line with both legs, arrange the oranges according to size, and rank them according to the time it takes to return. Each family can only send 1 baby. Who's coming? Sumu asked. I. Kong was the first to raise his hand, and Xiao Jun smiled and carried him over. Start. The whistle sounded, and more than a dozen children set off at the same time, and the competition officially began. This is the 3 to 4-year-old age group. The babies are innocent and some don't even understand the rules of the game and just stand there in a daze. The smarter babies also had a lot of problems. One little boy ran as fast as he could, quickly reached the finish line, picked up the biggest orange and started biting it. The baby who did not have strong self-control was naturally disqualified from the competition. There were only 3 babies who really followed the rules and jumped over. Among them, Kong is the smallest, but jumps the fastest. After a while, he was 2 or 3 meters ahead of the other 2 babies, and the parents who watched were amazed. That kid has great stamina. Yeah, he looks like he's only about 3 years old, but he can actually perform the movements very realistically. Does he play this kind of game often? Even if you play often, you have to be smart and healthy enough. Amid the exclamations of the parents, Kong was the first to reach the finish line. He looked at the oranges in front of him and quickly arranged them in a row according to size. Yeah. He turned around to celebrate, with his little head tilted back, as if waiting for others to praise him. At this time, the other 2 children also rushed over, quickly arranged the oranges, turned around and rushed back to the starting point. Kong, I will come back soon. Xiao Jun reminded loudly. The scene was too noisy and Kong seemed not to hear it. Kong finally reacted after he saw the 2 children jumping back halfway. The distance has been widened. Oh, that kid is going to lose. It's nothing to be ahead at the beginning. It's easy for children to be proud. The adults started talking again. Kong let out a strange cry and hurriedly chased after him. Yeah, I won. Unfortunately, even though he had more physical strength than others, Kong was still more than 10 steps slower than the first place kid because of the long delay. He was very frustrated that he didn't get the reward, and Xiao Jun hurriedly comforted him. Kong is the best. As long as he doesn't get too proud and complacent, he will definitely win next time. Mama's encouragement soon took effect. Kong waved his fist and was full of fighting spirit again. The second project is parent-child interaction. The mother and the baby take turns jumping with their legs, holding a silk scarf in their hands, and jump to the finish line, where they clamp it on the cartoon figure. The one with the most scarves within the allotted time wins. I'll do it. It was still a competition of speed. Among the 4 little ones, besides Kong, Tuan was the fastest. She volunteered and raised her hand. Xiao Jun brought Tuan over and lined up with a dozen other pairs of mothers and sons or mothers and daughters. With Kang's lesson, Tuan behaved very seriously. Xiao Jun has the advantage of long legs, and with the efforts of mother and daughter, after the competition, they had 3 more scarves than the second place. In the end, Tuanchuan got a big marshmallow, and she lovingly shared it with Anan, Kongkong, and Yuan Yuan. Amidst laughter and joy, the third project began. This time, Dad will take action and use kangaroo hops to move back and forth. The baby has to fill the sandbag at the finish line, and when it is full, the father will take it back to the starting point. There are 5 sandbags in total, and the fastest one wins. Anan has the best physical strength and appears on the stage with Sumu. The opponents happen to be middle-aged men. Sumu didn't want Anan to become proud and complacent, so he deliberately suppressed his strength and won in a few seconds. Anan was exhausted and sweating, and finally got an apple as a reward, which he also shared with Kongkong, Tuan Tuan, and Yuan Yuan. The last project is quite special. It is not limited to parents. Parents are responsible for carrying the shapes, and the babies will stick the shapes on the wall with dotted lines. The first one to fill the shapes without any gaps wins. Daddy, come on! Yuan Yuan trotted over, stood under a wall, and waved at Sumu. Sumu smiled and nodded, and when he looked carefully, he saw that the shadow on the wall was a human figure boxing. White crane spreads its wings? He recognized the moves and felt it was a bit weird. Chapter 43 Primary Talent Card. The rules of this kind of parent-child interactive game should be simple. The pattern on the opposite side was not a simple and cute cartoon character, but a warrior with a very realistic style. Children won't like this style. Yuan Yuan has practiced Tai Chi, so it's acceptable. The other children started to worry. They kept gesturing with their hands, but still couldn't understand how to spell the pattern. Why would the park arrange such a project? Sumu shook his head. When the whistle sounded, he immediately picked up the shape of a hand and ran to the other side. Seeing Sumu move, other parents followed suit and chose different shapes. Some were arms, some were thighs, and some were heads. If it weren't for the pink coating, the shapes would look pretty scary. Despite this, some children still showed fearful expressions, dodged and refused to cooperate after seeing the figures brought by their fathers or mothers. Among the 4 little ones, Yuan Yuan is the clingiest but also the timidest. She stood there timidly, lightly touching the hand pattern that Sumu handed over with her fingers, but did not dare to take it. Sumu encouraged with a smile, Yuan Yuan, be good. This is the same puzzle you usually play. All right. Yuan Yuan hesitated for a long time before picking up the pattern. She measured it against the outline of the person behind her and then pasted the hand pattern on it. Good job. With a word of encouragement, Sumu looked at other groups. Several brave little boys had already completed the first piece of the figure, and their parents had already run back. Sumu hurried to catch up. In order not to win too dramatically and to give Yuan Yuan enough time to prepare, he deliberately controlled his speed. For the second piece of the puzzle, Sumu chose the arm. When he returned to the finish line again, Yuan Yuan was no longer afraid. He picked up the arm and pressed it on the chosen position on the wall. There is progress. Sumu patted Yuan Yuan's head and praised him, saying, keep working hard. This is just a game after all, and the atmosphere quickly became lively as people cheered. The children were all infected, overcame their psychological fears, and began to concentrate on the competition. Yuan Yuan's advantages gradually emerged. Because of practicing boxing, she had a better understanding of the human body structure than her peers, and saved a lot of time in the most basic selection process. Plus Sumu could control the speed, so it took him less than 10 minutes to complete the puzzle, creating a pink uncle boxing. This is the last project and all children will receive rewards. While other families were still working hard, Sumu returned to the starting point holding Yuan Yuan, whose face was rosy, to cheer on his competitors. As the last family completes the task, the game officially ends. As the first place winner, Yuan Yuan received the biggest reward of this series, a toy car. After taking a group photo with everyone holding the toy car and accepting the crowd's congratulations, Yuan Yuan gave the toy car that she didn't like very much to Anan and Kongkong. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the game with your child and achieved excellent results. Participating in social activities and gaining a perfect experience is an important step in the growth of your baby. You will be rewarded with 20 primary talent cards. Are there any rewards? Sumu was overjoyed and took a quick look. Primary talent card, after integrating into a life form, you can check the talent and increase 1 talent. The effect fluctuates between 20% and 50%. Good stuff. After reading the detailed description, Sumu was surprised again. What is the competition in the 21st century? Talent. Primary talent cards can check talents and can increase the effect of a certain talent by at least 20%. In other words, even if your talent in a certain field is the same as others, after using the talent card, you only need to put in the same effort to achieve 120% of the effect. This is still the most basic increase. If you are lucky, the effect will be 150%. Genius, that's all. He was itching to get his hands on some, and the system was very generous this time, giving him a total of 20 primary talent cards. What was he waiting for? So, Sumu directly took out a talent card from the system panel. A translucent square card appeared out of thin air, surrounded by a faint white glow, looking a bit like a two-dimensional foil. The two-dimensional foil in front of us does not pose any danger and will definitely not unfold or even destroy the solar system. Sumu smiled and chose Yuan Yuan. The primary skill card immediately turned into a white light and merged into Yuan Yuan's brows. Yuan Yuan was still immersed in the joy of victory and did not show any discomfort. Sumu's eyes widened, and several lines of information quickly floated out above his round head. Name, Su Yuan Yuan. Combat talent, 30, scientific research talent, 35, engineering talent, 38, life talent, 68. Apart from that, nothing else. 4 head. Sumu was surprised. This was a little different from what he had imagined. There were only a dozen or so talent options, and they were too general. The light of the text messages became dimmer and dimmer, and Sumu immediately realized that this thing had a time limit, and he had to make a choice as soon as possible. It should be a 100-point system. Since Yuan Yuan has the best talent for life, let's choose it. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu directly selected the talent of life with his mind. Other options disappeared. The information above Yuan Yuan's head began to spin rapidly. Soon, the information froze and turned into a big circle. Sumu looked over again. First, the title. Name, Su Yuan Yuan. Talent tendency, life-oriented. There are many options in the circle below. Cooking, 30, painting, 8, music, 7, calligraphy, 1. There is another series of options, and there are many categories under life talents. However, this time Sumu couldn't actively choose, and he couldn't look at them all at once. He could only see that Yuan Yuan's talents were higher in cooking, reading, and fantasy. These 3 talents probably correspond to the 3 professions of chef, teacher, and philosopher. The ring slowly turned, and a pointer appeared next to it. Sumu prayed silently, hoping to focus on cooking or reading. As for fantasy, he didn't want his daughter to become a philosopher in the future. It seemed useless to think too much. In less than a minute, the ring stopped rotating. Finally, the needle pointed to fantasy. I'll go. Sumu was so sad that he could not even cry. He immediately took out a talent card and threw it towards Yuan Yuan. The talent card flew over and bounced back without any change. Ding! Each life form can only use a talent card once. The system prompt sounded mercilessly. Sumu was dissatisfied. What if I want to change my daughter's talent? Ding! The host can obtain an intermediate talent card by triggering tasks from time to time. All right. Since there was still hope, Sumu had no choice but to accept this reality. The information above Yuan Yuan's head changed again. Chapter 44 Too ambitious. Name, Su Yuan Yuan. Talent tendency, life-oriented. Cooking, 30, painting, 10, fantasy, 3120%. It's okay. It's only increased by 120%, which is the minimum increase. Yuan Yuan shouldn't be obsessed with it all day long. Children like to fantasize, so increasing the number from 30 to 36 would just mean adding a few more details to the fantasy. For example, adding a few more colorful leaves to a small tree? Sumu comforted himself, and then used it on the other 3 little ones. And N's strongest talent is engineering, which is as high as 30, which is on par with Yuan Yuan. Engineers like Feng Jiangwo were very good, and Sumu chose him decisively. Next is a random selection. Sumu's prayers finally had some effect. In the end, An's specific enhancement talent was determined to be mechanical design. It was originally 30 points, but after a 50% increase, it became 45. Kong Kong is mischievous and active. His main talent is combat, and his attributes are surprisingly high. Okay, this little guy does have a bit of a violent streak. For the safety of his children, Sumu decisively chose a sport with slightly inferior attributes. Specific talents are randomly selected by the system. After the roulette wheel finished spinning, it stopped on the football, and its attributes increased from 25 to 29. This child may be able to save the Chinese national football team. Next is Tuan Tuan. Compared to Yuan Yuan, Tuan Tuan is more cheerful, lively, and independent. Her main talent is still life. The specific talent is fixed as dance, which is as high as 40. After an increase of 50%, it becomes 60. Judging from the highest talent alone, Yuan Yuan's dancing talent is the highest among the 4 little ones. With a little training, she can become a world-class dance queen in the future. Of course, talent is ultimately just a person's innate advantage. Sumu will not force the children to develop in a specific way, but will provide some guidance. There are still 16 primary talent cards. As Sumu's closest person, Xiaojun naturally has the right to use it. It seems that there is not enough time. So, Sumu and Xiaojun played with the kids for a while, then returned to the parkskate, returned the rented cartoon costumes, and bought some toys and souvenirs. Go home. After getting on the highway and driving for half an hour, the kids fell asleep one after another. Sumu quietly used the talent card. Name, Xiaojun, combat talent, 25, life talent, 15, business talent, 89. Sumu was very surprised. Xiaojun's business talent was as high as 89, which was very close to the full score. Although other talents also have very high values, they are far from comparable to business talents. He decisively chose his business talent. Next up are specific talents. Negotiation, 60, decision-making, 60, business acumen, 50. The roulette wheel spun and finally stopped at career ambition, which increased from 70 to 89. This. Is ambition also considered a business talent? Honey, you drive, I want to work overtime tonight. Xiaojun thought of something and suddenly spoke with a firm attitude. Sumu was in tears. If he had known this would happen, he would not have used the talent card on Xiaojun. It seemed that his wife was going down the path of a strong woman and there would be no turning back. Unfortunately, each life form can only use the primary talent card once. It seems that we have to hurry up and trigger the task. After taking over the driving job, Sumu made up his mind secretly. We had no conversation along the way and returned home safely at less than 6 o'clock. I'm going to work. I'll be back later. After a quick wash, Xiaojun hurried out. Sumu had no choice but to let the 4 little ones take turns watching the movie, and he accompanied the rest to select photos, ready to develop them and hang them on the wall. After a while, it was dark. Buzz. The walls vibrated and there was the sound of a drill from next door. So noisy. The 4 little ones covered their ears and protested in dissatisfaction. Dad, go check it out. Sumu opened the door and went to the next room. The door is wide open and you have several decoration workers busy at work. When will it be finished? Sumu went to negotiate. Oh, the workload is huge, so we may have to work overtime overnight. The leader of the workers answered and handed over a cigarette. Sumu refused and reminded, you are disturbing the neighbors by doing this. Someone will complain soon. It's better to do it during the day. No way. The worker leader was in a dilemma, the employer is pressing us to finish the work within 3 days. You better be patient. After a few more words, I was unable to convince the other party. Can you give me the employer's contact information? Sumu had no choice but to talk to the employer in person. The leader of the workers hesitated for a moment and agreed. Hello, who is this? When the call was connected, a girl's voice full of youthfulness came through, with the sound of electric guitar mixed in the background. Sumu frowned even more tightly and put forward his request. Oh, I'm more anxious. The guitar stopped playing, and the girl said, how about this? I'll move in after the renovation is done, and I'll treat you and the neighbors to a meal as an apology. No need. Sumu refused and reminded in a serious tone, it is better to let the workers work during the day. I have 4 children at home. After a moment of silence, the girl became a little nervous. Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'll call them right away. Actually, it's okay to move there a few days later, huh? The phone was forcibly hung up. Sumu was very confused. The girl seemed to know him, but her voice was unfamiliar. Who is it? The leader of the workers received a phone call and immediately asked everyone to stop, pack up and prepare to leave. Sumu also went home with doubts and continued to play with the four little ones. It was 7 o'clock and Xiao Jun had not returned yet. Sumu called to inquire and learned that Xiao Jun had taken on a new project and needed to work overtime until 12 o'clock. He began to worry again. Xiao Jun was very busy and hung up the phone after a brief conversation. The influence of ambition cannot be underestimated. Sumutu was very distressed. If things continued like this, his wife would probably have to work overtime every day. He was feeling worried when he suddenly received a red envelope. The red envelope was sent by Huang Mao, with "Congratulations on your prosperity" written on it. Sumu didn't receive it and sent a question mark. Huang Mao replied, "Master, this is what you deserve, just keep it." "What the hell?" Sumu questioned. Huang Mao explained, "It's like this. After I took the 2 calipers back, I started to study and came up with a few hairstyles. Although they can't compare with the round butterfly, they also attracted a lot of children. Anyway, my store door was nearly broken by the crowds this weekend. Even raising the prices 3 times didn't work. Parents nowadays are really willing to spend money on their children, huh?" Listening to Huang Mao's excited narration, Sumu also understood. He opened the red envelope and found that there was 6,666 in it. "How much did you earn in the past 2 days?" Sumu was surprised. Huang Mao, "Not much. At first, 30 per child. Later, I was too busy, so I raised it to 60. People still refused to leave, so I had to raise the price again, and finally 300 per child." He became more and more excited as he spoke. "Now my wife has also learned how to use the barber calipers, and she earns at least 1,000 per hour." Chapter 45 Amazing Profits. Huang Mao concluded, "So, in the past 2 days, we have made at least 10,000 or 20,000 more than usual, and there will be more in the future." Sumu was silent, digesting the news. After a moment of silence, the yellow-haired man continued, "Master, I still don't know many hairstyles. If I could have more barber calipers, my future income would be." "That's right." Sumu came to his senses and realized that Huang Mao had placed an order on the online store and the goods should have arrived by now. Hasn't he realized yet that he has been deceived? He tried to ask. Huang Mao was a little angry. "Uncle Feng and I have both received the goods. The calipers sent by the online store were obviously made temporarily according to the photos I sent over. The processing was messy and very rough. I have thrown them into the trash can. I was planning to sue him for fraud, but the police refused to accept the case because the amount was less than 2,000 yuan. It turns out that bastard had already thought of a way out. How unlucky." After cursing for a few times, Huang Mao's tone changed. "Master, don't get me wrong, I was scolding the unscrupulous profiteers, I didn't mean to blame you." At this point, Huang Mao also understood that Sumu had lied, but he didn't dare say anything too harsh. After all, the 2 barber calipers that brought him rich rewards were real. Sumu didn't know how to answer, so he continued to ask, "By the way, what was Uncle Feng's reaction?" After a long silence, Huang Mao continued, "Uncle Feng didn't say anything, but just hinted to me that those calipers might be internal products of Kanghui International. He also said that you were forced to do so you made up a white lie. Can it be explained this way?" Sumu didn't understand what was going on. He was silent for a moment, and followed the other party's train of thought and said, "Well, since Uncle Feng has already communicated with Kanghui International, you shouldn't force it. Once they finalize the cooperation agreement, the product will naturally be launched on the market." Oh well. Huang Mao was a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to get some more internal products from Sumu, but now it seems that is impossible. "I still have some work to do over there, so I'll be busy now." He made up an excuse and ended the call. Sumu contacted Feng Jiangwo again. Soon, he was sure that Feng Jiangwo had been in touch with Li Yuehan, and the news of the internal product was also accidentally leaked by Li Yuehan. It seems that Li Zhan helped a lot, otherwise I wouldn't know how to continue to cover up the lie. Sumu secretly thought that he was careless and must never make the same low-level mistake again. Afterwards, he transferred another service fee to Li Zhan. The special envoy helped him take the bullet, which should be regarded as help outside the rules. "I don't know what punishment the system will have." Soon, John Lee replied, sounding a little weak, "Mr. Su, I have a cold. Just treat these few $1,000s as medical expenses. Don't worry about it." Sumu continued to ask, but Li Zhan sent him a smiley face and stopped answering. It seems like catching a cold is a punishment from the system. After making sure that the punishment was not too severe, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. After dinner, the four little ones fell asleep one after another. Sumu contacted Brittany and learned that there were 3 groups of people monitoring his home and the equipment they used was very professional. Mr. Su, they are from the Shao family in the capital. Through monitoring the communication, I found out that the employer is Shao Wanha, a branch of the Shao family, and seems to be related to your wife. Brittany took out the investigation results and waited for Sumu's decision. Sumu immediately said, well, find a way to drive them away, don't expose me. He doesn't like being stared at by a swarm of flies all day long. This is a bit difficult, but we will solve it as soon as possible. Brittany hesitated for a moment and gave an affirmative answer. Hard. Sumu thanked him. This is my job scope, it's my duty. Brittany chuckled and said, by the way, your wife just left the company. According to the navigation, she seemed to be heading to the Neon Hotel. I sent 2 members to protect her secretly. What? Sumu's face changed and he immediately contacted Xiao Jun. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Damn it. Keep in touch. After sending a message to Brittany, Sumu immediately rushed out. When we arrived outside the community, a business car opened its door. Mr. Su, I'm Cixin, a member of the Red Rose team. A middle-aged man in sportswear in the car introduced himself and motioned for Sumu to get in. The Red Rose Squad is the security organization that Brittany belongs to. Nodding, Sumu got into the car immediately. The car started and rushed towards the Neon Hotel. There were 3 people in the car, including the driver. They prepared various security equipment and weapons to deal with emergencies. For example, daggers, stun guns, and even pistols. One member opened his laptop and hacked into the Neon Hotel surveillance system. The scene switched and we quickly found 2 members negotiating with a group of people. Prick your blood and bones, why don't you rush in? Cixin's tone was serious, as if he was questioning. The 2 members codenamed Blood Piercing Bone Piercing had hidden communicators on their ears. Upon hearing this, one of them stepped back and replied, Boss, the other party has more people and more power, and Miss Xiao is discussing business cooperation with a businessman in the private room. Business cooperation? Cixin looked at Sumu. Sumu frowned. It was just a business cooperation. Why did Xiao Jun turn off his phone? Go in. He gave the order immediately. Yes. Six Wesiga took action immediately, exchanged glances with the group of people opposite, and started to attack without wasting time. Soon, the scene fell into chaos. Unexpectedly, there were several experts among the group, and coupled with the chaos at the scene, the 2 sides ended up in a draw. For a moment, the blood-piercing and bone-piercing attack could not get in. Sumu urged the car to speed up. Neon Hotel, in a private room. Xiao Jun, who was wearing a light blue uniform, put down the wine glass in his hand, covered his head, and felt his vision becoming increasingly blurred. He was already drunk. Next to her, a woman in the same uniform quietly stood up and asked the young man opposite her, Mr. Huang, can I leave now? That person was Huang Yi. His eyes never left Xiao Jun. He waved his hand impatiently, let's go. Remember not to tell anyone what happened tonight. Otherwise, you know what happened. The woman's face changed, she nodded vigorously, and then quickly left the room. Hey, beauty. Huang Yi was completely carefree, and walked towards the already drunk Xiao Jun with a smile. I thought you were so smart, I asked your supervisor to bring you here, and you still fell for it. It would be strange if you didn't get dizzy after drinking so much. Asshole. Xiao Jun cursed with the last bit of his strength and tried to stand up, but his body went limp. Don't come over here, or I'll... She collapsed helplessly on the sofa, her hand slowly reaching for her cell phone. Chapter 46 Revenge. Huang Yi laughed, picked up the phone first and threw it to the ground. Bang! As the phone shattered, the drunk Xiao Jun felt desperate as if he had lost hope and closed his eyes reluctantly. I will make you unforgettable for the rest of your life, ha! Snap! The door was pushed open, and the woman came back, her face pale. Asshole, didn't I give you money? Huang Yi roared and threw a wineglass over, his eyes became extremely terrifying. Come here, give me this greedy woman. Before he finished speaking, the woman's legs went weak and she sat on the ground. Outside, except for some sounds of fighting, it was extremely quiet. The deafening dance music and the drunken screaming voices were all gone. None of the men who were supposed to attack immediately showed up. Boom boom. Huang Yi's heart beat faster and a strange expression appeared on his face. Could something have happened? He quickly recalled which enemy could have found the hotel he had temporarily arranged. No matter who it is, having such ability and acting so decisively, he definitely has bad intentions. Since they dare to take action, the other party must have more people than us. Faced with life and death, Huang Yi had no other thoughts. He looked up, his expression becoming extremely desperate. Damn it, why doesn't the private room have a window? Who chose it? At this moment, he had forgotten that this private room near the lobby was chosen by him personally in order to seek excitement. Let us fight. Huang Yi didn't want to sit there and wait for death, so he took out a gun from his suit, pushed away the woman he had bribed, and rushed out quickly. The next moment, he was completely dumbfounded. In the lobby of the Neon Hotel, the crowd that was originally living a life of luxury and decadence was squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. Behind the crowd, there were 8 or 9 unconscious people lying there. They were his bodyguards. Further behind, several experts hired by Huang Yi at a high price were fighting with 4 or 5 guys in sportswear and were about to be knocked down. Not seeing the boss of that group of guys, Huang Yi's eyes turned and he raised his pistol to prepare for a sneak attack. Snap! Before he could pull the trigger, a gust of wind swept past. The one who took action was Sumu. There were some bloodstains on his body, left by the bodyguard he had just knocked unconscious. Is it you? Huang Yi, whose wrist was broken, stepped back in pain. After seeing the person coming, his already pale face became even uglier. He half knelt down, ready to pick up the gun again. You're courting death if you dare to touch my wife. Sumu stepped forward and kicked out with a gust of wind, hitting the opponent's temple hard. This time, he didn't hold back at all. Bang! The Tai Chi master's rage is incredibly powerful. Huang Yi's skull shattered directly, and the emotions of panic, fear, and confusion in his eyes were forever frozen at this moment. Bang! His body flew out horizontally, and blood mixed with brain matter gushed out of his 7 orifices, completely ending his sinful life. Over there, Huang Yi's men and members of the Red Rose team who were fighting stopped at the same time and looked at Huang Yi, who had turned into a corpse. The crowd in the hall screamed, stood up and ran around in panic. It was the first time Sumu killed someone, and he couldn't help feeling nauseous. I don't regret it. He suppressed the urge to vomit, said something coldly, and rushed into the private room. Sumu walked past a woman who had fainted and came to Xiao Jun. Drunk? Looking at Xiao Jun, who was fast asleep, Sumu felt distressed. He placed his hand on Xiao Jun's forehead, ready to perform the loving healing technique. Mr. Su. A piercing shock came, and a complicated reminder came, please leave as soon as possible, I will contact Brittany. Sumu was shocked. He just killed someone. If he wakes up Xiao Jun now, the consequences will be good. After looking at Cixin deeply, Sumu didn't say a word. He immediately picked up Xiao Jun and left through the back door of Neon Hotel. Half an hour later, Xiao Jun returned home. After carrying Xiao Jun back to the bedroom, he immediately rushed into the bathroom, holding his chest. After vomiting for a full 5 minutes, Sumu finally returned to normal. He ignored his still churning stomach and immediately turned on his cell phone. Mr. Su, the police are here. The identities of the Red Rose Group members are sensitive and they cannot take the blame. You'd better. Brittany was hesitant to speak. Have the thorns left? Sumu looked at his sweaty face in the mirror and asked with mixed feelings. No, Huang Yi's men are here too. They can't get away, so we can only classify it as a gang fight. I still can't let them get involved in China's criminal case. Kanghui International can't afford this kind of loss. Reputation? Sumu shook his head, not wanting to embarrass the other party. As for Li Zhan, Sumu did not contact him immediately, thinking that the other party had caught a bad cold due to the system in order to help him lie. System, I'm about to be sentenced, and you still won't take action? He complained in his heart. Ding! Since the host is caught in a huge vortex, the special mission of the nanny is temporarily triggered, which will consume a 3-month cooling period. Call. Sumu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that the system would not sit idly by and watch him step into the fire pit. Etc.? A special mission for nanny? Does that mean there will be another special agent from the system this time? His mind racing, Sumu asked in surprise. Ding! The answer is correct. Super Dad's special mission is triggered, limited terror. Limited terror, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. Come on, host. Find the second system commissioner and confirm his identity before he is identified as the murderer. Ding. Get ID card 5. There are 5 more identity cards in the system panel. Sumu checked and his expression suddenly became extremely strange. The identity card has a black and white side. He must use it on 5 people he knows within a specified time. If the target is a special agent selected by the system, the white side lights up and the system takes action. If the selection is wrong, black lights up. At that time, Sumu will be pulled into a random horror scene, and after defeating the fear he will return to the real world. No matter how long it takes, only 1/10 of the time will have passed in the real world. As with other missions, there is no penalty for failure. But there is indeed a punishment this time, that is, the system will not take action, and in the face of the confessions of hundreds of people in the hotel lobby and irrefutable facts, he will become a murderer and be thrown into prison. Ding! The mission begins. Sumu took a deep breath and his eyes became extremely determined. The most important thing now is time. He immediately contacted Brittany. No matter what, give me at least an hour. The police must not contact me within an hour. Brittany, Mr. Su, it's useless. The evidence is there. It's useless for me to delay. You will still face prosecution when the time comes. With Kanghui International's influence, we can hire the best lawyer for you. The best outcome is a conviction for excessive self-defense. Chapter 47. The First Candidate. Brittany was still trying to explain, but Sumu didn't have much time. He interrupted the other party and said firmly, I told you, it will only take an hour. Within an hour, I will find a strong man with absolute strength to solve this matter. If I fail, I will turn myself in and will not implicate you. After a long silence, Brittany finally relaxed. Okay, I will try to delay. Mr. Su, is the strong man you are looking for? Sumu hung up the phone directly. He couldn't waste time. There are only 5 identity cards, which means he only has 5 chances. The target range is limited to people you know. According to some theories, the upper limit of the number of people a person can socialize with is 150. That is to say, with human intelligence and energy, we can maintain stable social relationships with at most 150 people at the same time. No matter how many other connections you have, it is difficult to maintain long-term contact. Sumu confirmed this after quickly reviewing his address book. He has many contacts, but the number of those with whom he can maintain long-term and stable contact is exactly around 150. These include family, friends, former partners, and college classmates with whom I have a good relationship. Soon, Sumu shook his head. The concept of knowing is too general. If knowing each other's names is considered knowing each other, then the number of choices will increase several times. How to do it? He had a headache, and after thinking about it, he decided to take out an ID card. The phone vibrated immediately. I checked quickly and found that the navigation software popped up automatically and marked the community where Sumu was located as a red area. Is this a system reminder? After thinking for a moment, Sumu's eyes lit up. He didn't know many people in the community, so the scope of screening was greatly reduced. First of all, it is Xiao Jun. When he arrived at the bedroom, Sumu was about to use his ID card on his wife. When the ID card floated above Xiao Jun's head, the originally translucent card flickered and a line of information appeared. Name, Xiao Yun. Overlap, 15%. This is? Sumu stopped immediately and asked the system. Ding. Host, please explore with confidence. Forehead. Sumu scratched his head. Could this 15% overlap refer to the probability of becoming the second system commissioner? Too low. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu still did not immediately put the ID card into Xiao Jun's body. Since you can check the degree of overlap, why not find a few more targets for comparison? He went out immediately. As for the 4 little ones, babies under 3 years old would not be recognized by the system. Downstairs, a group of old men and women were dancing in the square. It's 8 o'clock in the evening now. They dance until 10 o'clock every day before going home. The identity card is the same as the talent card, only Sumu can see it. He immediately took out his ID card and checked it in front of several people he knew. Name, Zhang Aihua. Overlap, 6%. This is Aunt Zhang from the property management company. She usually takes good care of the 4 little ones, but the probability is surprisingly low. Looking at the other elderly men and women, the probability is also appalling, ranging from 3% to 9%, and none of them exceeds 10%. Sumu shook his head in disappointment and looked at his phone. He had wasted 5 minutes. In a hurry, Sumu ran to the gate of the community, which was the edge of the red zone. Use your ID card in front of several security guards who often greet you. Name, Yu Xiaopeng, overlap rate 20%. Name, Yu Hai, overlap rate 25%. After checking the security guards one by one, the degree of overlap almost surpassed Xiao Jun. The highest among them was security team leader Lu Yunbo, who reached 30%. A 30% chance, the probability is still small. Sumu shook his head and was about to continue choosing. Sumu, why are you going out for a walk so late? When Yu Hai saw Sumu, he wanted to come over to say hello, but he accidentally tripped and was about to fall to the ground. Lu Yunbo rushed forward, grabbed Yu Hai's arm with one hand, and lifted him up easily. Be careful when you walk, you are so clumsy, if you break your bones, your salary for this month will be gone. After standing firm, Yu Hai stuck out his tongue and said, Boss, you are indeed from the army. Your skills are amazing. Lu Yunbo smiled and said, Of course. I once participated in the Special Forces selection. I was excellent in other aspects, but I failed because of my low cultural level. He started his usual boasting, and the other security guards gathered around him. Sumu listened for a while and suddenly realized something. He thought carefully about all the people he had checked before, and the degree of overlap seemed to be related to the target's ability and influence. For example, Lu Yunbo, who has military experience and is now the community security captain, has the highest score so far. Let us think about the first special envoy, John Lee. He also has a special identity. He is the famous president of Kanghui International Asia. His ability and influence far exceed those of ordinary people. I see. He was sure of something, and a figure immediately flashed through his mind. Among the people Sumu knows in this community, the most capable one is definitely the founder of the Tai Chi martial arts school, Mr. Dong. As for Mr. Dong's influence, there is naturally no need to say more. Sumu rushed to the building where Mr. Dong lived and made a phone call at the same time. Hey, Xiaosu, what's up so late? After waiting anxiously for more than 10 seconds, the call was connected. Sumu did not dare to delay and immediately asked, Mr. Dong, are you home? Exist. Mr. Dong answered straightforwardly, Is Xiang Dashan bothering you again? It seems that the lesson I taught him last time was not enough. Forehead. Sumu shook his head, Of course not, Xiang Dashan has long become a coward. As for the reason why I came to you, it is difficult to explain it in a few words. Why don't we talk about it in person? Good. Mr. Dong's tone became a little strange. A few minutes later, Sumu arrived at Mr. Dong's house and the door was already open. Entering the room, he immediately smelled a strong scent of Chinese medicine, which seemed to be wafting from the bathroom. Mr. Dong's face and hair were also wet. He closed the bathroom door and said with a smile, As people age, their muscles and bones begin to weaken. I take a medicinal bath once a week now. Thinking of the other party's identity as a warrior, Sumu nodded in understanding. While chatting, he pointed his ID card at Mr. Dong. Name, Dong Kaixian, overlap rate 80%. Sumu was stunned, with an 80% probability, far higher than the others and Lu Yunbo. Xiaosu, what's wrong with you? Mr. Dong saw Sumu's expression and asked curiously. Sumu hesitated for a moment, then said seriously, Mr. Dong, I'm a little tired. I want to sit on the sofa in your house for a while. Is that okay? Mr. Dong cast a curious look, then nodded and smiled, of course. Sumu immediately went over and sat on the sofa, and put the ID card into Mr. Dong. It must succeed. He prayed silently, and at the same time prepared himself to choose the wrong target. Buzz. After a few seconds, a black glow appeared on Mr. Dong's body, and Sumu's vision suddenly went dark, accompanied by a dizzying feeling. Chapter 48, New Soldiers on the Battlefield. In a chaotic war zone, a group of mercenaries from different countries and nationalities hid in the trenches, with bullets blowing over their heads from time to time. I chose the wrong one. Among the mercenaries, a young man with an oriental face had a dazed look in his eyes and muttered to himself. This person was Sumu, and there were countless question marks in his mind. The fact that he inexplicably came to this battlefield from Mr. Dong's living room showed that his choice was wrong. But isn't the Super Dad's Mission Limited horror? Why was he dragged into the battlefield? There doesn't seem to be such a scene in horror movies. Moreover, the gun in his hand looked very old, as if it was decades out of date, and the other equipment mounted on his body was also very simple. His height and appearance were also different from before. He had become another person, a young man with a mentality that was obviously different from the other mercenaries, and his body was shaking with fear. The only thing to be thankful for was that the rookie he possessed had pretty good physical fitness and seemed to have practiced martial arts. The gunfire stopped, and the mercenaries quickly rushed out of the trenches and moved quickly to the bunkers behind them. Frightened silly? A powerful slap came and hit Sumu's shoulder hard. Sumu dodged instinctively, but the slap actually shook slightly and hit his shoulder accurately again. The dull force pressed down on Sumu, and his whole body trembled violently, as if his internal organs were about to be shattered. He looked up in surprise. A middle-aged man with several scars on his face and extremely sharp eyes also cast a surprised look. "You can move your strength at will?" A look of relief flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he attacked again, grabbing Sumu's wrist. This time, Sumu did not dodge. This body seemed to be extremely in awe of the middle-aged man in front of him, which slowed down his reaction. "It's still a little bit off." The middle-aged man smiled gently, grabbed Sumu and prepared to run backwards. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed towards them. Because of the previous delay, the middle-aged man's head was exposed outside the trench, and at this moment he could only turn his head with difficulty. "Careful!" At the critical moment, Sumu immediately mobilized the muscles around his body, and his body bounced up like a spring, and then pressed the middle-aged man down in the shocked eyes of the middle-aged man. Bang! The bullet flew past the middle-aged man's head, taking away half of his ear. The shelling did not stop. The middle-aged man who escaped the disaster took Sumu and caught up with the mercenary team and retreated frantically. The mercenary team came to a jungle, and each of them dragged their tired bodies and rested under the cover of weeds. "Triumph, well done." The middle-aged man quietly moved over and started massaging Sumu without saying a word. His movements were extremely skillful, and Sumu's injured muscles felt warm and were no longer in pain. "Kaishian is Mr. Dong's name." Sumu fell into deep thought again. After taking shelter in a forest for a while, the mercenaries gathered again. Suddenly, the captain of the mercenaries pointed his gun at a blonde foreigner who looked like a signalman. "Joseph, the route you provided is false." Why did you betray us?" Joseph roared with a ferocious expression. "This mission is fake. Someone wants the lives of those two Orientals." The captain's face changed and the middle-aged man immediately protected Sumu. Joseph's eyes were full of greed. "The employer said that if we kill them, he will give the Blackthorn squad $1 million. It turns out that the name of this mercenary team is Blackthorn." Under the temptation of the bounty, someone quietly raised the gun and turned towards the middle-aged man and Sumu. A hint of murderous intent flashed across the middle-aged man's eyes. $1 million is indeed very tempting, but please think carefully, how many people can get that money alive? "Stop it!" The captain roared, slapping the gun of his teammate next to him away. "Blackthorn is a whole, and there has never been any internal conflict. If you kill your comrades for money today, someone will shoot you for the same reason in the future, and the bounty may be even less." The team members exchanged glances. Faith and reason suppressed greed, and they slowly lowered their guns. Having avoided an internal fight, the captain smiled at the middle-aged man. "Scar, we will always be your most determined." Bang! When he was halfway through his words, a red blood flower suddenly bloomed between his eyebrows. Because he died so quickly, he still had a dying smile on his face. It was Joseph who fired the shot. While the two sides were confronting each other, he quietly took out a gun. "Damn it!" The other members' eyes immediately turned red, and they turned their guns towards Joseph. Ha ha ha. Joseph had already fallen into a state of madness. He laughed wildly with tears in his eyes. "It's useless. Our escape route is also within the employer's plan. There are countless tactical mines under the entire forest that can be detonated by remote control at any time. If we don't hand over the bodies of the two Orientals within an hour, the Blackthorn squad will become history forever." The team members gnashed their teeth in hatred, but did not dare to actually shoot. Following the captain's death, the Blackthorn squad was permanently eliminated? They can't afford this price. In that case, they now only have one choice. Internal strife still happened. The other party fired a shot, the middle-aged man dodged, and at the same time slapped Sumu in the chest. Sumu was immediately pushed backwards by an extremely mysterious force and hit hard on a big tree more than 10 meters away. Countless bullets were fired at him, suppressing Sumu and making him dare not step out. A few minutes later, amid the strong smell of blood, the middle-aged man rushed over and yelled, "Go!" Another palm strike, and Sumu flew out another 10 meters. The middle-aged man also rushed towards another tree. However, there was a bomb hidden in the tree trunk in front of him. As soon as the middle-aged man stepped on it, the bomb exploded, directly breaking one of his legs. Sumu suddenly came to his senses, and at this moment he could only choose to escape with hatred, because after all this was not real. Countless bullets were fired at him, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground, staring at the direction where Sumu was hiding, full of despair and regret. Chase. Joseph had apparently become the leader of the Blackthorn squad. At his command, everyone chased in the direction Sumu fled. There are still many triggered booby traps in the woods. Sumu tried his best and ran to a dozen meters away from the edge of the woods, already covered in wounds. Joseph, who caught up with them, was already bloodthirsty. He didn't know the layout of the booby trap beforehand and also had one of his arms blown off. Seeing that Sumu survived his gun again, he roared and threw a few grenades. Sumu's body was blown into the air. Seeing that he was less than half a meter away from the edge of the woods, he mobilized all the muscles in his body and twisted his waist hard. Snap! Amidst the horrifying sound of a broken spine, the body suddenly rushed forward. The moment the broken body passed through the last tree, Sumu's eyes went dark and everything disappeared. Chapter 49 Abnormal Reaction. Whoosh! Sumu suddenly opened his eyes amidst the sound of heavy breathing. The strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine, the simple and quaint interior, and the old TV playing a martial arts movie brought his thoughts back to reality. Finally, I'm back. Sumu let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the time, less than 10 minutes had passed. Thinking back to the experience in the horrific scene, Sumu also felt a little scared. He stood up and stretched his body, a look of joy on his face at having survived the disaster. By the way, where is Mr. Dong? Sumu said. Mr. Dong? Here it comes. Mr. Dong came out of the bathroom and said with a smile, Xiaosu, you must keep your word for what you just said. Sumu was surprised. What did he say? Elder Dong continued to laugh and said, why, you regret it so soon? Don't you really want to help me find a few more experts? What? Sumu's eyes widened. He could indeed make the best Tai Chi for people, but only Lin Lei knew this secret. Is it possible that after entering a horror scene, my body can still move freely? System, it must be a system. Sumu asked immediately. Ding! After the host's consciousness enters the horror scene, the body will be in standby mode. In order not to reveal too many secrets, the system will take over during this period. Then, there was another holographic image played at a rapid speed. The content of the video is exactly what Sumu did during the period when the system took over his body. After watching the video, Sumu had a complicated expression. The system did not let him reveal too many secrets, but just demonstrated its vision and promised to help Mr. Dong create 3 Tai Chi masters like Lin Lei every month. How could that be? This is what I should do. After secretly despising the system, Sumu gritted his teeth and agreed. That's great. Mr. Dong was so happy that his waist creaked because he was so excited. Sumu was surprised. Thinking about his experience in the horrific scene, he wondered how Mr. Dong managed to survive the pursuit of the Blackthorn squad. Judging from the fact that he has to take medicinal baths every week, Mr. Dong must have some serious hidden injuries. Facing Sumu's concerned eyes, Mr. Dong held back his pain and forced out a bitter smile. I'm old and sick. Today's medicinal bath time is not over yet. Xiaosu, look. Sumu stood up immediately. Well, I won't bother you anymore, let's talk another day. He said goodbye and left. That experience must have been a big blow to Mr. Dong. Since Mr. Dong refused to talk about it, there was no need for him to rush to ask. Besides, there are more important things at hand. When Sumu came out of Dong's house, his cell phone vibrated. He checked hurriedly. On the navigation map, the red color covering the community disappears. This? Sumu hesitated for a moment and took out the second ID card. The map coordinates moved and stopped at the Provincial First Hospital. The red area appeared again, covering the entire hospital. He set off immediately. On the way, Sumu contacted Brittany. How's it going? There are too many witnesses. Cixin and the others are trying their best to divert the police's attention. I'm afraid they won't be able to delay the case for an hour. Anyway, please hurry up. Clear. Sumu thought of the middle-aged man in the horror scene, and suddenly asked, by the way, is there anyone with the codename Thorn in the Red Rose? Among Bronny's subordinates are Thorns, Bone and Blood, the codename of the middle-aged man is Thorn, and the names of the organizations are very similar in style, Black Thorn and Red Rose, so Sumu couldn't help but become suspicious. After waiting for a full minute, Brittany replied, "Unless Mr. Su joins the Red Rose organization, I will tell you the answer." "I'm sorry for talking too much." Sumu immediately refused. Having witnessed the infighting among the mercenary organization, he did not want to get involved. When they arrived at the provincial first hospital, Sumu got off the car immediately. He rushed into Grandma Lee's ward. The only people he knew there were Grandma Lee and John Lee. Name, Lee Shuping, overlap rate 19%. No? Sumu was puzzled and decided to look at other people. The ID card has no effect on strangers and will not display any information. He was furious and questioned the system. Ding! The system will not make any mistakes. Please keep up the good work, host. Damn it! Coming out of the ward, Sumu was very depressed. Does it also count if you only know the last name? He immediately went to find the medical staff who had recently taken care of Grandma Lee. There were only a few people at work, and none of them responded. Sumu fell into despair. A young doctor passed by him. Sumu took a look and recognized him as Dr. Zhao, who helped Grandma Lee take X-rays last time. He immediately used his ID card. Name, Zhao Dezhu, overlap rate 20%. A little taller than Grandma Lee. Sumu nodded secretly, but did not dare to use the ID card rashly. Zhao Dezhu's overlap rate was only 20%, which was still too low compared to Mr. Dong's 80%. Even Mr. Dong, whose overlap rate is as high as 80%, is not a special envoy, let alone Zhao Dezhu. But does the provincial first hospital have any other options? Looking at Zhao Dezhu's back, Sumu hesitated. Tick! Suddenly, a drop of blood fell from Zhao Dezhu's clothes. He raised his hand and his expression became a little strange. Sumu was puzzled. Doctors should be used to blood, so why did Zhao Dezhu show that expression? Regret, emotion, confusion, and a little bit of fear. Could it be that he killed someone? A thought flashed through his mind, and Sumu's eyes changed slightly. Dr. Zhao! He shouted. Zhao Dezhu stopped and turned around. His face looked strange, a little pale, and his eyelids were still trembling slightly. Sumu walked over and looked Zhao Dezhu up and down, his eyes deliberately lingering on his bloody left hand, and asked in a deep tone, "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing, just, let's not talk about it." Zhao Dezhu didn't have any special reaction, at least he wasn't as panicked as Sumu imagined. After giving a casual response, Zhao Dezhu turned around and was about to leave. There must be a problem. Sumu chased after him and continued asking questions. Zhao Dezhu began to get impatient, and finally he simply spread his hands and said, "A seriously injured person just died. I was responsible for sending the body to the morgue, and I accidentally got some blood on my body. After working for a few years, this is the first time I've been to such a place. I'm a little scared just thinking about it." I'm sorry to embarrass you." After explaining himself clearly, Zhao Dezhu's expression became relaxed. "Oh." Sumu nodded. This reaction was quite realistic. Just as he was about to look for the target again, the ID card turned half a circle as his mind controlled it, and it was aimed at the drop of blood that Zhao Dezhu had just dropped on the ground. Sumu caught something sharply and immediately felt a chill. The ID card actually reacted to a drop of dead person's blood. Chapter 50. There is another secret. Name, Ding Yuan, coincidence, 90%. Looking at the information on the ID card, Sumu's pupils suddenly contracted. After graduating from university 3 years ago, Sumu quickly got over his breakup and chose to start a business with a group of classmates. Due to their lack of experience and blind optimism, the project they chose was to develop a super sleeping device that uses electromagnetic waves to guide people into lucid dreams. As for what is lucid dreaming? As the name suggests, it means that a person can still maintain normal thinking ability when entering a dream. This ability can be achieved through training, but it is difficult. By using electromagnetic waves to adjust the human brainwave bands, people without any training can enter a lucid dream state. After half a year of hard research, the first prototype was finally completed. Although the prototype's success rate was not very high, it caused a sensation in the lucid dreaming community and brought the team hundreds of thousands in profit in just a few months. Afterwards, they were naturally not satisfied with their high spirits and began to look for financing to develop a second-generation product with more powerful functions. Halfway through the development of the second-generation product, the funds ran out. A classmate who was entrusted with an important task betrayed everyone by taking the opportunity of seeking a second round of financing, and even sold the core technology of the super sleep device to a competitor. Technology leaked, financing failed, team disbanded. After a series of blows, Sumu was depressed for nearly half a year. The classmate who made Sumu taste betrayal for the second time in his life was named Ding Yuan. As for the first betrayer, it was naturally the snobbish ex-girlfriend. It's not a coincidence, is it? Retracting his thoughts, Sumu muttered to himself. Dr. Zhao, can you take me to see the deceased? No matter how incredible it is, Sumu will still try his best. Zhao Doju. Sumu racked his brains and spent a lot of time talking before he managed to convince the other party. In the bone-chilling morgue, Zhao Doju opened a freezer. Sumu went over and almost vomited. Zhao Doju covered his mouth and said, "Hey, this guy died by jumping off a building." His head hit the ground and he was disfigured on the spot. After he was sent to the hospital, his internal organs began to bleed profusely. Sumu waved his hand, signaling the other party not to provoke him anymore. If you are that Ding Yuan, you deserve to die this way. After muttering to himself, Sumu took out his ID card and threw it over. Buzz. The next moment, the surroundings fell into endless darkness and silence. Damn it! Sumu cursed inwardly, he had made the wrong choice again. Strange lights, deafening music, and the screams and noise of the crowd began to appear around. The vision gradually stabilized. Mr. Ding, don't hesitate any longer. If you complete this challenge, I can give you half of the profit. Sumu opened his eyes and found himself sitting in the living room of a bar, talking to a young man opposite him. He couldn't control his body. When he raised his eyes, Sumu was shocked. Sitting opposite him was his old classmate Ding Yuan, who looked a dozen years older than the last time they met. What are you doing? Sumu went crazy. Didn't he use his ID card on Ding Yuan's body? How could one possess another person after being dragged into a horror scene? Moreover, this scene feels a bit familiar. The possessed person poured a cocktail and handed it over. Come, have another drink. I believe you will have the courage to challenge that rich second generation. Remember to provoke him. After the live broadcast begins, our traffic will soar and our income will reach a new height. Ha ha. Live streaming? Sumu was full of questions. He couldn't control his body and could only watch Ding Yuan finish the cocktail. The latter's eyes became firm. After a while, a group of people who looked like bodyguards rushed into the hotel, and the possessed person and Ding Yuan looked up at the same time. Sumu was shocked when he saw the people behind the group of bodyguards. Xiao Jun was talking to Huang Yi under the constant persuasion of a middle-aged woman. Then they walked into the private room at the back. Is this what happened today? Sumu's mind went blank. Why was this happening? Hee, this is getting more interesting. Get ready, I'm going to start a live broadcast. The possessed person was very excited. Suddenly, a few more people in sportswear appeared and began to negotiate with Huang Yi's bodyguards. The possessed person hesitated for a moment and asked Ding Yuan to hold his troops for the time being. What happened next coincided with Sumu's memory. After receiving Brittany's order, he stabbed the other party with blood and bones, and then rushed into the hotel to show his skills, and finally killed Huang Yi in a rage. It's a very strange feeling to see yourself from another person's perspective. After Huang Yi died, the possessed person and Ding Yuan ran around with the crowd. In the chaos, Sumu also saw his own appearance clearly through a mirror. Is it him? He tried hard to recall and recognized this person as an internet celebrity with no moral integrity and a desire to commit suicide, the Grim Reaper. Death once became very popular by instigating others to take various extreme challenges to attract attention. In the early days of their business, Sumu and his classmates even invited the Grim Reaper to be their spokesperson in order to promote the first generation of sleep monitors. No wonder, the identity card can be used on him. But what about that drop of blood that shows Ding Yuan's information? He could only continue to watch passively. Death brought Ding Yuan to the rooftop of the hotel. Ho-oh, brother, I have signed a contract with the platform. We must come up with some programs today. The chaos over there is too big and it will definitely not be broadcast. Why don't we change it to a jumping challenge? He walked to the edge of the rooftop, looked down, and comforted himself. Fortunately, there are only 3 floors. It's exciting enough and not dangerous. No. Ding Yuan shook his head and firmly disagreed. If I break my leg, How will I make money to pay off my debts in the future? Pay off debt? Sumu wondered if Ding Yuan should be very rich after betraying his team. The Grim Reaper seemed to know the inside story. He sighed and said, "Hey, why are you doing this? After being framed by those people, you shouldn't have insisted on doing it alone. In the end, you were misunderstood by your friends and ended up with a heavy debt." Boom! Sumu was shocked. Was there something else behind Ding Yuan's betrayal? How about this? I'll jump with you, and I'll give you 70% of the money. Death didn't want to give up this opportunity and continued to instigate. All right. After a few minutes, Ding Yuan was convinced. After putting their phones in place, the two men stood on the rooftop and performed for a while, bending their legs at the same time, preparing to stand up and jump. In an instant, Sumu gained control of his body. He immediately took action, grabbed Ding Yuan who was about to jump, and pulled him back violently. Bang! The two of them fell heavily on the rooftop. Ding Yuan gasped and asked in confusion, "Death, what are you doing?" Looking at the haggard and tired Ding Yuan, Sumu felt regretful and heartbroken. Just as he was about to ask about what happened, his vision went dark again. The horror scene is over. Chapter 51 Electronic Angel. Back to reality, Sumu found that himself was helping Zhao Deju push the freezer back. Checking the holographic images during the away period, everything was normal. At least this time the system did not ask him to make any guarantees. The ID card had disappeared, so Sumu took out the third ID card, which allowed him to avoid the bloodstains, and took a photo of the corpse. Name, Xinchang Kong, overlap, 45%. He nodded secretly, this was the real message of the deceased. As for the misjudgment just now, Sumu's heart sank, and he immediately asked, "Dr. Zhao, is he the only one who jumped off the building?" Zhao Deju replied, "There is another one, he died before the ambulance arrived, the body is over there." Buzz. Sumu shook his body and asked Zhao Deju to take him over to have a look. Opening another freezer, a lifeless man was lying quietly inside. Ding Yuan. Sumu was shocked. Ding Yuan had a strong character and was used to handling everything by himself. If he hadn't given up so quickly. Time waits for no one, he put away his sadness and checked his ID card. Name, Ding Yuan, overlap, 50%. How could that be? Sumu was shocked. He already knew that Ding Yuan jumped off the building with the Grim Reaper, and their blood splattered on each other, which led to the previous misunderstanding. But he clearly checked Ding Yuan's blood and found that the degree of coincidence was as high as 90%. Why did it drop to 50% when it was used on his corpse? Could it be that the real target is not his body? Go back to the hospital corridor and aim at the drop of blood. Name, Ding Yuan, overlap rate 49%. It's lowered a bit more. After standing there for a while, my cell phone vibrated. The red area covering the provincial first hospital disappeared, and the coordinates moved and were located at the Neon Hotel. Sumu muttered to himself, and a crazy idea came to his mind. Could the target be Ding Yuan's soul? Now that we have a system, it doesn't seem that it is difficult to accept souls. Sumu immediately went straight to the Neon Hotel. He first took a look at the door and saw that Shuexiai and others were still trying to delay time. When comparing their identity cards, they all had a high degree of overlap, but none of them exceeded Ding Yuan's drop of blood. Quickly going around to the back of the hotel, Sumu came to a car with a smashed windshield. There was a lot of blood inside the car and on the ground. This was the place where Death and Ding Yuan fell. There was a pile of garbage in front of the car, which looked very soft. They apparently jumped into the wrong spot and both fell to their deaths. The ID card is pointed at the blood. Name, Ding Yuan, overlap rate 45%. Name, Xinchang Kong, overlap rate 40%. The overlap is decreasing. Suddenly, he looked at the smashed car. There was a suitcase on the passenger seat of the car, covered in blood. Snap! He smashed the door, took out the suitcase, and forced it open. Sumu was stunned. Inside the suitcase was a device that looked familiar. After wiping off the blood stains on it, he could see the word Super Sleep Device Generation 2. This is? After the team disbanded, Ding Yuan continued his own research and even successfully produced the second generation of the Super Sleep Monitor? No wonder he was deeply in debt and even risked his own life to make money. Sumu sniffed and looked at the device that embodied Ding Yuan's hard work. Name, Ding Yuan, Xinchang Kong, 95% overlap. When the information appeared, Sumu was shocked. He hesitated for a moment and immediately threw his ID card over. Buzz. The super sleeping device shook violently, emitting a burst of white light. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding the second system commissioner. The mission is successfully completed. Receive 2 electronic lives as a reward. In a trance, everything around Sumu turned into a data stream, and 2 hazy figures composed of data slowly rose from the super sleeping machine. Judging from the outline, one of them is Ding Yuan, and the other is the internet celebrity Shin Kong, who was seeking his own death. When Shin Kong was halfway up, the data on his body began to distort and bang, and was soon broken into a pile of meaningless symbols. Those symbols were quickly absorbed by Ding Yuan, and the latter's outline gradually became clear, and even his facial features and expressions could be seen. You are, Sumu? Ding Yuan, who had turned into an electronic life, opened his eyes and looked at everything around him blankly, and finally fixed his gaze on Sumu. Brother! Sumu's nose felt sore and he nodded vigorously. I already know about your affairs. Ding Yuan was stunned, his body suddenly trembled violently, and the data that made up his body began to decompose. System! Sumu roared. A strong white light descended from the sky and stabilized Ding Yuan's body. Countless data condensed and emitted a scorching white light, making him look like an angel. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the Super Dad mission and successfully activating the second system commissioner, Ding Yuan. Ding! Ding Yuan will exist in the form of electronic life. Ding! In order to resolve the current crisis, Ding Yuan will be temporarily upgraded to his ultimate form, the Cyber Angel, for 3 minutes. A series of prompt sounds left Sumu overwhelmed. Ding Yuan, who had transformed into an electronic angel, flew over and said with a smile, Old Su, no need to say more. I already know everything. 3 minutes is enough to solve your problem. As soon as he finished speaking, Ding Yuan turned into a stream of data and merged into the ground. Sumu's visual field returned to normal. Officer, that's him. One of Huang Ye's bodyguards rushed over with several policemen, ready to identify the murderer. Sumu frowned and allowed the other party to approach him without any resistance. As the police were about to ask questions, a white light rose from the ground and entered the bodies of everyone without them noticing it at all. The policeman's expression froze instantly. The others also stopped moving, as if they were under a spell of immobilization. Sumu was surprised, and an additional memory emerged in his mind. It was the murder process seen from the perspective of an observer, and the murderer turned out to be the bodyguard who tried to identify Sumu. After a few seconds, everyone returned to normal. The police suddenly pointed their guns at the bodyguard. Don't move, we finally caught you. The bodyguard also showed a ferocious and terrifying laugh on his face. Ha, I have disliked that bastard Huang Yi for a long time. It would not be unfair for me to kill him. He roared and rushed towards the police, but was quickly knocked down by a string of bullets. After struggling for a few times, he completely lost all signs of life. Good job, young man. You helped us stop the murderer. A policeman came forward and patted Sumu's shoulder appreciatively. Don't worry, the police will reward you. By the way, do you want a reward flag? No need, this is what I should do. Sumu shook his head strangely and refused the police's commendation. Back in the lobby of the Neon Hotel, normal order has returned. Xue Xi and others have blended into the crowd and are leaving one after another. Over there, Huang Ye's other bodyguards were being questioned by the police. One of them was still muttering to himself, strange, Mr. Huang is usually nice to bear, except that he thinks he eats too much. Why would he get angry over such a trivial matter? Chapter 52, National Dad. How did you do that? A few minutes later, Sumu left the hotel and asked Ding Yuan, who was floating in the air. The white light around him had disappeared. Ding Yuan lowered his head and looked at the data stream that made up his body. He said with lingering feelings, that is the ultimate ability of the electronic angel. It can modify all electronic-based data, including surveillance footage and people's memories. Sharp. Sumu was amazed. Li Zhan's ability was far different from Ding Yuan's. If he knew that the system was so biased, he would probably faint from anger. Ding Yuan's body began to shake. Sumu was also worried. What's wrong? Lao Su, I just used too much force and hacked into the entire city's network. I found a lot of information and I feel a little weak. Ding Yuan looked painful. No, I can't hold on any longer. I have to go into hibernation in an electronic product. He flew into the air, quickly locked onto his target, and rushed into the super sleeping machine that was still filled with blood. Sumu quickly dealt with the scene, hid the super sleeping device in his clothes, and left quietly. After returning home, Sumu tried to contact Ding Yuan, but there was no response. It looks like he will need to sleep for a while. After hiding the sleeping device, Sumu went to the bedroom. Xiao Jun is still in a coma. Gently pressing his hands on Xiao Jun's face, Sumu performed the loving healing technique. Not long after, Xiao Jun slowly opened his eyes. Ah! She screamed and grabbed a pillow and threw it at me. Honey, it's me. Sumu caught the pillow and smiled bitterly. After staring blankly for a while, Xiao Jun went forward to hug Sumu and burst into tears. Sumu had to comfort her patiently again. After the conversation, Sumu discovered that Xiao Jun's memory had not been modified, perhaps because she was already unconscious when Huang Yi died. Not bad, modifying memory will inevitably leave some sequelae. Sumu was completely relieved and did not tell Xiao Jun about Huang Yi's death. The two of them hugged each other and chatted, and gradually fell asleep. The next day, Xiao Jun was very surprised to learn that Huang Yi, the bastard, had been killed by his men, and he chased Sumu to ask for details. It was also the first time that Sumu discovered that his wife was so brave and was so curious about such things. He spoke out the extra memory that came into his mind. Huang Yi deserved it, he died well. After listening to the story, Xiao Jun exclaimed that it was very exciting, and even complained a little to Sumu, asking why the bodyguard didn't beat Huang Yi before killing anyone. Sumu smiled secretly. It was not just beating someone up, he actually killed Huang Yi. Of course he couldn't say this, so it would remain a secret forever. Xiao Jun, who was extremely career-oriented, insisted on continuing to work. As for the female supervisor who betrayed her, she was arranged by Huang Yi to be an accomplice to murder and would be thrown into prison after a brief interrogation. Sumu would not be merciful to that kind of person. A few years in prison was considered light punishment for that supervisor. Brittany never contacted him actively, perhaps her memory had been modified, so Sumu didn't ask. After playing with the four little ones for a whole morning, John Lee actually sent them a few messages. Mr. Su, Brittany's memory has been modified. Did you do this or is there already a second system agent? Don't answer, I'm just guessing. Don't worry, I will remind Brittany to be aware of your weight, and she will not hesitate when facing any difficulties in the future. Also, can you please stop modifying my wife's memory? It feels a bit scary. Finally, there is an expression of please. Sumu was stunned. It was obvious that Li Jian also knew what happened yesterday, but his memory had not been modified. Was it Ding Yuan showing mercy or was it a system limitation? Ask the system, no answer. Sumu shook his head. Anyway, neither Li Jian nor Ding Yuan would betray him. At noon, the four little ones fell asleep one after another. Sumu took out the super sleeping device. After asking a few questions, Ding Yuan still did not respond. Still dormant? Sumu was helpless. There were many questions that he hadn't answered clearly. Who framed him in the first place? And how did Ding Yuan complete the second-generation sleep device by himself? Just as he was daydreaming, the system was triggered. Ding! The nanny mission is triggered, National Nanny. National Daddy, the host can enter a live broadcast platform and absorb people's frontal brainwaves through live broadcast to wake up the second special agent and help him repair his damaged memory and upgrade. This? After hesitating for a moment, Sumu was ecstatic. He immediately turned on his computer and started choosing. In the end, Sumu chose Muya, where the competition was not very fierce, the live broadcast content was rich, and it was not one-sided about games. He immediately registered an account. What should I choose as my online name? I tilted my head and thought for a long time, but no special inspiration came to me. Daddy, I need to pee. Over there, Kong Kong was woken up by the urge to pee, rubbing his eyes and going to the toilet. Kong Kong, be good. Sumu went over to help Kong Kong solve the problem. Thank you, Dad. I'm so sleepy. After peeing, Kong Kong was still very sleepy. He yawned and returned to the room, and fell asleep again after a while. That's right. Looking at the four little ones lying all over the bed, Sumu's eyes lit up. He immediately returned to his computer desk and typed out 4 words with a smile, Super Dad. The name of the system is ready-made, there is no choice at all. A smug smile appeared on Sumu's face. Ding! National Dad is activated, the live broadcast account is upgraded to a super live broadcast account. currently at level 1, brainwave value, 0-100. The system gives prompts in time. At the same time, Muda's live broadcast account also passed the review smoothly, which was many times faster than ordinary accounts. Looking at the big zero, Sumu started thinking. The account has been created, but what are the specific contents? The 4 little ones are still sleeping and can't cooperate. Got it. After thinking hard for a long time, Sumu slapped his forehead and thought that he was used to seeing all kinds of performances, and natural ones might be more eye-catching. In that case, why not just do nothing? So, he installed a live broadcast app on his mobile phone, turned on the camera, pointed it at the 4 little ones who were sleeping soundly, and began a passionate commentary. Hello everyone, I am a super dad. What you are seeing now are the artists under my company, for cute kids. After a long and enthusiastic explanation, there was no notification of a gift. Sumu turned the phone screen around and took a closer look. There was not a single audience member in the live broadcast room. This? He was very embarrassed and immediately contacted customer service. Hello, does our platform not provide any support for newcomers? After waiting for a long time, the customer service replied, Dear, you can mobilize your relatives and friends to create some popularity first. When the popularity reaches 100, it will naturally be recommended. Sumu's smile froze, and he asked again, before that, there were no newbie benefits, such as some gold beans? Chapter 53 Live Broadcast. Customer service. In order to prevent people from taking advantage of the rules to earn gold beans, there will be no gift rewards for new anchors. Sumu's face darkened, and he continued to ask, how can I attract ordinary audiences besides my family and friends? Customer service. You can join a certain union. As long as you pay a certain fee, you can naturally increase traffic and barrage. Then there will naturally be curious viewers who click in. If the content is more attractive, it will naturally be popular. You still have to pay. Sumu shook his head and asked a series of questions, but the customer service's answers were very official and provided no substantive help. He simply turned off the live broadcast. Otherwise, switch to a platform that offers benefits for new members. As soon as this thought came into being, it was ruthlessly interrupted by the system. Ding! The Super Live broadcast account has been bound to a certain tooth. If the host wants to open a second Super account, he needs to pay a certain price. Sumu. What's the price? He tried to ask. 100 million renminbi, 1 ton of gold or 1,000 points of love, 1,000 points of brainwaves. Oh my god. Sumu resisted the urge to swear. The cost of opening a Super Live broadcast account was too high. 100 million is just a small goal in the eyes of the super rich, but it is an astronomical figure for ordinary people or even internet celebrities with average popularity. Moreover, the love value and brainwave value are so high that according to the proportion, each point is equivalent to 10,000 yuan. He checked the system panel. Love value, 0-240. Brainwave value, 0-100. Money, 0. Primary talent card 16. ID card 2. Special correspondent number 1, John Lee. Special envoy number 2, Ding Yuan. In order to wake up Xiao Jun, the love value is used up. After it is filled up again, it can be exchanged for 2.4 million. I asked the system, and was poured a bucket of cold water again. Love points and brainwave points can only be used to redeem system services and cannot be exchanged for gold and banknotes. The road that Sumu had just discovered was blocked again. The only hope is to livestream on a certain platform with peace of mind. So popular. Sumu scratched his head. Should he mobilize relatives and friends? Xiao Jun was the first to disagree. She had some obsession with the privacy of the 4 little ones. Perhaps she was worried about being discovered by her family? The uncles and aunts in the community? It is possible to start a campaign, but they don't seem to be very interested in live streaming. Their daily interests are basking in the sun, chatting and square dancing. The remaining targets are my former colleagues and college classmates. After being betrayed by Ding Yuan, Sumu rarely contacted his classmates. Right now, there is a suitable one. He immediately contacted Lin Lei and sent him the live broadcast link. Soon, Lin Lei replied, "What is that? Is it a virus?" Sumu. Lin Lei, hey, it turns out it's a live broadcast, Super Dad? Who started it? Wait, that's not you? Sumu, just click in and take a look and you will know. Lin Lei, where do I have the time? I haven't even installed a tooth yet, and now I have to teach students all day long. After a moment, Lin Lei said, okay, let me see what Anin and the others are doing. 10 minutes later, more than 20 viewers suddenly flooded into the live broadcast room. Sumu was cheered up. The Lin family boy entered the live broadcast room. Gusumorong entered the live broadcast room and sent out 4 consecutive hot pot attacks. Someone entered the live broadcast room and sent out a 666 combo of glow sticks. The originally quiet live broadcast room suddenly became lively. They should all be students of Tai Chi martial arts school. Sumada immediately entertained, thank you Gusumorong for the 4 hot pots, thank you for the 666 fluorescent sticks, thank you. Hey, Lao Su, I just registered. I'll give you a big gift someday. The kid from the Lin family sent out a barrage of comments and gave away 100 bags of tiger food. He should be Lin Lei's alias. Teacher Lin is so stingy, watch me. An audience member named Ning Jing Ziyuan immediately mocked and sent out 4 hot pots, which were exactly the same as Gusumorong's. Who are you? Sumu took a look and thought the hot pot was quite expensive, so he asked curiously. Ning Jing Ziyuan, Senior, it's me, Ning Wei. Sumu smiled and said, oh, you are also in the Tai Chi gym? Ning Jing Ziyuan, isn't this inspired by Xiaoying? I also plan to improve my strength so that I can protect the goddess. Gusumorong, don't listen to him, I didn't say anything. Ning Jing Ziyuan, Xiaoying, I didn't say anything either. Ha ha ha. The others burst into laughter, and the first wave of barrage of comments in the live broadcast room began. The comments from Gusumorong and Ning Jing Ziyuan were drowned out, and Sumu laughed along with everyone else, feeling that the atmosphere was pretty good. Turn the camera around and point it at the 4 little ones. Wow, are these quadruplets? So cute. They are so cute, no wonder Boss Su is called the super dad, the reputation is well deserved. I really want to kiss them through the screen. Another barrage of bullets passed by, and countless gifts came flying over. The reminder sound continued to sound. Kong Kong scratched his face, pouted his lips and prepared to open his eyes. Sumu quickly turned off the voice chat and went over to cover Kong Kong with a blanket. Daddy, is that me? Tuan Tuan also woke up, opened his eyes wide, stared at the screen and asked curiously. When she asked this question, not only Kong Kong, but also Anan and Tuan Tuan woke up. Sumu smiled bitterly and had to explain patiently. The 4 little ones were very ignorant and didn't understand what live streaming was. They just felt a little bored. Lin family boy, they are still young and can't understand the comments, so let's send emojis instead. Good. Everyone immediately reached a consensus and made various exaggerated and funny expressions. The 4 little ones gradually became interested. Kong Kong even stretched out his little hand to touch the screen. Naturally, there was no interaction with the expressions, and he was a little disappointed. Sumu smiled and asked the 4 little ones to say hello to everyone. Hello everyone, my name is Anan, and I'm the eldest in the family. Anan stood properly and introduced himself in his childish voice. I'm the second one, Su Kong Kong. Kong Kong imitated Anan and said his name, then jumped under the bed to find his toy gun. Tuanchuan turned around and waved her hands, hello, uncle and auntie, I'm little Tuanchuan. The bed was too soft and she lost her balance. When she was about to fall, she twisted her waist and stood steadily. The audience thought it was a false alarm and gave praise one after another. Lin family boy, little Tuanchuan is really amazing. Gusumorong, what a good balance. Someone, this is a good candidate for dancing. Boss Su, when will you register your child? Sumu, it's still early, the kids are less than 3 years old. People are even more curious. Little Tuanchuan is such a genius as his body is so coordinated at the age of less than 3. Sumu explained the barrage to Tuanchuan, and she became even happier. She started spinning around, looking like a little princess. Sister, it's my turn. The round little face came up and blocked the screen. Wow, my eyes are so big, and there are 2 dancing grapes in them. Sumu was stunned. Yuan's amplification talent was an illusion. Has it started to work now? Chapter 54 Live broadcasting is not easy. Yuan must have grown up eating grapes. So cute, like a porcelain doll. Boss Su has such good genes, why don't you have more children? The round eyes are so cute, and among the endless stream of emoticons, a series of comments soon appeared. Dad, what are they talking about? Yuan couldn't read, so she grabbed Sumu's arm and kept asking questions. Sumu was also very proud. He picked out a few classic ones and explained them to Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan was very happy to know that her brothers and sisters were praising her. She started to make faces excitedly, making everyone laugh. Haha, I can't help it. I must recommend such a beautiful live broadcast room to my friends. That's right, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. Let's all get started. Well, I'll tell my classmates right away. Sumu thanked her quickly and was worried that Yuan Yuan was nearsighted, so he asked her to move back a little to give the other three little ones a chance to perform. With the publicity from people, the number of people in the live broadcast room soon exceeded 100, and it was successfully recommended. Subsequently, more curious viewers clicked in. Is this really a live broadcast of cute kids? Super Dad, really amazing. The real life of the quadruplets is a rare breath of fresh air in the live broadcast world full of evildoers. I like it. The new audience was also unable to resist the temptation of the cute baby, and soon a bigger barrage of comments formed, and more gifts were given. Sumu was very happy. He felt that he could not thank the audience enough for the ordinary gifts, so he just did the same as other anchors and only thanked the rich audience who gave him recharge gifts. After working for a while, Sumu felt that he had gained a lot and began to check the system. The brainwave value is 0. He was stunned and immediately asked the system, "System, my fans have exceeded 300, why is the brainwave value still 0? Ding! According to the rules of a certain platform, only anchors who apply for the fan badge can have fans. No matter how many strangers there are, they will not count. Fan badge? Sumu was puzzled and asked customer service again. Customer service, the anchor is really amazing. His popularity has reached 300 in less than half an hour. Which union did you join? Sumu was speechless. Customer service, you haven't joined the union yet? So the popularity of the live broadcast room is real? You have a lot of relatives and friends. Sumu, please take a look at my question. Customer service, oh. After a while, the customer service replied, it's like this. Only when the anchor reaches level 7 can the fan medal be opened and officially have fans. Sumu checked immediately, and after searching for a long time he finally saw his level. It was actually level 0, and there was an experience bar below, showing the current experience value was 3054, and a cumulative experience value of 20,000 was required for upgrading. Click on the experience bar and a prompt window will pop up. It will take 20,000 experience points to reach the next level, and the current experience point is 3054. The experience gained from live broadcast time is 34, increasing by 1 point per minute. The rest is experience gained from gift exchange. Every time you receive a gift worth 10 cents, you can gain 1 experience point. Sumu was stunned. If he relies solely on gifts, he must receive gifts worth 200,000 to reach level 1. So deceptive? His heart beat faster and his blood pressure soared. How unfriendly is Moya to new anchors? Checking other live broadcast rooms, I found that a low popularity game anchor has reached level 10, but his room is not as lively as mine. Sumu was puzzled. He asked customer service, but the answer he got surprised him greatly. According to a certain rule, there is indeed 1 experience point per minute, but the experience required for upgrading is not 20,000. According to normal rules, 20,000 experience points are enough for an ordinary anchor to upgrade to level 10. What are you doing? Seeing this, Sumu understood that he was being tricked by the system again. Ding! With great power comes great responsibility. Super live accounts have extraordinary abilities, and the cost of cultivating super live accounts should be increased. Unreasonable. Sumu protested. Ding! National Daddy has no time limit. The host can take his time and upgrade by accumulating live broadcast time. Friendly reminder, it takes 100 brainwave points to awaken the electronic life Ding Yuan. Threat, Shilualawa's threat. Sumu protested again, but was ignored by the system. Daddy, play with us. The 4 little ones have already run to the living room and started playing with their toys. Yuan Yuan comes to find Sumu holding the little rabbit. Sumu came back to his senses, touched his round head, and looked at the phone screen. Where are the people? Boss Su? What's the point of pointing the camera at an empty bed? I want to see the baby. A few comments passed by, and the popularity of the live broadcast room dropped to a few dozen people, because the 4 little ones ran out of the camera and Sumu did not react at all, and the audience who were attracted had all left. Hey! Sumu sighed, and in order to wake up Ding Yuan, he had to bite the bullet and continue the live broadcast. He walked into the living room with his phone and aimed the camera at the babies playing. The gradually deserted comments soon became active again. Many people gave gifts, all of which were free tiger food. Only the people from the Tai Chi martial arts school occasionally gave out a few blood bottles and hot pots, the value of which did not exceed 100. In addition, the experience gain must be divided by 10 based on the gift price, so the experience gain is very limited. Sumu was too embarrassed to ask for a gift as it would seem a bit snobby. Besides, the live broadcast has just started and there is nothing exciting yet. Even if people give gifts for his sake, it is not sincere. We still need to improve the quality of live broadcast. He thought hard for a long time but couldn't come up with any good ideas. The get out of class at the Tai Chi martial arts gym was about to end, and the students left the live broadcast room one after another. Only die-hard fans such as Lin Lei and Murong Ing were still there, but they did not send any more comments, so they were probably just AFK. Finally, Sumu simply turned off the live broadcast and saw what other anchors were doing. My wife is about to get off work, so today's live broadcast ends here. Good night, everyone. After chatting with the barrage for a few words, Sumu turned off the live broadcast. He turned on the computer and searched while taking care of the baby. First, search for Daddy. There are only 2 or 3 hosts, all of whom are playing games or doing outdoor live broadcasts under the name of Daddy. There is no content worth learning from. As for other categories, netizens, standalone, host, outdoor, appearance, culture, technology, etc., they seem to require some professional skills and are not suitable for babies. It's really difficult. Sumu continued to browse other live broadcast platforms and found some live broadcasters who were dads. The content was also monotonous and stereotyped. Although the cute kids are adorable, they cannot understand the barrage and cannot interact with the audience. Moreover, the lives of cute kids are childish and monotonous in the eyes of adults. After experiencing the initial novelty, few people can maintain their enthusiasm for a long time. In terms of the number of people, there are also anchors who specialize in live broadcasts from kindergartens. Dozens of children appear at the same time, but the popularity is still terrible. There are only 4 artists under Sumu. If they can't come up with any new content, there's no way they can make a comeback. He was very depressed. It was very difficult for a cute kid to break into the live streaming industry. Chapter 55 Important Information. In the evening, Xiao Jun returned home in a very happy mood. Sumu was puzzled. Xiao Jun had just been betrayed by his supervisor and was almost bullied by Huang Yi, so how could his mood adjust so quickly? What surprised him even more was that Xiao Jun's fighting spirit was even higher than usual. He even took his notebook home and prepared to work overtime to process documents. He tried to ask, "Wife, do you need to work so hard?" Xiao Jun was thinking hard in front of the computer. Hearing this, he answered without even looking up, maybe after a disaster there will be good fortune. After the original supervisor left, I was promoted to the new supervisor of the department. She smiled and continued, "Also, I don't know what happened, but 2 big clients who were difficult to deal with before actually sent me cooperation invitations at the same time, asking me to help them take charge of all activities for the next 6 months. After saying that, she continued typing and organizing the information. Sumu thought for a moment and asked the system. Ding! The system will not interfere with the host's family. Isn't it the system that does this? Sumu shook his head secretly and suddenly thought of something. Within 3 minutes of becoming an electronic angel, Ding Yuan not only modified the memories and surveillance videos of people involved in the Neon Hotel incident, but also seemed to have hacked into the entire city's network. Could it be Ding Yuan who did it? An idea came to my mind, but unfortunately Ding Yuan was still sleeping and I couldn't ask him. Xiao Jun was very busy, so Sumu had to cook for himself. His cooking skills are terrible, but luckily the kids are still young and all they need is some nutritious porridge and some bread. As for the main course, Sumu made 2 servings of scrambled eggs with tomatoes according to the recipe. Although the taste was a bit salty, Xiao Jun was very happy and praised him a few words after eating a few bites. As to whether it was perfunctory or not, Sumu didn't know. My cooking skills also need to be improved. I can't let my wife cook alone. Sumu made up his mind secretly. After dinner, Xiao Jun continued to work overtime, while Sumu took the 4 little ones to bathe and coaxed them to sleep. Honey, don't be too busy. With a concerned reminder, Sumu quietly closed Xiao Jun's door and returned to the 4 little ones' room. Looking at the sleeping babies, he fell into deep thought again. Buzz. After a while, Sumu took out a primary talent card, wanting to see if he could use it on himself. As a result, it turned out to be ineffective. Ding! The host's abilities are provided by the system rewards. Do not try to use cheats. The ruthless reminder made Sumu very disappointed. He was about to put away the primary talent card when there was a friction sound on the floor. Looking down, Sumu was happy. The little white rabbit was eating vegetable leaves and its head hit the cage, causing the noise. That's right. He looked at the little white rabbit and his eyes lit up. Primary talent cards can be used on living things, which means that the targets are not limited to humans. Try it. Sumu tried it immediately. Open the cage and pick up the little white rabbit. The little guy still had a vegetable leaf in his mouth and kept moving his body, looking a little uneasy. Ah, you're lucky. Sumu smiled and threw the primary talent card to the little white rabbit. Buzz. The talent card is integrated into the little white rabbit. After waiting for a long time, the information finally appeared. Name, unknown, unable to view talent. Sumu. Well, the goal of the talent card must have a name. Let the babies pick one tomorrow. He quickly figured it out and put the little white rabbit back. He went to his room and took out the hidden super sleeping device, and Ding Yuan was inside. Since the little white rabbit can do it, Ding Yuan, an electronic life with human consciousness, should be able to do it too. He hesitated for a moment and threw the talent card over. Name, Ding Yuan, Electronics Talent, 90. There is no other option. Apparently there is only one path for electronic life to develop, and it is very different from that of humans. After a while, the details of the electronic talent appeared. Storage, 60, computation, 60, simulation, 60, creation, 80. A disk appears, and among a series of options, creative talent is the highest. Sumu had no choice but to watch the disk slowly turn. After dozens of seconds, the disk stopped. Name, Ding Yuan, talent, electronics. All other talents have not changed, only one sub-talent called stability has been increased from 45 to 50. Sumu continued to try and found that electronic life, like humans, could only use one primary talent card. He was a little disappointed. Suddenly, a stream of data floated out from the super sleep machine and formed an area the size of a mobile phone screen in mid-air. The data keeps changing, forming the text, "Thank you, Lao Su." Sumu, Ding Yuan, are you awake? Text changes, just barely, not a complete reply yet. I only have 1 minute. Important information is displayed below. Sumu didn't dare to speak anymore. The text keeps changing, revealing a stream of information. Anyway, don't act rashly. Wait until I wake up. The last piece of information disappeared and the data stream began to vibrate. Ding Yuan had reached his limit and had no choice but to return to the super sleeping machine. Sumu had a complicated expression as he sorted out his recent harvest. 1 minute is a very short time, and Ding Yuan did not leave much information. But each one is important. First, someone was targeting Sumu's family. There were 3 non-hostile forces and 1 hostile force. Second, the only one who took substantive action was Xiao Wanhe from the capital, a nephew of the Xiao family. He had already sent people to conduct surveillance near Sumu's house. Third, judging from memory and communication records, Xiao Wanhe did not reveal the information to the Xiao family, and his purpose is unclear. Fourth, the Huang family blamed Xiao Jun for Huang Yi's death and prepared to take revenge. Fifth, the second generation of the super sleeping device has been completed, and it has an additional function that can affect people's emotions. The technical information is located at. Sixth, the Huang family also has enemies. The reason why the Grim Reaper knew in advance that Huang Yi was going to the Neon Hotel was because the clues were provided by the Huang family's enemies. The other party was planning to ruin Huang Yi's reputation through a live broadcast by an internet celebrity. After reading this information, Sumu fell into deep thought. He finally understood why Ding Yuan, knowing that Huang Yi was not easy to mess with, was still willing to cooperate with the god of death to provoke the other party. What Ding Yuan relied on should be the ability of the second-generation super sleep device to influence human emotions. He could calm Huang Yi's emotions before he completely lost his rationality. As for other information, Xiao Wanhe's threat is not great for the time being. The most difficult thing is the revenge of the Huang family. And it seems that the enemies of the Huang family can be used. Even after Ding Yuan transformed into an electronic angel, he was unable to read the memories of the deceased, and he did not know who leaked the news to the god of death. Sumu contacted Brittany immediately. "Mr. Su, were you not scared by yesterday's murder?" Brittany asked after her memory was modified. "Sumu, no, my wife has something to do with Huang Yi's death." "Will the Huang family take revenge?" Brittany, "It's being investigated, they're not taking any action at this time." Sumu, "Well, help me find out who the Huang family's enemies are." Chapter 56. The Thief Cries Thief. Xiao Jun was busy all night, but fortunately she had a health terminal that could help her quickly restore her strength and energy. Early the next morning, Xiao Jun hurried to work after breakfast. The four little ones always sleep in and don't get up until 8 or 9 o'clock. Sumu was practicing boxing in the living room. He had been a little slack during this period. Knowing that the Huang family wanted to take revenge on Xiao Jun, he was eager to improve his strength. After a set of punches, Sumu felt that his strength had increased again. He contacted Brittany and asked her to come over to help take care of the four little ones. "There is one more important matter to take care of today." For some unknown reason, Ding Yuan did not transfer the technical data of the second-generation super sleep device after entering the electronic angel state. Therefore, Sumu had to go to the place where Ding Yuan rented before his death in person to retrieve the data from the computer. After Brittany came over, Sumu found an excuse to go out. "We took a taxi to a village in the east of the city and got off at Sumu. This place is about to be demolished, so there are not many people here and it seems deserted." After crossing a bumpy dirt road, Sumi arrived at his destination. This is an independent courtyard. It looks very old from the outside, but the lock it uses is very complicated and requires fingerprint and password recognition. Sumu didn't need to waste time and just climbed over the wall to go in. There are some vegetables planted in the yard, and there are 5 or 6 cameras on the surrounding walls. There is a 3-story building in front, and the rent should not be cheap. Sumu walked forward and was about to push the door when he suddenly heard some noise coming from inside. Looking closely, the window next to it seemed to have been pried open. "Is there a thief?" Sumu walked over quietly, opened the window and entered the room. This is the kitchen. There are several bottles of laundry detergent tilted on the floor, and the traces of liquid extend all the way to the corridor at the back. Bang! There was a noise coming from the next room, so Sumu went over. The door was half open, and a voice muttered to itself, "Electronic locks and cameras, I thought he was a rich man, but his house is just this rubbish. What a thief!" Sumu pushed open the door and saw a thin guy rummaging through drawers. He turned around immediately when he heard the sound. "Don't come over here." The thief had shifty eyes and was holding a dagger in his hand, threatening viciously. Sumu was not afraid. "I'll give you 1 minute, get out of here right now." The thief looked at him disdainfully. "You are so arrogant even though you are unarmed. I don't think you are the owner of this house." Sumu. The thief sneered, "Hey, I've already checked the time. The owner of this house stays indoors all day and only goes out to buy groceries every 3 days. I don't have a chance to steal. If he hadn't left yesterday and never came back, I wouldn't have dared to come in." He analyzed it seriously and said, "Boy, I see you are in the same business as me, so how about this, we split the things we find into 30% and 70%. Sumu shook his head and deliberately asked, "Why are you only giving me 70%? The thief narrowed his eyes and said angrily, 70% of it belongs to me. Giving you 30% is good enough. Be careful, my knife has no eyes." Sumu folded his arms. "What if I don't agree? Then go to hell." The thief's eyes became fierce and he raised the dagger and stabbed. Sumu sneered, dodged easily with a flash of his body. "Ha!" The thief rushed forward a few steps and was about to turn back to stab again, but was surprised to find that his dagger had changed hands. Looking at the dagger in Sumu's hand, the thief's face changed drastically. "Are you a human or a ghost?" Beads of sweat the size of beans streamed down his face, and even in broad daylight he felt a chill. If it were a living person, how could he possibly make the dagger appear in his hand out of thin air? Sumu's strength is beyond the thief's understanding. "Go away." Sumu played with the dagger and calmly ordered them to leave. Snap. There was some noise outside, and it seemed that the door was forced open. Sumu looked over and the thief thought he had found an opportunity and rushed over immediately. However, what awaited him was a fist as big as a sandbag. Woo woo. With his nose broken, the thief squatted on the ground in pain. Outside, a teenager and 2 policemen pushed open the door and looked over here. The young man looked somewhat similar to Ding Yuan and had a very sad expression. Sumu was silent, and suddenly understood why Ding Yuan asked him to make the trip in person. In the eyes of others, Ding Yuan died yesterday. The thief rolled his eyes and immediately shouted, "Catch the thief!" Forehead. Sumu turned around and slapped away the other person's hand that was attacking him. The police rushed in with the young man, and the thief was still shouting, "Thief, he is a thief. This guy is actually crying, stop thief." Sumu was about to explain when he suddenly realized that one of the policemen looked familiar. Thinking carefully, the other party went to the Neon Hotel yesterday and captured the real murderer personally. "Officer, you have to help me. I was forced to come in by that thief." The thief was still crying, "Stop thief," and went forward to cry and complain, and kept secretly looking at Sumu's reaction. Seeing that his face was calm and he didn't intend to refute, he couldn't help but feel secretly proud. "Shut up." After listening to a few words, the policeman pushed the thief away impatiently. He looked at Sumu and said, "Young man, we are destined to be together." Sumu smiled bitterly. Yes, you are not going to arrest me as a thief, are you?" The police shook his head. "You risked your life to help us stop the murderer yesterday, and you left without even asking for the bonus or the banner. How could you possibly steal something?" After saying that, he looked at the thief and said, "You are a repeat offender. Come with me later." The thief was confused. "I didn't commit any crime, he was the one who stole the things." He pointed at Sumu and tried to argue. "Yeah." The police took out his mobile phone, took a photo of the thief, and called up the software to start identification. The thief obviously had a criminal record and he rushed out as soon as his eyes turned. Facing Sumu and two policemen, how could he possibly run away? He was caught in a few moments. The policeman finished the search and said, "Good boy, you are really a habitual offender. This time you dare to wrongly accuse a good citizen who bravely helped others. Your crime is even more serious." Faced with the irrefutable evidence, the thief had nothing to say and lowered his head in embarrassment. The police still had questions, and Sumu took the initiative to explain, "I am Ding Yuan's friend. I heard that he lived here, so I came to see him. Woo, my brother passed away yesterday." The young man, who was immersed in sorrow, was moved and burst into tears. "What?" Sumu pretended to be shocked and asked hurriedly, and the young man burst into tears. The policeman sighed and helped explain. In short, Ding Yuan has already signed a contract with that internet celebrity, and his actions were completely voluntary, so it can only be classified as suicide. We are here this time to help deal with Ding Yuan's belongings." The police officer finished speaking, concluding with great emotion. Sumu patted the young man's shoulder and said, "Xiaoyi, I am also very sad about your brother's death. I owed him hundreds of thousands of dollars before, and now I will pay you back." Chapter 57 Technology Anchor. No way? The young man's name is Ding Yi, Ding Yuan's younger brother. He had an incredible expression on his face. "My brother never mentioned it. He said that after graduating from university, he failed in his business venture and later went to work for a technology company. This child is quite honest and not greedy, and his character is as upright as Ding Yuan." Sumu was pleased for Ding Yuan. He said firmly, "We started a business together after graduating from university, and then we parted ways when we encountered a crisis. During that time, I did owe Ding Yuan more than 300,000 yuan. Sumu wanted to make up for his guilt towards Ding Yuan by using Ding Yi. Ding Yi still didn't believe it and insisted that Sumu produce evidence. Of course there was no evidence, so Sumu had no choice but to change his strategy. "Xiaoyi, let's take a look at what Ding Yuan left behind. It will be hard for you to take it back. I will just convert it into money and let me buy it." Ding Yi hesitated for a while and finally agreed. Then, everyone started to count the items. I won tea talk about the other miscellaneous things until we arrived at a workshop on the third floor. Everyone was dumbfounded. There are various advanced equipment, a bunch of sophisticated and complex parts, and 3 or 4 very powerful computers. The police in Ding Yi were stunned. They didn't expect Ding Yuan's belongings to be so luxurious. This place was comparable to a small laboratory. Moreover, those components are too advanced and their specific value cannot be seen at all. Sumu went straight to the computer and quickly found the technical information of the super sleep device. He was delighted. "That's all." After thinking for a while, Sumu began to explain again. In short, the second-generation super sleep instrument was developed almost entirely by Ding Yuan. Once it is put on the market, it will create a whole new consumer field. I estimate that the annual revenue will not be less than 1 billion yuan. Sumu was not sure whether the second-generation super sleep device could build a business empire, so he could only brag as much as possible at this time. Ding Yi was shocked and speechless. The two policemen looked very serious. If this is true, then the price of the technology patent would be astronomical. I suggest you find a professional to evaluate it before considering the deal. Originally, they felt that Sumu's contribution of several hundred thousand was already a lot, but now it seems that a mere few hundred thousand is not enough at all. Fortunately, the young man is an honest person. The police once again looked at Sumu with new eyes. Ding Yi shook his head and said seriously, "No need, I believe in Brother Su." Sumu was somewhat touched and said in a deep voice, "Well, I will transfer 300,000 to you first, and then give you 50% of the dividends when the second-generation super sleep device is launched on the market." Ding Yi firmly disagreed. Sumu had no choice but to discuss with him for a long time before deciding to give Ding Yi 30% of the original shares. As for the remaining income, Ding Yuan is not dead yet, so we can let him arrange it when the time comes. After everything was settled, Sumu contacted Brittany and asked her to send someone to move things. Ding Yi's parents are preparing for Ding Yuan's funeral, and Ding Yi has to go back immediately. As a good friend of Ding Yuan, Sumu was also invited to participate. He felt a little strange, but he couldn't refuse at this time, so he had to agree. The police and Ding Yi took the thief away. Sumu waited for half an hour, and Shuexi and others drove over to help take away the equipment, parts and computers. Back home, Brittany was very interested in those parts that looked high-end at first glance. Sumu was just in need of someone to invest, so he took the initiative to introduce her to someone. So magical? Brittany was moved and prepared to contact John Lee. But she didn't know what she was thinking about, and before she made the call, she put her phone away again. "Mr. Su, I want to discuss it with John before making a decision." Brittany became a little confused and seemed very embarrassed. Sumu immediately understood something. Li John cannot help himself without reason. The cooperation must be absolutely fair, otherwise he will be punished by the system again. However, no one knows how big the profit margin of the super sleep device is, so it is impossible to negotiate cooperation matters. In this regard, Sumu could only express regret. "Dad, what is this?" After Bronny and the others left, the four little ones woke up one after another and were very curious about the parts that Sumu brought back. "This is a great thing invented by a friend of Daddy's. I'll let you play with it later." Sumu explained with a smile, and suddenly an idea came to him. "Aren't you worried about the content of your live broadcast right now? Why not temporarily become a technology anchor?" He cooked some nutritious porridge for the kids and let the four little ones eat while watching TV in the living room. Sumu opened a certain app and started live streaming. Pointing the camera at the coffee table in the living room, Sumu laid out the parts and began to prepare the tools. The tools left by Ding Yuan are very complete. You can use them by plugging them in and adjusting the parameters. After a while, Sumu got into the state and began to concentrate on assembling the parts. What he needs to do, naturally, is to put together another super sleeping machine. Some viewers came into the live broadcast room one after another. Isn't that Super Dad? What is the anchor doing? It looks like an eye mask and headphones. The parts are a bit complicated. I can't understand them either. Anchor, please move aside. We can't see the quadruplets anymore." The number of comments gradually increased. Some people wanted to see the four little ones, while others focused on Sumu. Sumu was busy with his hands and could only glance at the barrage occasionally. Most of them were jokes, but some people asked very professional questions. He smiled and answered, "Everyone, being a super dad is not just about taking care of the kids. I have to be the best in every field to be worthy of the word super. So, today I will show my hands-on ability." He waved the stun gun in his hand and continued to work. Haha, bragging. The anchor is so awesome, he wants to be a Superman. Take me with you. The barrage passed by. Still have questions? Sumu looked up and his hands suddenly moved faster. He exerted his energy to the utmost and quickly assembled various complex and precise parts. The eye mask and headphones, which were originally just an empty shell, gradually became full of substance. What a fast hand speed! The anchor has been single for decades. I'm so envious. If I had this skill back then, I wouldn't have been dumped. Sumu ignored those unscrupulous comments and chose an audience member who looked reliable to answer the other party's question. The little tailor asked a good question. What I am assembling is a high-tech product. Why don't you guess what its function is? After a period of silence, the barrage became lively again. Really, a tech anchor? With an eye mask and headphones, you're not planning to assemble a projection device by yourself, are you? Shocked. I think it's for swimming assistance. It protects the eyes and ears. Maybe the host will add a mask that can provide oxygen later. No way, this is possible? In the barrage of comments, the netizen little tailor once again gave a different answer. Everyone guessed wrong. It is a super sleep device, and you can enter a lucid dream after wearing it. Chapter 58, just a prototype. Sumu looked up and saw the barrage of comments from the little tailor. Little tailor, are you my former customer? Sumu was very curious. He hadn't given an answer yet. The guess of this audience member called Little Tailor was too accurate, unless the other party had bought the first generation of super sleep device. Who is the Little Tailor? Have you ever sold anything before? Why does the anchor only interact with the Little Tailor? Is he your friend? Another barrage of comments passed by. There weren't many comments, and soon someone found the Little Tailor's message. Little Tailor, what is a lucid dream? Tell me, it seems very interesting. People raised various questions. The Little Tailor sent out another message, and everyone fell silent. The Little Tailor, yes, I bought the first generation of sleep equipment. It can assist sleep and help people enter lucid dreams, but the success rate of entering dreams is not very high. Despite this product is definitely epic making. I still use it every day. The fun of it is something that you mortals will not understand. Master Anchor, can you give me an autograph? Looking forward to it. Sumu sighed. The young tailor is really an old customer, and it seems to be a kind of fate that he can enter his live broadcast room again today. A viewer, this is high tech, but what is dreaming, and what does it have to do with lucid dreaming? Little Tailor, it's hard to explain in 1 or 2 sentences, and I'm using the first generation, so let's just listen to what the host says. His evaluation of Sumu increased sharply, and he seemed to have regarded him as a great god who possessed black technology. The others were not as persistent as the Little Tailor, but their interest was also aroused and they asked Sumu for an explanation. In order to get the host to answer their questions as soon as possible, many people gave gifts generously. The Little Tailor sent out Hot Pot 3. Brother Catfish sent out the milk bottle 4. We have enough money to give it away. Looking at the ever-increasing experience points, Sumu became more motivated. He thanked them a few times, sorted out his thoughts, and told them seriously, I studied circuit design. After graduating from university, I started a business with a group of classmates and developed the first generation of super sleep equipment. Afterwards, Sumu briefly recounted the entrepreneurial process 3 years ago, and as for the reason for the team's disbandment, he changed it to poor management. Now that everyone knows that Ding Yuan was framed, Sumu will naturally not let him bear the stigma of betraying the team. After talking about that past event, Sumu gave some explanations about lucid dreams based on questions from the audience. The barrage of comments has quieted down. It seems that everyone has gone online to collect information. Only the Little Tailor was still posting comments. Master Anchor, what functions have been added to the second generation super sleep device, and when will it be available on the market? This problem stumped Sumu. The hardware of the second generation super sleep device was almost the same as the first generation, so after reading the relevant technical information, he was able to assemble it quickly. But the specific functions need to rely on software control to achieve. Hold on. Sumu quickly assembled the remaining parts, then returned to the bedroom and looked through the information left by Ding Yuan. The functions of the second generation of super sleep device are very powerful, the first of which is to help you sleep. It can assist sleep by regulating brainwaves, allowing people to quickly enter a deep sleep state from an excited state. It is very helpful for people who suffer from insomnia for a long time and night owls. The most core function is dreaming. The so-called dream creation means that after falling asleep, the super sleep device too will adjust the customer's brainwaves according to the signals collected by the eye mask and headphones, so that they can still have a clear consciousness in their dreams. The first generation of sleep monitors also had these 2 functions, but their stability and success rate were very poor, so their sales were only a few 100,000. In addition, the second generation super sleep device has an incredible function, which is to influence people's emotions through powerful electromagnetic waves. This is some kind of black technology. Sumu had checked before and found out that this kind of technology was only allowed to be researched by official and certain professional medical institutions, and was not allowed among the public. He made a quick decision and only mentioned the first two functions. As for the third one, he would find a way to remove it. After all, in a sense, the ability to influence other people's emotions has already become a weapon, and if this function were to be added, it would certainly not be able to be put on the market. He returned to the living room. "Daddy, it's so dark." The naughty Shao Kangkong had finished his meal. He fumbled to put on the eye mask and headphones of the sleep machine and touched the button of the cassette. He stood there at a loss. Anan, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan went over to help him, but unfortunately they were too weak to take it off. "The host is so irresponsible, bad review. Help me, Anchor. The baby is about to cry. Isn't that a super sleeper? Why hasn't the boy fallen asleep yet?" When the audience came back after checking the information and saw the scene in the living room, they all issued condemnations. Sumu hurried over and pressed a button. Snap! The eye mask and earphone cassettes loosened, and Shao Kangkong regained his freedom. He touched the marks on his face and said, "Daddy, it hurts." "Kong Kong, be good." Sumu rubbed Shao Kangkong's body, gave him some love points, and used love healing magic to help him recover. Soon, the marks on Shao Kangkong's face healed and he was full of energy again. Sumu looked at the screen of his mobile phone and smiled helplessly. "I'm sorry, the cassette of the product is automatically tightened, and the customer is assumed to be an adult, so the force is a little bit greater." "Oh, it was a false alarm cold sweat. Anchor, your product should have other defects, right?" The barrage passed by. Sumu. He thought for a moment and answered seriously, "Yes, strictly speaking, this is just a prototype. So you won't be able to experience it in the short term, but I will improve it as soon as possible." "Little Taylor, come on, Anchor, if possible, can you give me a prototype to try out first? Price is not a problem. Looking forward to it." A viewer, interesting, give me one too. If I can really move freely in dreams, evil. This one sentence woke people up, and 4 or 5 people began to ask for the prototype, and other onlookers followed suit. Sumu was embarrassed. "Ahem, there are only so many parts, and we can only assemble 2 more prototypes at most." The little tailor, "Everyone, please stop arguing. The Anchor failed in his first business venture and now he has quadruplets. His life must be very difficult. If you want a prototype, you have to do the same as me." A certain platform prompts. The little tailor sends out 3 rocket combos. "Not short of money, so that's how it is. I'll come too." A certain platform prompts. "If you are not short of money, you can send 10 consecutive hits of the treasure map." Sumu's eyes widened and he checked quickly. The price of 10 treasure maps was as high as 50,000. This guy really lived up to his name and had a lot of money. He was very excited. "Thank you, Mr. Buccaneer, for sending me the 10 treasure maps. Wow." The other audience members were also extremely excited and started a heated discussion. Chapter 59, Rich Anchor. The treasure map can be viewed on all platforms, and more viewers were attracted to it. When they saw the prototypes in the hands of the 4 little ones and Sumu, they asked questions out of curiosity. The popularity of the live broadcast room exceeded 1,000 for the first time, reaching 1,300 people, and is still increasing rapidly. Faced with the barrage of comments, Sumu's eyes were a little insufficient. "Hey, you newcomers are such a headache. Let me give you some popular science." The young tailor began to present himself as an old audience member and gave you some enthusiastic popular science. Buccaneer and other old audiences also helped to explain. The live broadcast room immediately became lively, and the audience even forgot to grab the treasure map that was about to be opened, and chase Sumu one by one to ask for the prototype. Sumu was both happy and sad. After thinking for a while, he promised everyone that the lottery would start in 3 days, and then one lucky audience member would be chosen to receive the first prototype. As for why not sending it now? Are you kidding? The patent hasn't been registered yet. If someone reverse cracks it, Sumu will be in tears. "Anchor, the lottery is so unfair to me, can you give me some other benefits first?" The upper right corner kept flashing, and nobody short of money sent a series of super private messages that required payment, with the same content. Sumu then realized that he had not turned off the private message function. Upon closer inspection, he saw several pages of ordinary private messages, all sent by other viewers. The mailbox in the upper right corner of the screen was still flashing, and Sumu was in a hurry to turn off the automatic receiving function. He hesitated for a moment and replied, "Let me think about it. Not short of money, okay, anyway, I'm very optimistic about your product. If you haven't found a partner yet, I can help you." Sumu was surprised. Excuse me, who are you? Not short of money. My dad runs an electronics OEM factory. Although it's not as good as Foxconn, it still has some strength in the industry. In short, I am the legendary second generation rich. But don't worry, I can guarantee my character and will never let you suffer. Confident. It turns out he is a rich second generation. No wonder he could spend 50,000 yuan on gifts in one go. Sumu nodded secretly and took the idea of not being short of money into consideration. He checked other private messages and ignored the stranger for the time being. The little tailor said, Master Anchor, I am one of the elders of the Lucid Dream Association. I am not as rich as Master Bukier, but I have the contact information of the target customers and can help you promote it. Lin family boy, Lao Su, you're so busy right after you started live streaming? Why don't you reply to my private messages? Ning Jing Ji Yuan, Master, thanks to your reminder, I have initially won the favor of the goddess. Working hard. Gusumorong, Brother Su, I'm moving out of the school dormitory. I'll give you a surprise then. Uneasy. Forehead. Sumu's expression became strange. What surprise was Moronin going to give him? That little girl, could it be? He shook his head and dared not answer. After turning 2 pages, Sumu noticed a number and stopped immediately. Ding Yuan, Lao Su, forgive me for not sending the technical information directly to you. The reason I asked you to go there was to see how my family would react. If possible, I hope you can take care of them. My brother is still in school. This message was sent last night. Ding Yuan appeared briefly at that time, and this message was not among the key information mentioned. It seems that Ding Yuan is still very confident in himself. Sumu replied, Don't worry, I will take good care of your family. When Ding Yuan wakes up again, he will probably be relieved to see this message. The audience paid more attention to the super sleeping machine than the 4 little ones. Sumu was unable to explain it for the time being and could only put away the sleeping machine and other parts and tools. Today's technology live broadcast ends here. Next up is the cute baby live broadcast. Faced with those dissatisfied comments, Sumu just smiled and turned the camera to the 4 little ones. It is the nature of children to play. Kong Kong put on camouflage clothes, held a toy gun, used the sofa and coffee table as cover, and kept attacking an Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan. His toy gun is very advanced. The bullets are constantly changing cartoon projections, and there is also very fitting music. He has a lot of fun playing with it. Unfortunately, Tuanchuan and Yuan Yuan had long been immune to the gunshots. They symbolically hid for a while and then started playing their own games again. Tuanchuan is very active. She keeps running around in her princess dress and competing with her doll. Yuan Yuan was very quiet, she was painting on a magnetic drawing board with a paintbrush. Only Anan remained interested. He put on his toy armor and dodged the bullets shot by Kong Kong while laughing. The 4 little ones fully released their nature and once again caught the audience's attention. It's so lively. It's so fun, I'm a kid again. That toy gun is awesome. Each bullet is different. That's the Phantasmagoria from Wanbong's Pulsefire series, right? As far as I know, the whole set would cost tens of thousands, and even if you buy the Phantasmagoria alone, it would cost 3 to 4,000. A barrage of comments passed by and quickly became the focus. What? The anchor actually bought a toy gun worth 3 or 4,000 yuan for a 3-year-old kid? Shocked. Tyrant, let's be friends. Kneeling. The anchor lied to me and said something about my business failing. I'm so sad. Crying. Could the anchor be the legendary rich second generation? Envy, jealousy, and hatred. Forehead. Sumu was stunned. Why was the comment crooked? He was just about to explain when someone else discovered something. It doesn't matter if you don't mention it. I just noticed that the clothes the 4 babies are wearing are also very exquisite. They seem to be from an international brand. A set costs more than 10,000 yuan. Wow! The barrage of comments exploded again. Anchor, you big liar, I want to give birth to a baby for you. Tyrant, let's be friends. So this is a rich person experiencing life. Everyone, go away. They will move on soon. The live broadcast won't last long. Don't waste your emotions here. Gradually, no one gave gifts anymore. Sumu was helpless. How could things turn out like this? What to do now? Asking him for a gift? It seems a bit inappropriate. He must change everyone's impression. After hesitating for a moment, Sumu gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Okay, now that I'm exposed, I won't pretend anymore. I've decided to only collect treasure maps and super rockets from now on. Anyone who dares to send other gifts is looking down on me." The barrage fell silent. After a while, the discussion started again. "No way, the anchor is angry? I don't think so. This time it's for real. This anchor has personality." I turned from a hater to a fan. A viewer who had just turned from a fan to a hater decisively changed his stance. The rhythm of the barrage quickly returned to normal, and at least no one was cursing anymore. "Call." Sumu let out a sigh of relief, and as he looked at the dwindling number of gifts, he suddenly felt a little regretful. "Have you said too much?" Chapter 60: The Clever Rabbit. The four little ones continued to play, Sumu explained on the side, and the audience discussed enthusiastically. The whole morning passed slowly like this. Sumu also put his attitude into practice by locking those viewers who gave ordinary gifts into a small darkroom for only a few minutes, as a warning to others. The audience was impressed by his mysterious operation, and the number of weird comments gradually decreased. However, the little tailor and others would occasionally worry about Sumu, saying that without gifts, it would be difficult to maintain the live broadcast room. Sumu was also helpless. He had to fill the hole he had dug himself. Perhaps this was life. Fortunately, there are still a few wealthy people who insist on sending treasure maps and super rockets, such as Buccaneer and two other wealthy viewers who switched from other live broadcast rooms. Turn off the live broadcast at noon. Sumu checks the harvest. I live streamed for a few hours this morning and earned 160,000 in gifts, leaving me with just over 30,000 experience points away from reaching the next level. He didn't know if this pace could be sustained. The bulk of the gifts would go to the two wealthy audience members, who couldn't just sit here and waste their time doing nothing. Live broadcast content must be constantly innovated. After lunch, Sumu called the four little ones over. He put the little white rabbit on the table and began to guide them patiently. "Babies, the little white rabbit will be a member of our family from now on. Shouldn't you give it a name?" The four little ones nodded seriously, and Kong Kong was the first to raise his hand. "I know, let's call it Kong Kong." "Sumu, that's the same name as yours." Kong Kong scratched his head and grinned embarrassedly. Xiao Tuanchuan raised her hand. "Dad, I thought of it, Baldy Wang with ears, hee hee. She is watching the cartoon of Bald Chang recently." "Sumu." Yuan Yuan took the doodle she had just drawn and called out in a soft voice, "Bugs Bunny, Bugs Bunny." Sumu took a look and found that Yuan Yuan's drawing was very messy, but also somewhat familiar. He quickly remembered something and looked up at the wall, where there were many photos of the four little ones playing in the cartoon park. Yuan Yuan's painting was obviously based on a group photo taken in Zootopia, except that all the buildings and characters were drawn in a very childish way, with some weird details added. What Yuan Yuan was holding in her hand was a Bugs Bunny doll, which she had painted so messily that only its outline could be barely seen. Sumu seemed to see the future Van Gogh and couldn't help but worry secretly. Yuan Yuan's imagination was really worrying. "Ha, nice painting." He couldn't discourage the child, so he smiled and praised him, then analyzed seriously, "Bugs Bunny has been around for a long time, and the little white rabbit is a new member. We need to think of a brand new name." "Oh." Yuan Yuan pouted and tilted her head, thinking hard. "Where is Anan?" The three little ones all expressed their opinions, but Anan remained silent. Sumu looked for them. Following the noise, I came to the bathroom in Xiao Jun's room. Anan had already opened the health terminal and was staring at the constantly moving mechanical tentacles in a daze. "Daddy, how do they move?" Anan pointed at the mechanical tentacles and asked the question very seriously, as if he already had the potential to be an engineer. Sumu didn't really understand either, so he could only express some superficial opinions, which made Anan admire him very much. After talking for a while, Sumu asked, "Anan, what good name do you think of?" Anan was still paying attention to the mechanical tentacle, and answered casually, "The little white rabbit is so white, so just call it Xiao Bai." "Noob. This name is more reliable." Sumu nodded slightly. Compared with Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan, Anan, the big brother, behaved much more maturely. He told the three little ones the answer with a smile, and Kong Kong, Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan immediately accepted it. "Xiao Bai, you have a name now." Sumu stroked the little white rabbit, took out the primary talent card, and successfully integrated it into Xiao Bai's body. Name, Xiaobai, talent, cute pet. As a non-human, Xiaobai, like Ding Yuan, also has only one main talent. Intelligence, 30, vitality, 50, lifespan, 20. Sub-talents unfold and the roulette wheel spins. Finally, the sub-talent was fixed on intelligence, which increased from 30 to 45. The highest blessing, not bad. Sumu was very pleased that Xiaobai's IQ increased by 50%, which made him super lucky. Xiaobai, who was eating at the table, looked up blankly, looked at the four little ones and then at Sumu. Its eyes became brighter and brighter, and finally it jumped towards Tuanchuan, rubbing Tuanchuan's hand with its head. Hee, here you go. Tuanchuan broke a piece of biscuit in his hand and fed it to Xiaobai patiently. This little guy even knows how to find his owner who has snacks. Sumu was delighted to see this. After the non-human talent was increased, the effect was immediately apparent, as could be seen from Ding Yuan's reaction. And Xiaobai also showed gratifying reactions after his intelligence increased. He thought about it for a while, and began to guide the four little ones to train Xiaobai, trying to see if he could teach Xiaobai to play games. The result was very gratifying. In less than half an hour, Xiaobai could understand the commands of the four little ones and perform some simple tasks. For example, help Kong Kong push the toy tank, spin around with Tuanchuan, or bring paintbrushes of various colors to Yuan's feet. And also wanted Xiaobai to help her experience the massage function of the health terminal, but Xiaobai was afraid of water and refused to cooperate. Sumu was very happy and let the kids take a nap first. In the afternoon, the live broadcast continued. The audience started to pour in. The host is really hardworking. I, Hu-Han-san, am back again. Hello, quadruplets. Ha! Why is there an extra rabbit? The barrage floated by. Sumu pointed at the camera and said, "Hello everyone, we have added a new program, Cute Babies and Cute Pets. Please open your eyes wide and enjoy it." Audience? Sumu smiled and pointed the camera at Kong Kong first. Kong Kong was still playing a shooting game. His targets were some motionless toy soldiers, and the audience was getting a little annoyed. Boom! Sumu deliberately adjusted the camera, and with a sound of tank special effects, a toy tank came out from behind the sofa. The tank is not remote controlled and must be pushed by someone to move. At this time, only half of it is exposed and you can't see who is pushing it from behind. Stop! Kong Kong shouted and lay on the ground and fired. Audience, how childish! Kong Kong has been playing this game for an hour this morning. Aren't you bored yet? Another viewer, children are like this. When they find something they like, they can play with it non-stop. It probably takes a long time for them to change their interests. Isn't it the one pushing the tank from behind? That's a bit boring. The audience complained and asked Sumu to adjust the camera. Hush, everyone, be patient, the excitement is yet to come. Sumu deliberately kept the audience in suspense and did not move the camera. The audience had no choice but to continue watching. Kong Kong fired a few shots, then quickly got up and moved to the side, shouting, "I found you." Boom! The tank continued to move forward, revealing two snow-white ears from behind.